Hello? Hold on. Hold on. Okay. It's really hot, dude. Like, I don't know if I talked about it on stream, but like, the last like couple of weeks has been warming up in a, I don't know, like weird in sudden way, and it also rained super heavy. Like Monday, I think, or Monday. um, I don't understand. 28% completion. What? No, I think that's a lot of that is the items I need, like missile expansions and energy tanks. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, I don't know. But it's been like really hot in my room. Even when I open the cause like that's what I was saying. It's like been, it's not even that it's been hot. It's just been hotter. So like being used to cold weather. Cause my brother came by today. I don't know why. My brother Chase. He like, oh, I forgot to have motion controls. Just keeping my hand in my lap is not the best. But excuse me. My brother stopped by today, and he's like, it's cold, and I was like, kind of like, really? I mean, kind of, I guess, but when I open my window and stuff like that to just cool my room off because it's hot, it's not as cold as it used to be like 2 weeks ago. And then like when I go to take my brothers to school in the morning, my car is not like frosted at all. It used to be like I'd have to sit in my car for like 5 minutes to defrost and stuff like that. And now I literally just get in my car and we can leave like right away. So like, I don't know, but like, well, yeah, whatever. Anyway, but like now my room is like hot inside, and then if I open my door, because I can like control the temperature by opening my door or opening my window, and it's weird because it used to not even get warm, because like I don't know, it's getting hot because the air conditioner, like the heater's kicking on and stuff like that. But oh, I thought that was a Metroid. I was like, they're already here. They weren't here last night or 2 nights ago because I didn't stream last night. Which I was gonna talk about a little bit. It wasn't like anything crazy. It's just my little brothers, they have wrestling practice right after school, and it's like extremely inconsistent. There's like barely a schedule. The schedule is just like every day, and then that's it. Like it could be at any time. And so like yesterday, right? Yeah, last night. Or well, yesterday morning or whatever. I dropped them off at school, and then right when like they got out of the car, I was like, "Wait, you guys get out! Like I'm picking you up at 6." And then one of them didn't hear me, so he like closed, like he was like closing his door as I said it, and the other one was like still like standing outside my car and was like, no, actually, you gotta pick us up at normal and then take us back." And I was like, "Okay, whatever." So like I just had to like adjust the tiny bit, I guess. Oh, whoops. Which isn't a big deal because it's like, okay, well, instead of getting up at going to get them at 6, I just have to go get them at 3. But when I brought them back, I was like, okay, so when you guys got to go back, 4:45, because like usually they go back at if I pick them up after school, they have to be back by 4:45. And then they're like, no, 5:45 tonight, and then we get out at 7:30, and I was like, okay, which is like, yeah, I was like, okay, whatever, that's late, but like, I'll still be back in time to stream or whatever. But I didn't eat until after I picked them up, and we didn't get back because like, I don't know, they say they get out at a certain time, and then I think that's like the time that the coach is like, okay, we're done with practice. But then there's like, I don't know, they probably do like cool down stuff, or I don't know, he talks to them or something, because like they say they get out at like 7:30 or 6 or whatever, and I show up at that time, And only one time have they actually gotten out within like 5 minutes. Like one night I like went over, I got there at like 5:55 and then I sat there and then they came out at 6:05 and I was like, oh wow, that was pretty quick, because a lot of times they come out at like 6:15, 6:20, 6:30 and I'm just like, what is this guy doing? Hurry up. I'm sure other parents have complained or whatever, but I don't know how much it actually matters, because I don't know, what can you do? The coach takes forever, and you can't really be like, well, I'm gonna pull my kid, because then that would make your kid miserable, and then yeah, I don't know, ruin other things. But what was it? Oh yeah, whatever. Like they got out at like 7:45 ish, and then by the time I got back in 8 and stuff like that, it was like 8:30, and then I no longer wanted to stream because I was like, it's too late, and I just finished eating, and I don't want to start and just be like clearing my throat and feel like really full right away, like my food's not settled yet and stuff like that. So I was just like, whatever, I'll pass tonight. And then today, like I said earlier, my brother Chase, not one of the younger ones, but the oldest of my younger brothers, he showed up at like 9. Like I dropped my little brothers off at school and I came back and I was here by like 8:20 or something. And then I remember I don't think I ate anything, but I was just like hanging out and then getting ready to go to sleep, and then I heard the front door unlock and then someone come in, and I like went to look and it was my brother and his fiance, and I was like, oh, what's up? And he's like, hey, I can't remember what he said, but like he was just like, oh hey, what's up, we're like just coming to hang out. And I was like, oh, you guys spend the night? And then he was like, we don't know yet, he was like, I gotta deliver something at 10 tomorrow or something. And I was like, oh okay, well if you guys decide to spend the night well, I was like, here, let me clean, because I hadn't washed the blankets and sheets from when Joe spent the night. And so I was like, well, let me get all that stuff off that bed and wash it for you, because Joe spent the night, and if you guys do end up spending the night, I want it clean for you guys. And he's like, oh okay. And but whatever, I cleaned it all, like I washed it all, and like they used some spare stuff in the meantime, but they just like hung out in there all day, like from like 9ish, like 8:45, 9ish until like 3. And then he came over, like he came to my, like they literally just stayed in the room. Like I think they both went to the bathroom at the same time, so one of them had to use the other bathroom while one was using this bathroom. But like other than that, they just stayed in that room. And there's like nothing. It was weird because like they didn't go watch TV. I mean, they were I don't think they were like smoking like weed like blunts. I think they're just using their vapes or whatever. But like you could smell weed coming out of that room like real heavy, which is kind of annoying. But they just stayed in there all day. They didn't go watch TV. They didn't go do anything. They didn't play the PS5. They didn't do anything. And I was like, I was just kind of like, I didn't want to get up, because I also took a nap in the middle of the day. But like, yeah, I was like, what do you guys? I was gonna be like, why are you here? What are you doing? But then he left at like 3, because I don't know. But at like 3 he like knocked on my door and was like, yeah. And he's like, what do I do? Because he took a shower. My brother took a shower, and he's like, what do I do with this dirty towel that I just used? And I was like, just put it in like the laundry room. And then he came back and was like, just talking about games. We were just talking about games and stuff like that. And then he left. He's like, all right, well, we're probably gonna head out and we're not gonna come back. Probably not gonna come back. And I was like, all right, well, take care. See you later. I was like, all right, bye. And then they left. And then I was like, that was weird. They sat and they just came over to sit in the guest room for like 6 hours and then left. And I was like, I don't know, maybe like I don't like, why would they drive? Because I was like, I don't know, because like I said, the smell of weed was coming out of the room, so they must have like either vaped or I don't know, smoked or something. But I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't ask, and like I was just kind of like, did they come over just to get high in the room and then leave? Because like, I don't know, why didn't they do that at home? Because like I don't know. I was thinking like, okay, maybe they can't anymore. Maybe they got in trouble with my brother's fiance's grandma, I think, owns the place and lets them rent it or something. I don't know if they actually like rent it or if they're staying for free or whatever, but they stay there. It's her place and they're staying there. I don't know the situation. I don't know. Never really asked what that situation is like. I just know that my brother's fiance, her grandma owns the place or whatever. But anyway, yeah, I was like, I don't know, maybe they, I don't know, got in trouble for smoking or something. She got mad and was like, don't do it anymore. But I was like, why would they drive like an hour and a half or so here instead of just like, I don't know, going to a park or something? I don't know. Or just, I don't know, getting higher in their car. But like, I don't know, I don't think they were here to just get high. Like, it was just like, I don't know, like I was just like, what was that? Like, I don't think they're going somewhere and they stopped here. Because like, if they were just like stopping by on their way somewhere, I feel like they would have spent the night, like, or just not stopped by at all. Because like I was saying, like my brother said he might spend the night, but probably not because he has a delivery tomorrow or something. I don't know what the delivery is for. But yeah, no, it was just like weird. But it was like a weird kind of like, I was like, oh, like I'm not gonna stream tonight. This sucks because like that'll be 2 nights in a row that I miss. But then yeah, like I said, he left, and then I was like, oh, okay. But I almost, like, my brain was almost like, just commit to not streaming tonight because he's gonna be here, right? Like, 'cause that's usually what happens. Is like he comes over and I'm just like, well, I'm just gonna treat today like I don't get to stream tonight. So I just like don't sleep like I should. Basically, like stay up all night, even though it's stay up all day. Cause when he was still here, when he came over to my room to like knock him, like to talk and hang out for a little bit, I was playing Splatoon because I was in that mode of like, well, I'm just gonna grind out Splatoon all day, because I feel like playing Splatoon. And then he came over to the room and was like, oh, you're playing Splatoon? I was like, yeah. And then we just talked about other games, and then he left, and I was like, oh. And then so then after that, I played like a little bit more Splatoon and was like, well, I guess I'll lay down for a little bit, and then slept for a little bit, and then I woke up at like 5:30 or something because my little brother texted me, one of the younger ones, the twins, and he was like, I don't know, okay, I didn't ask my mom, I didn't confirm, but he was like, hey, can you unlock the door for me when I come over, because I'm gonna get the PS5. And I was like, is mom cool with that? And he's like, yeah, I already asked her. And I was like, okay. And then he came over. His dad like dropped him off real quick, or brought him by real quick so he could grab the PS5, and then he left. And I was like, ooh. When he came inside, I was like, are you keeping that till you guys get back? And he's like, yeah. And I was like, okay. I just wanted to know. So I like knew when to expect him, if I should expect him to come back, like, I don't know, in the next couple days or something. But yeah, I was like, I should have asked my mom, like, still, and I should have asked her earlier because she called me earlier asking if I wanted anything from McDonald's, and I was like, no, I'm good. She's like, are you sure you don't want anything? Like, no, you don't want like a McFlurry or something? I was like, no, I had these donuts earlier. I had 4 of them, and that was at like 4, and I can still feel it on my stomach, and I'm like, I have no appetite. I haven't eaten since 4, so I might get hungry in a little bit, but I'll probably be fine for a while. But yeah, but anyway, what else? I think that's kind of it. What did I do yesterday? Oh. That takes too many shots that I'm like, okay, I should just do a charge shot and hope I let it go in time before the thing hurts me. Wait, I want to check my logbook, because I was reading yesterday because I thought about, like, I don't know, I really wanted to play. Really wanted to play, and so I was thinking about like I was like maybe I just start a new save so I can play. And then because I was like I wanted to, well, okay, so I was reading because I was like I wonder if I actually miss any logs yet. No, okay. And the Flogra tentacle, I was like, oh, I don't know if I scanned the tentacle because I know I grabbed the boss, but the tentacle. But like I was like looking at like missable scans and stuff, and I was like, oh, I might have missed a tentacle. And so like part of me was like, maybe I open up the game, see if I missed the tentacle, and if I did, start a new game and just like play through and make sure I get the tentacle, and then tonight, so like the next time I stream, load up that save and then be like, yep, I made a new save to get that log. But we have it. And also I didn't, yeah, I was just like, nah, never mind. Okay. I know that tower falls down at some point. I'm trying to remember what this is. Where? Okay, they're all the same. Where? That was one more. He actually hit me. I think I scanned these guys already because the ones that I scanned that one time. Yeah. You have to do the. What's the There we go. How do I? Oh. There's like 2 buttons you can press. Come here. Oh, is there another one? What? Oh, 2 more or 3 more. I gotta remember I can do that dash, but also like it's those missiles that are like the hardest to juke, I guess, because they try to track you by like with their shots, but they're not that good at tracking. Like they try to lead you, and so if you whoops, they try to lead you, so if you just like go one way and then stop moving, they'll miss because they'll lead and then miss. Can I blip? Oh, it was like something yellow happened, or something yellow showed up. How do I? Somewhere else? Later? Whatever. I mean, I guess they haven't showed me that. Maybe it's that one. I don't know. Well, the other one has. Whatever. What was I talking about? Oh, wait. Beam combo. This sucks because I have to like. I usually just keep like one finger up here for the like triggers, but now I'll have to like do this. But that feels like so much worse because like they have like, okay, Joy-Con. It has like the little like part right here where the ZR button sticks out or whatever, and that's like where I rest my middle finger. So if I have to like put this up here, then everything has to move up to like actually use that spot, which does not work. Like now my hand's like all the way up here. It's like super awkward. I think if I had it like connected together, it would work, or like could work, but otherwise I'd just hold it and then like roll my finger up and hit R, and well, I guess I could hold A, right? Like do that and then press R. But I don't press A to shoot. Also, I wasted missiles, but whatever. You have to hold X and then press right on the D-pad, which keeps messing me up. What is that? It won't. Oh, it's just an explosive box. Great. I can't scan that. So it is that thing, though. Do I shoot it from here? Wait, can I? There's this window. Oh, wait. Oh. With extreme heat. Is that? Okay, wait. No. What's the point? Excuse me? Am I missing something? Did I not grab a heat thing upgrade? Or something wrong with... Oh, I have to scan. It's out here. Okay. I was like, what? This thing doesn't work, so what am I supposed to do? Oh, well, so I was complaining about it last stream. My Spyro, like, playthrough video, and how, it was, like, processing forever. It finally finished, but it did take, like, it was, like, the third day. So it had been, when I was talking about it, it had been 2 days. And then the day after, it finally, why did these drop anything? It finally finished, and then, I was, like, kind of impatient about, publishing it. So I was like, I don't want to spend time making a thumbnail, which I should have done, like, as it was trying to process and all that, but I just, didn't think about it. And then, I was like, I was trying to find something to use, because, I don't know, your thumbnail... The thumbnails get, like, put to 720, 1280 by 720, and so if it's a square or anything smaller, if it's smaller, it gets upscaled. If it's bigger, it gets downscaled. If it's not the right dimensions, it just fits the, like, whichever one it fits first, I guess, like, whichever dimension it hits first, and then, like, the rest of the space is black space. And I kind of hate when they're not filled all the way, if that makes sense. So, like, I usually try to find something that's, like, what's the resolution? 16 by 9, 4 by 3 too, I guess, is, like, it's not the same, but it's also, like, it's wider. It's not just a square, which I think the box art I ended up using. Wait, Phase on Infusion Stage 6. Subject Metroid BR5497. Subject's mass at 180% of previous phase on cycle, increasing dosage by 4%. Here, I'll actually look up. Whoops. The resolution it was at. Oh wait, I might not have it anymore. Hold on, because I always resize things. Oh no, I should have it. Well, it's not gonna be. Okay, I don't know. Oh wait, no, yeah. Okay, wait. 680 by 797. So I had to, like, resize it to like the 787, 797, whatever, to a 720, and then that made the, like, 686 whatever. and then I had to like, I don't know, I put a stupid orange border around it and then wrote text because I was like, I don't know, this looks weird, and I'm just gonna write, like, I don't like it being so blank, and so I just wrote blank space because old game box art was too small or something like that. Because yeah, like I said, I didn't want to like, I didn't have a screenshot for myself, and I didn't want to like boot up the emulator and go take one and all that stuff, and I didn't want to steal someone else's, and so I was like, I'm just gonna slap the cover art, and then I don't know, figure out. I would like, well, that was my original plan, is take the cover art and just fill in the space with something else. But then I was like, I don't know what to fill it in with, so I'm just gonna write, like, put this orange color here and write on it because I don't like the way it looks, but yeah, whatever. Anyway, it was just like, finally got it out of the way. Because like I was watching the first one. Well, I watched both of them, so I could like I don't watch like the full videos. I skip to like make chapters and stuff like that, which is like intro, like the meat of the game, like gameplay section, and then outro. Depending on how long I decide to ramble at the end or the beginning, and then whatever in the middle. And like sometimes, like with Bloodborne, I like labeled, like made multiple chapters for like different boss fights and stuff like that. So like if it's a game that I know and want to label like that, I'll label it like that. But I didn't do it with Spyro. I just did like intro, gameplay, outro. But anyway, like skipping through it and like finding those points. Let me read this. Hold on. Stasis tank B118 contaminated beyond acceptable safety standards. Removal squad requested. Okay. What was I saying? So like chapters. Oh yeah, like I was talking about like the stuff that happened the previous few days or whatever, and I was like, yeah, on the 31st, and that meant December 31st. And I was like, dang, dude, this video is like so far behind. And I hated it. I was mad. I remember what other things I need to worry about scanning. I know there's one thing that was like the Metroid Prime has 2 scans that you have to get. Ow. But I feel like I got pretty much everything else. Oh, there's an Aqua drone turret or something that I gotta remember. Which I feel like I'm pretty good about scanning everything I come across, so it's not like I'm too worried about missing something. It's just being worried about things that don't come back, you know, like one-time things like boss fights and stuff like that, which I'm already like, dang, did I miss a boss fight or something? But we'll see. I'll get to the end and then it'll tell me like, oh yeah, you missed one thing, so you're at 99%. Talon Metroid, energy-based parasitic predator. The effects of Phazon have turned these Metroids, a species of alpha predator native to SR388, into a unique subspecies found only on Talon 4. A Talon Metroid will latch onto its prey and drain energy, growing larger as it does. The only way to shake an attached Talon Metroid is to enter Morph Ball mode and lay a bomb. Oh, always found that annoying. Oh wait, also, can I even kill them? I thought you had to freeze them. Or maybe freezing them makes it easier to kill them. Oh, I was about to swap to my power beam. To my power beam. Oh. Just a normal dude? Yeah. Except he's fast. How do I... Oh, like, how do I do the combo? Just pressing every other button. Wait. I wonder if I should have scanned it again. Containment temperature stable at 3 degrees centigrade. Environmental diagnostics satisfactory. Internal organs of Metroid seem to be limited to nucleonic absorption cells and massive energy reservoirs. I was going to talk about... I've been watching Kitchen Nightmares. Hold on. Metroid brain scan results in... Studies show accelerated activity in parietal lobe during hunting cycles at temperatures above 10 centigrade. The hooked mandibles of the Metroid penetrate the skin of its prey and siphon pure life force energy. Metroid containment fields appear 100% effective after adjustments. Temperatures below 10 degrees centigrade will render Metroids docile. Log 10-891-0. The reconstruction of Geoform 187, codenamed Ridley, was recently completed. After his defeat on Zebes, Zebis, whatever, Command ordered a number of metagenetic improvements for him. Though aggressive, we were able to implement these changes in a cycle. The metamorphosis was painful, but quite successful in the end. Excuse me. Early tests indicated drastic increase in strength, mobility, and offensive capability. Cybernetic modules and armor plating have been added as well. We believe our creation, now called Meta Ridley, will become the mainstay of our security force, a job he will certainly relish. Was there? Oh yeah, it was like another red one on this side. Log 10-444-4. Initial transfer of Metroids to Talon 4 research facilities has been completed. 3 were terminated in an incident at the landing site, but the others were pacified and transported safely. Initial Phazon infusion testing is underway. We are eager to observe the effects of Phazon on Metroids, especially their ability to absorb and process the energy given off by Phazon sources. Early research suggests a considerable growth in power and size. Whether the creatures stay stable thereafter remains to be seen. Yeah, I started watching Kitchen Nightmares because I've never watched like the whole show. I've only ever watched like it. Oh, I did that so bad. I'll watch an episode whenever I don't know, whenever it's on, or if I'm like at a hotel or something and that's all there is to watch on TV or whatever. Nice. What is that? Oh, it's just sitting there? But yeah, but like I found out it's free on, oops, I didn't mean to do that. Free to watch on YouTube, like all of it. These Metroids are gonna bust out. Give me the health, please. Thank you. And a missile expansion. How do I just jump? Oh, maybe. No, I'm too short. Oh wait. Oh, well, I guess I could stand on something and jump up there. I want to scan that. But what was I saying? Yeah, I started watching like the show from the beginning on YouTube because like it's free with ads, but if you have an ad blocker, you don't get the ads. How do I? Nice. Sorry. Please. Okay. No! I knew it. I don't want to touch that until I get this missile expansion, because I feel like if I get that, the Metroids will bust out, and then I'll have to fight them, and then I'll forget. But whatever, I've been watching, so, well, okay, so they have, the American, okay, I'm American, so in America, American YouTube has the American, oh, I guess I could probably just jump from here to there. It's the American version that's on YouTube, and, oh god, why does the camera have to do that? Oh, come on. I hate not having control of the camera when I do this, because especially like right there, like it's, I'm trying to like hold, like I can't hold the stick in one direction because the camera is slowly moving and it'll like send me a different direction, so I have to be like, I have to like tap little by little just in case the camera wants to shift on me. Whatever. Got the thing. Okay, but it's yeah, it's the American version, and so I was watching it because I was like, yeah, sure, whatever, because I was watching it, the other thing was like when Joe was over, That's what I was watching. I think I talked about it a little bit. How like, uh, he wanted to play Dead Space before he left, but I was like, well, now you gotta let me finish this episode. You took too long. Um, so I finished the episode. But it was American Kitchen Nightmares because Joe, like when I first started watching it, he was like, "Oh, put on. I like the American version more. Put on the American one." I was like, "Okay." Oh wait, hold on. Motion your Huntroid Metroid DG appears to trigger psychotic episodes. Okay. Personnel are to stay at least 3 meters away from stasis tank. Hunter Metroid DS is showing signs of increased instability and a heightened immunity to cold damping fields. I kind of want to get some tea. I was just thinking, I had some tea this morning for like the first time in a couple weeks, and I was like, oh, I miss drinking tea I miss drinking tea. So now I'm sitting here like, now I kind of want some tea again. Metroids infused with Phazon Strain Vertigo are thriving. We feel they could be Class 1 energy harvesters if proper submission measures are employed. Let me go through this part so the stupid alarm goes off before I talk about Kitchen Nightmares. Because I just want to talk about like the differences between the American version and the British version. I like the British version more. So like I was saying, Joe wanted to watch the American version, but I didn't think there was much of a difference. So I was like, yeah, sure, whatever. Log 11 427. Metroid Dissection continues to provide more questions than answers. Our research teams have isolated the energy conduits that run from the invasive twin mandibles to the energy core and the creature's quadripartite nucleus. But the manner in which a Metroid actually extracts the life force from its prey remains an utter mystery. Victim does not lose blood or any other vital fluids, and yet the Metroid extracts energy. Identifying this energy is our central problem. It takes no physical form, and yet without it, the victim dies. We will continue to research this matter, as the isolation of this life-giving essence could be the key to our ascendance. It's just eating your soul. Quarantine specimen exhibits highly aggressive behavior. Its body structure, composed of Phazon ore, appears nearly invulnerable. This has rendered our efforts to train and discipline the subject useless. Project Titan is suspended indefinitely. Security breaches resulting in massive casualties have occurred. Access is strictly prohibited until further notice. East Quarantine Cave has been secured. Specimen remains in the quarantine area. All experiments suspended pending pacification. Log 11 556. Studies of Metroid biology continue, though with limited progress. It seems likely that we will be much more successful using the Metroids for our means rather than trying to reproduce their powers. If they could be adequately tamed, we would have no need of a proper understanding of their metabolism. A small force of disciplined Metroids could wipe out entire armies, and once we find a way to shield them from cold containment weapons, they will be invincible. Furthermore, if we could harvest the energy they'd consumed, we would have a near limitless source of power at our disposal. Excuse me. I was like trying to finish talking before that sneeze came out, and then I was gonna mute, but it was like I had no time. I would have just like slapped the mic trying to mute it. Stink holds the remains of experiment 7526, conversion of elite pirate. Unsuccessful. That was supposed to be a pirate? Wow. Stasis tank C012 is contaminated beyond acceptable safety standards. Remove immediately. Is that the one that I blew up? I wonder if I should blow them up. Empty stasis tank used for biological specimens. Latent radiation readings indicate extreme radioactive contamination. Okay, I don't have to scan it again. Owned? This stupid noise. I mean, I should just grab the thing and go. Oh, I thought the noise was gonna stop. It's like, oh, that tank was not supposed to be there, so the alarm was going off. Oh, did I scan this already? No.
Recorded to logbook.
Ice beetle, burrowing insect with an ice-reinforced carapace, averse to heat. This member of the beetle family has adapted to life in the sub-zero temperatures in the Phendrana drifts, growing a thick ice shell over its entire body. The ice is extremely resilient, providing the ice beetle with extra protection and augmented digging abilities. Nice try. Oh. Do it. Okay, wait, hold on. Okay, let me talk about what do you call it? Kitchen Nightmares. So, like, okay, I'm sure plenty of people have watched it and already know the differences and all that stuff, but like I was saying, I've watched so few episodes and like so sporadically over my life that like I've never been able to just be like, oh, this is like, I don't know. Like, you could tell which one's an American episode versus a British episode because of the way that people talk. But there's also, like, I don't know. Like, editing, like, production and direction differences and stuff like that. And, like, editing and stuff like that. Because, like I was saying, with Joe, I think I watched or started watching a British episode. And he's like, oh, no, put on, like, an American one. And I was like, oh, okay. And he's like, I like the American ones more. So I was like, all right, sure, yeah, whatever. And then we were watching it, and then like I watched a few more, and then I started yesterday. I was watching the American version on YouTube, and then I was like, I kind of want to watch the British version. Like, I want to see what that's like. And then I did, and like the British version is like way more chill. I like the British version way more because like the American version is just so like dramatic. I don't know, like there's just like so much stuff happening and it's like loud, and there's like a lot of yelling, a lot of like fights and arguments, and every episode, like in the middle of the episode, like where the commercial break would be, is like a cliffhanger where the person, oh, what's up, Alex, talking about kitchen nightmares, Gordon Ramsay's kitchen nightmares. And like the differences between, or the differences I've noticed at least between in the first seasons of each, the British and the American versions. But yeah, the Americans are like, the American version in the first season, it's like super dramatic, super like dramatic as in like there's drama, like there's always like someone. British version is way different. That's what I didn't know. I didn't know until today when I I watched a bunch of American version yesterday, and then started watching the British version today because I was curious to see the differences, and I was like, wait, this is like, yeah, like the American version, there's like people are constantly yelling and fighting and arguing, and someone storms out or has a medical emergency like every single episode. Like I was saying, at the like right before, like there will be like someone storms out, and then it like cuts to commercial basically, and then comes back and then like picks up where it left off, or like someone will like pass out or collapse or whatever and have to go to the hospital, and like that's every American episode is like scripted the same way like that. But then the British ones are always like just like way more chill. Americans are all trash, they get off on the drama. That's what, yeah, I was like, dude, this is like catered to the American like viewer, and it's kind of sad to see how dependent Americans are on like drama in their television and all that. Because then, yeah, I was like, I put on the British version because I was like, let me see what the difference is. And like the very first episode of the first season is just Gordon Ramsay being like he still like calls people names, but he's not yelling and screaming and being all crazy and throwing stuff around. He's just like, what are you doing? Like, do you want this job? Do you want to be a cook, like a chef or whatever? And like, do you want your business to be successful and all these things? And then like, just kind of like, it's like way more, he's like way nicer. And like, he still, like I was saying, he still calls people names and is like mean about it, but he's like not screaming and like getting in their faces as much and stuff like that. And the episodes, like his narration. So his narration in the American show is like he's narrating, but in the British one, it's like way more. It's almost like he's like narrating a nature documentary or something. It's like super calm and quiet and stuff like that. Um, and I was like, dude, I like this more. And so I like, I started watching more of that instead of going back to the American version. But another thing that, like I was saying, Joe was the one who made me watch the American version over the British version when he came over. I hear him. Oh, okay. And I was like, yeah, sure, whatever. Like, I just want to watch the show, so I don't care which version we watch. Because I didn't think there was much of a difference. But, yeah, knowing the difference, it's like, okay, no, I gotta watch the British version. What's up, Aiko? Wait, family's favorite restaurant when your child was on the show? Wait, that's kind of cool. Wait, oh, but it was after you had been going there, right? So, like, it wasn't like, oh, like, we know that place, and so you guys went because it was on it was on TV. Wait, one of the most tense boss fights you ever have ever did. What game? But yeah, Joe wanted to watch the American version, so I put on the American version, and then it was funny though, cause like well yeah, it was just like okay, yeah, I mean of course Joe wants to watch the American version. But as we were watching it, he's like, "Can you put the subtitles on?" Cause I was like, "Oh yeah, sure, whatever." But I was like, I thought it was weird, cause like it's in English, and like Joe hates subtitles. Joe hates like in anime. Joe always watches the dub because he doesn't want to read. But then in this English show, American English, it wasn't even like British English, so it might be like hard to understand because of the accents or whatever. He was just like, no, can you put on the subtitles for this American English version of this show that already has subtitles? Sometimes if someone is like hard to understand, like if someone has an accent. But I was like, wait, what? This dude hates watching anime with subtitles, but then he's gonna watch this show that's in English already with subtitles. Good when you were a kid, but last time you went there, it was really bad. A really bad experience on the show a year later. Hold on. Testing of thermal imaging software complete. Commence download to tactical visor prototype for field testing. What? Oh, probably that. Oh, Hollow Cure. Having to fight Achan. It went from being a normal survivor game to being a full out bullet hell game. Excuse me. I wonder if I can let this one out. No, okay. I watched a clip earlier today of Subaru playing Hollow Cure, and she was fighting against Shubengalian, like the duck, but he's like super buff. I mean, I'm sure you've seen him in the game. But I was like, dang, they got a lot of stuff in here. Like it looked, I was like, I wanted to play it for a little bit, but I was playing Splatoon instead. I have to play Splatoon instead. Okay. I say I have to play. I don't have to play, but I want to complete my catalog before the season ends, so I have to like commit a lot of time to Splatoon instead of other stuff. I mean, I still have plenty of time to do other things, but I like Splatoon. It's fun. I was playing a lot today, and it was I don't know, like I hadn't been playing that much over the last month, so like playing again and playing a lot was like, I don't know, fun, nice. Central tank control circuit connection terminated. Excuse me. That's my thermal visor, I think. This unit supplies power to the containment force field at the bottom of the room. I don't need this. Okay, whatever. Central tank auxiliary circuit connection terminated. Didn't want to do that yet. I was just scanning ahead of myself. Oh, I was like, do I just have to jump down? I hate these turrets so much. They're not even that hard to deal with. It's just, oh, I thought, oh, it's probably another, yeah, turret. Uh, they're just annoying. Like, I take way more damage fighting the space pirates than other things, but I just hate, like, the turrets show up randomly and, like, sometimes catch me off guard, and it's always annoying. Playing as Ayame, she's actually very strong. Who would have thought an Oni with 2 katanas would be a strong character? She's also very cute. Um, but I don't watch her. I don't watch her that much. I mostly just like see clips and stuff. Like I think, okay, I think that's like a lot of people's experience with her because I don't know if she still doesn't stream very often, but I remember like people complained all the time because she doesn't stream very often. So you're like just rewatching clips and old streams because it's like once a month or once every 3 months or something. Thermal imaging software. But oh, like I mean, I was talking about it the other day, like a week or so ago. Um, I like Oni girls. I like girls with horns. Like the VTuber designs and anime girls and stuff like that. So like IMA is like a peak design, but I don't know. I've never like I said it like she streams too infrequently or streamed it. I don't know. Like I was saying, I haven't checked in a while, but at the time, I was interested in watching her. It was like so infrequent that I just like lost interest. Um, but she has a good design. I like it's and yeah, like I was saying, she is cute. Her voice and stuff like that. Anyway, thermal imaging software exceeding initial expectations. Combat applications are being evaluated by command. Field testing in Vendrana region approved. Use of prototype visors by security personnel approved. That's my visor. I think there's only 3 Metroids so far that I've seen. There might be 1 or 2 more down here. Or not. Cool. Form command that thermal vision tests will begin soon. Abnormal heat traces stand out against their surroundings when looking through the thermal imaging spectrum. Force field network active around object. All 3 force fields must be deactivated to access object. Thermal visor interfaces will be sent to quarantine area. These visors will be useful for any personnel involved in transport of the unstable test subject there. The what? Unstable test subject. I don't remember what that is. Central tank main circuit connection terminated. Thermal visor. Gimme. What's up, Gabby? Down. Okay. All the Metroids break out of their little... Oh, God. Oh, no power. Oh, I have to use my thermal visor to... Oh, excuse me? Is that him? No, it's just a regular guy. But I do need my thermal visor. Okay. I don't need to... That's like a wasteful of missiles. Because these guys aren't that hard to kill. Cool. There's something I noticed, like, once I put my visor on. I can't go that way, I don't think. But now I forget. Oh, I think it was just, like, some of these, so, like, these ones are... I guess these ones are hot compared to these ones, but why? Because there's nothing in them. I don't know what's up with my throat. It's like... I was gonna say gooey. What's the word? Phlegmy. Okay. I knew it. Did that miss? Maybe. colors are so weird. I remember it being like it's kind of messing with my eyes, but it's not that bad. But it's just like I don't remember feeling like this when I played the original game. Oh, I haven't seen you usually drink very hot drinks to help. That's what I was saying. Yeah, I was talking about it like a little bit ago, but I was like, man, I kind of want to get a cup of tea because that usually helps, but probably do it in a little bit. I thought, okay, I was gonna say I thought that would have killed it, but almost. I must have missed like, because the wave beam when it shoots, like you can see there's like 3 little parts to it. They each do damage, so if you miss one, it doesn't do the full damage. What is that? Oh. Sentry drone, mechanoid sentry drone, well armed and armored security mecha. Sentry drones have limited intelligence, but do their assigned tasks well. Being machines, they are susceptible to electrical attacks. When alerted, drones initiate a security lockdown and then attempt to neutralize the intruder. Their electronic warfare suite can scramble visor technology as well. Yeah, it's working. What am I supposed to do if I can't see? Oh, that's like a dude. Oh no, it's still the sentry drone. Oh, I was like, I don't know what's happening. I can't tell how much damage I'm doing or what. I heard him. What? No, that would have killed him. I missed. Oh, there's a stupid... I have to be careful because if I break open this Metroid tank, I have to deal with this Metroid too. Wait, there's more Metroids. Oh, I guess I can kind of see in this room. Can't wait till Bakura gets added to Hollow Gear. She's not in it already? I feel like that's like one of the first characters you put. Knowing her reputation for committing war crimes. Gimme. Oh, my missiles. Whatever. I'm not gonna break these guys out. I'll let them break out on their own if they want. Oh, excuse me. I'm trying to wait. Where'd he go? I wanted to scan to make sure I have that one. Oh, he's invisible. Oh, so I have to use my thermal. Wait, I can scan him now. Oh, well, not anymore. I could have. This guy. He's too scared to come down here. Oh, it's just, yeah, a regular shadow pirate. Dude, why won't he die then? I hit him with a full charge. It's like you hit him a couple times and then a full charge and then a couple more times and they'll die. She's not in it yet. Looks like they might add all of Hollow ID though. So we have Risu to look forward to. Do they have other Hollow IDs in there already? Because she also feels like, I guess either her or Muna would be like, I feel like one of the first ones you add. I hope there's nothing else to scan, like nothing new. Because I would have missed it. I can't see. Oh yeah, there is new stuff. Unless I might have missed this then, the first time. Directive: in the event of a Metroid attack, repel creature with missiles set to maximum concussion. All guards must use ice containment gear when transporting Metroids. This includes sedated specimens and those pronounced dead. As energy-based creatures, Metroids show immediate mass increases upon energy absorption.
Recording to logbook.
Log 10-957-2. Confidence is high regarding Phazon applications. We know enough about Phazon now to begin combining it with Space Pirate DNA. The codename for this venture will be Project Helix. Preliminary studies indicate that Phazon infusion could produce radical new pirate genomes. Benevolent mutation levels are high in current test subjects. Phazon madness is a concern, but refinements in the infusion process should reduce or neutralize the odds of mental degeneration. Well, now I'm like paranoid I might have missed more than that. Maybe not. I was supposed to jump there. They don't have Hollow EN Gen 1 to Hope. 2/Hope, which is Iris, right? Hollow JP Gen 012. Oh, they have Hollow EN Gen 12/Hope, Hollow JP EN 012, and Gamers. Wait. So was Bakura past Gamers, Gen 2 Gamers? I remember when Gamers was. I always thought it was weird that they didn't just get like a gen number. Can we see now? Kind of. Well, these guys are lighting it up. Samus face jump scare. Kind of crazy that Bakura is not like one of those first gens. I guess Miko would. What generation is Miko? Scared you? Dude. The first time it showed up, I was like, oh, I forgot that happens. But it was also like a little bit of a jump scare. But it's even scarier because it's dark. Wait, I want to switch beams. Okay. These guys die in one combo. Did I get the, okay. Miko is 0th gen, okay. Because Miko is like, I feel like Bakura and Miko are like the most popular. So there's like plenty that are like really popular. Oh, I forgot these explode. I guess I could have used that to my advantage, but that'd have been like way too complicated. Bakura is 3rd gen, okay. Trying to get some missiles back. I've been pretty I would say generous with my missiles, giving these guys my missiles. And it's been working out because they give you so much stuff back. Wait. Am I supposed to use this here? No. Maybe? I'm trying to remember. There was... I scanned something at some point that was like, oh, you need... Oh, it's like right out here. Never mind. Why did all the power die? It's over there. I have to cross. Oh wait, is that the save point? Hold on. Oh yeah, yeah, okay. Leave me alone. Let me save. I mean, I'm not worried about actually dying. I have plenty of health, but
I've done quite a bit, and I don't want to lose it for any reason. Yeah, I was like, I can hear them. Oh god. There's probably nothing else to scan. I have to sneeze again. Oh, excuse me. That wasn't a sneeze. Oh. Oh, these sentry. Why are these things so hard to kill? If I do that. Oh. Nice. More Samus face jump scare. That's real easy. I should just do that from now on. I keep pressing all the wrong buttons. So like you have to hold X and then press left on the D-pad to switch to your wave beam. If you just press left, it goes to your scan visor. But if I'm doing this and then I mess up, like if I'm on my charge beam or power beam and then I press left and go to the visor, you can't switch weapons in this visor. So it's like I end up like switching to this and then pressing X and then pressing right on the D-pad trying to switch weapons. And then I'm like, wait, no, it's not working. And then it's like, oh, it's not working because you can't do it in this visor. It just makes it all take way longer than it should. Sue's gonna bust out. There's no way he doesn't. Okay, he's not. Probably won't put Coco in, even though she retired, but they might. So there's a few items that reference her plug-in type Asa Coco. They might. I don't know. Like, I feel like the only reason. Well, okay. I mean, it's just they're a developer, so like, it's not like HoloLive commissioned or is like part of the development. But I was gonna say they might because like. Oh, nice, nice. I thought I was gonna hit the rail or something. Is there another one? Maybe right underneath me. But she never, it's not like she graduated under like, okay, now we hit the rail. It wasn't like bad circumstances or whatever. Oh, this guy. I've used up so many missiles. I knew it. I was trying to jump, but I messed up my jump. I can't look. I have to, okay. Controls are kind of hard to work with because I've been using A to shoot and charge and then pressing R to do the combo. But if you're doing that and you're holding A, you can't press B to dash and dodge. Or jump. And so I don't know. I think I have to go back to pressing ZR and then just like rolling up to wait, that looks nice. I like it dark like this. Rolling up to R to shoot my combo. Whatever. Anyway, I don't know if that makes sense because saying button combos. God, that's. Okay, we don't get the Samus jump scare if we stay in thermal visor. What is that shooting at me? Oh, it's just another one. He's too stupid. They can't cross the door. I don't know why I didn't just charge it. What? Is there? There must be. Yeah, there's a turret over there that's like hitting me. Okay. Oh, I can just. I could have been using. I didn't need my thermal visor for this room. It's hard to tell because they all look the same no matter what. Wait. That was the map room? Yeah. Okay. This. Oh, I hear him. Something? Oh, it's just a little. Those dudes. Now it's all nice and normal music. That's what it was. Because I scanned something that was like, oh, there's like a hidden thermal thing around here to give power to this door. And I was like, I wonder if you could just shoot around and find it. Maybe not. Cordite. What is cordite? Is that the charge beam combo? Hold on. Oh yeah, okay, super missiles. Oh, alright. So I would have had to. I don't know if I had super miss. Like if I had this combo yet. God. Oh. There we go. But yeah, I wonder if you could have done that if you knew and if you had the combo without the thermal visor. Like I think you need the thermal visor eventually. But maybe a little bit of sequence breaking. I can hear the bamboo. Bamboo? That one hit me. Sounded like something was roaring out there or something. Oh, this is that the big rock guy. I don't remember how this one works. So I think you might have 2 scans, so I gotta remember to like look out for the second scan. I don't remember. Thardis? Morphology Thardis. An animated sentient creature of stone charged with phazon radiation. Phazon radiation given off by Thardis negates auto-targeting systems, preventing lock-on. May be possible to acquire alternate targets with a different visor. The chaotic nature of phazon... Oh, so you would need the thermal visor. Chaotic nature of phazon irradiation leads to instability and structural integrity. Thardis can encase targets in ice, and its colossal size and strength make it a formidable opponent. Okay. Wait, there was something else. Oh, the grappling point. I wonder if I... It looks like I'm doing damage this way. Nice. Okay. Oh, now I have to... Oh. Oh. Get off the scanning visor. Stop moving. Great. I think as long as I keep moving, I'll be fine. Okay, I got hit. I wasn't fine. No! There's grapple points all around here. So I wonder... I guess you could have the grappling hook by the time you get here. And the spider ball, because all the spider ball, like, things. Unless it comes, like, right after this. Oh, I guess I could shoot the rocks, too. Okay, that hurt. Oh, God. I was trying to switch beams, so I wasn't paying attention. No! See, I was using the... Oh, great. I was pressing A to charge the beam. And so I couldn't dodge there. So I got hit by that ice. Got frozen. Of course. Stop doing that. Okay. I get one more combo. Nice. That's like an instant. No, there you go. The super missile. Okay. I dashed too early. No. Whatever. Super missiles break it like instantly. Okay, dude. What am I looking for? Or is he dead? No. There's something else? What is happening? Oh. I mean, okay. Okay. Ah. No. Dude, this guy takes so long. Jesus. Like, Mario has its rule of 3, where, like, most bosses and things take 3 hits or whatever. Like, you just have to do the thing 3 times. This is 5 now. I mean, I know this isn't Mario, but it's still, like, I feel like a lot of games follow that rule because of Mario. Oh, I got frozen. I was like, I can't switch visors. Why? He's still not done though. Jesus. This move's so annoying because it takes forever. And it's hard to hit him. No, that wasn't fair. My lock on broke because I got too far away. Are you done? Well, no, he still has HP. Why is he doing that? He did that earlier. I still don't know what that means. I didn't know he was doing that. I wasn't sure. Oh, come on. Please. This move's like not even that threatening because he doesn't go after you. He just like rolls around randomly. So it's just like you just spam shots at him hoping to hit him in the weak spot. I wonder if this is better because the shots, yeah. Oh. Well, he still missed me. Owned. Right when he's about to go into the roll. Oh, good night, Gabby. Thanks for hanging out. Sleep tight. Give me... I don't need all that health. Oh, it won't even let me absorb it. Spider ball? Nice. Okay. Hold on. ZL when in morph ball mode to attach to spider ball tracks. Oh, I don't think I ever looked at my visor. Excuse me. Samus notes thermal visor will show the weak points of certain foes. Use it to see in total darkness and poor weather conditions. Brightly lit areas, explosions, and intense heat can impair the thermal visor. Enemies with temperatures similar to their surroundings will be tough to spot with this visor. So like Magmors in the Magmor caverns. Okay, spider ball. Follow the magnetic rails to explore new areas. Morph ball can be used to trigger a bomb jump while attached to a rail. Okay. Hold on. There was a... I thought it was a GameFAQs articles. Might have just been this IGN article. But I was talking about it earlier. Yesterday I was looking up like missable scans and I was like, oh god. Because there's something about like some of the bosses. Like Flagra has the tentacle that you have to scan as well, but I felt like there was one other thing. Oh, the thing with Thardus is that once you beat Thardus, a lot of other that's when the missable scans are missable. So like the ice shriek bats, the ice beetles, and one other thing I think they stopped spawning. So that's why this guy was important. Well, glad I looked it up because I would have been like sitting here like scanning the entire room, just like I'm missing something. What is it? Oh, I didn't scan the track.
I thought I scanned the track. Oh, maybe it's different now that I have the, yeah. Now that I have the ball. Magnetic rail system track. In morph ball mode, press and hold ZL when close to this type of surface. Use left stick to move the ball along the track. Release ZL to disengage. Caution, a morph ball bomb will briefly disengage from the track. Briefly disengage the ball from the track. I think you still stay on it though, right? Like, if you do a morph ball bomb, it pops you up, but you stay... Oh, it like bounces you up. I mean, that makes sense. I want to hang from this part. Oh, okay. Now what if I do it? Yeah, it makes you do a little bounce, but you still stay attached. Can't you boost? I guess you can't boost while on it. Oh, thanks, Alex. Sleep tight. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, enjoy your sleep. I was like, what do I usually say? It's like, good night, sleep tight. Thanks for hanging out. Okay. So this rail is like pointless. This is where I'm supposed to go? Oh, that's probably how I leave, but I gotta see what this is. Actually, I should just pull up my map because... Okay, this is... Yeah, that's going back. So this is where I should have been going. Okay. I wonder where... I guess I could have just like, now that I have the thermal visor, gone back to other areas and try to see what to do with it to find the grapple beam early. Because like, oh no, it's not to get it early. So I come back here when I get the grapple beam and go over there because there's like a morph ball bomb spot over there. Okay. Yeah, I was like, oh, I guess you could get the grapple beam already. Wait, Magmore. Oh, Magmore South. Oh, wait. Oh, I can't even do this. Have I scanned this before? I can't scan it. Okay. And I can't go back. Too big to fit. Giant Bomb put out a video. They're like quick look of this. I didn't get to watch it. Like I saw it and I was like, oh, I gotta watch that later. And then I forgot. But I'm interested to hear because like Dan Reichert, I think he's on it. He's like a big like Nintendo guy. It's just a save point, right? And like he's like a big kind of GameCube guy too. So I want to hear what he has to say about it. I usually don't care about Dan or his opinions, but when it comes to like GameCube games and things like that, he has like, I don't know, like a lot of similar tastes as me, and a lot of like what do you call it? I was gonna say nostalgia that I have with like GameCube era games and things like that. Because he likes Mario Party. I don't really care much for Mario Party, but I did play a lot when I was younger. Because like, I don't know, it's a multiplayer game, and I had two brothers, and we played a lot of it. So like, I know what he's talking about when he talks about Mario Party and stuff like that. Like, I find it a little bit more relatable. How can you be a GameCube guy and not be a Nintendo guy? Oh god. I don't know. Maybe all you played was GameCube. So like, oh wait, my brain. Okay. I was like, how do I do this? No.
They're owning me. I'm pressing the button. Okay, they pushed me off. Oh, I'm fine. I thought there was lava down here. Never mind. I was scared. I was like trying to stay on that platform. Well, like, oh. What? Why is it? Oh, we're fine. Okay. I thought I heard more like jets, like more dudes flying around. Machine is functional not receiving power. Oh wait, there's more. 3 nearby power conduits must be energized for it to open. Blasts of electrical energy will energize the conduits. Conduits radiate some heat that is invisible in the normal spectrum. Excuse me. Jeez. Simply impossible because most games for GameCube most games for GameCube are by Nintendo. Yes, but I don't know. I'm not a Nintendo guy. I don't know. I like Nintendo enough, but I'm not a Nintendo guy. But I don't know. I guess I kind of am a GameCube guy, but even then, not really. It just like that was like the I don't know. That was one of the consoles we had growing up, and one of my younger brothers is way more of a Nintendo guy than I am. But I have been playing. I was thinking about this recently, and I think I talked about it during the my Xenoblade playthrough. West Channel door sealed. But I've been playing a lot of Nintendo games on my Switch, especially. North Channel sealed, and then whatever the other one is gonna say the same thing. East Channel door sealed. Oh, that's all lava though. Okay. So I'm supposed to look for the things like this. Well, there's one. And that lets all the lava out, I guess. But yeah, Dan's like, I don't know. Like I've talked about him before, I think. But he's just like he streams on his own. Like he's back. Well, he was with Giant Bomb, then he left, and now he's back with them. But he has his own stream now. Like when he left, he started his own solo thing. And it's just like not my content at all. I didn't even really like him at Giant Bomb. I kind of found him annoying because he's like super loud and obnoxious. It's on purpose. Like he's kind of doing a character. Like he's kind of exaggerating his own personality for like online. But I don't know. He does have like he's not stupid though. Like that's the thing is like he's doing a bit that is like not for me, but he still has like a lot to say and like pretty knowledgeable. Like he's been in games journalism, I guess, for a while. No, I was trying to blow him up. He's playing pinball. Consume. What was I saying? Talking about Dan. Is this thing gonna... We're fine. Wait, I want to look at the other ways. I think they all have lava. Okay. That one has lava, and that one has lava. Okay, yeah. What was I saying? Oh, yeah, whatever. Like, I'm interested to see what he has to say about it. Like, I don't know. I like this remake or remaster a lot. It's really good, and I'm sure he has like. Oh well, yeah. I'm sure he is pleased with it too, because like that's the thing is like. He has a nostalgia for GameCube and Nintendo games, but like a lot of GameCube. Like I don't know. Like I was saying, like when he was at Giant Bomb on like the Giant Beast cast and stuff like that, he always had like what do you call it? Like nostalgia for GameCube games. Like he was always like he made like they played Super Mario Sunshine for like a little like series, and it was like that's probably like one of my favorite things on the website. Like favorite series. And he was just like, yeah, he would always talk about like GameCube stuff as they were playing it because like it's a GameCube game and they were playing on the GameCube. But I remember him talking about Metroid Prime and like liking the game. But I can't remember. I think it was him. That's why I was like, I don't know. Maybe it was. Maybe he hated the game. But I'm pretty sure he liked it. And then I think he
I don't know. I just want to hear him talk about it. I just want to hear someone talk about it. So I'll watch it. Access to each channel door granted. Lava within channel has been cooled. Oh, I guess like the other thing is like I was saying, he yeah, I don't know. A lot of times I can't stand him and I don't care and like don't watch anything that he's on. But this is like one of the times that I'm like, all right, you know what? I'll watch Dan for this. Okay, we gotta go. I hope those bugs didn't respawn. Okay, they're fine. I don't remember which door it was. This one. North channel. Okay. I think it's this one. I hope it's this. Yeah. Oh, this is just a power tank. Energy tank. It's not even a... I thought this was like progress. Cool. Well, I'll take it. I like how you can see through things with the thermal visor. Well, I guess I didn't have to do that. I could just stood up. Is that just where I'm supposed to go if I wanted to leave? Oh, there's a couple doors. There's one over there as well. I'm gonna go this way first. Ow. Puddle spore. Puddle. That's lava. Sentient floating lava mollusk. Protected by an impenetrable shell. Puddle spore opens when approached, attempting to intimidate with its size. When opened, direct fire to its mantle. Cause it to flip into a defensive position. If it can slam shut, it ejects a spread of harmful energy globules. Okay, let me go the other way. I just want to see what this other door was, because if this other door is like a save point, I'll just save real quick. Oh, I was gonna say it's called a puddle spore, but it's in lava. But I was like, wait, I guess you could have like a lava puddle, right? Wait, can I even go this way? No. Bendesium. Wait, what's bendesium? Oh, I don't think I have bendesium. Bendesium? Morph ball bomb. Sandstone telluric alloy. Cordite. Yeah, I don't have whatever I need to blow up bendesium. I think that was what that Chozo statue also needed, so... Wait, what? Oh, it's on the other side. There's another little zoomer. Whatever. Oh, I like interrupted myself talking about the lava thing. So, what do you call it? I learned yesterday there's a volcano in Tanzania that is wait, is there anything else to scan in here before I jump? No. What is this? Have I scanned this? Yes. Oh, these guys. They're super easy to kill. But there's a lava in Tanzania that has black, or a volcano in Tanzania that has black lava. It's like the only one in the world or something like that. Which is super interesting. And when it dries, it's like ashy, like white crusted. It's cool. I didn't know that was a thing, and I didn't know that would like. I didn't know that it's the only one in the world or something that does it. I don't remember what it's called. It's like ol something something. OL space something space something. Working order. Are they? They're not working. God, why did I even pull out my thermal visor in a volcano? God, that scared me. Hurry up. I feel like I'm gonna miss something.
Also hit that and I almost fell into the lava. Okay. How do I don't think I can jump that high. No. I probably... Oh, there's like a door over there or something. Okay. Ah. Hurry up. What? Oh, I have to hit in this. Did that work? Okay, good. I want to go back. I was hoping this would like... Oh, wait. Oh, it's connecting. Cool. Okay, wait. Yeah. Okay. Wait. Oh, yeah, right here. It's this little door right here. But it made it seem like we would come out from some other way. Like we would come out of that door, not go into it. But it doesn't look like I missed anything else. Except for back in the boss room. Back in Fendrana. But I need the grappling beam. So I just keep going this way. Can I make that? Oh god, please. Let me out. No. Okay. There's probably a better way to do that. Oh, that. I haven't been in this room before? Oh, I guess I haven't been to go. Hold on. Oh, these are just gonna burn forever. Can I roll under them? Nice. I should be charging. I don't know why I keep just shooting him. Okay. I don't know if that's always been there. And I could have, like, crossed this before. Okay. What? Oh, I never killed this guy. But yeah, I don't know if these stalactites have always been here. And, I could have always crossed. Or if they showed up recently because I progressed. Because I feel like I remember that room and seeing that grappling point and being like, oh, I can't cross because I don't have a grappling beam. And looking around and being like, there's nothing else. There's no other way. But I could have just been blind. Okay, wait. Okay, sweet. I wish I could move my camera. I want to look underneath me. Is there... I thought there was a Magmor here. Let's try to kill him and get some missiles or something back. Where does this go? Nice. Okay, because I do want to go back to the overworld, because I want to go to my ship so I can get all my missiles back. Wait. Now I have to like walk around with just my thermal visor out so I can see anything I might be missing. What is this? Oh, wait, that's cool. I didn't know you could do that. You can like see the little beetles underground. Who's that? Incubating life forms below the... Oh, it's just telling me that the beetles are here. They can't jump. Oh, wait. Oh, I was like, have I been over there? This goes around to there. Dude, the music. Like, it changes as you progress. It's good. I think it's as you progress. Because this wasn't playing here last time I came through. You got the same ones? Yeah. Why is that there? Oh, what? How did I not hit it? Alright, fine. What? Oh, that stupid plant. Okay, which way? Yeah. Okay. I'm pretty sure this refills my missiles. And it'll heal me, and it'll let me save. Energy and ammunition. Okay, yeah. Because I think save station is just do your energy and not your ammunition. Alright, I gotta pee. I'm gonna put the water on. I'm gonna start boiling some water so I can make some tea. I'll be right back.
Okay. Sorry. I'll have to go check on that in a few minutes. Probably like 5 minutes. I don't know. I have one of those electric kettles that just like boils your water. I mean, you can set the temperature, but uh, set it to boil. But it's pretty quick. Okay, where am I going? Trying to remember if there's anything at the crash site. I think I just... No, I still need whatever ice beam or whatever to open that door. So that's not where I'm going. Oh, we have the spider ball now. There's like so many. Okay, yeah. The ruins would be a good place to go. Why? I left him alone. How have I never... What? I've never come through here? Oh, no, this, like, rebuilds or, like, regenerates. Like, my map had it filled in like I had been through here. Excuse me? Oh. Why do they keep doing that? I'm like letting them live and they're harassing me this time. I think I'm just gonna get a tea bag when I like make my tea. I rinsed this cup out earlier. So I was thinking about it. So like usually when I make tea, when I'm done, I just rinse my cup out. I don't actually wash it. Like I rinse it and then wipe it off, but I wash it like every, I don't know, every 2 weeks after I've been using it, cause like I don't know, it's just water. It's water and grass, leaves. So like I'm always like, I don't know, I'm sure it's gross to some people, but I don't want to like have to keep washing it because like I don't know, it's like if you put water in a cup and you're the only one who uses the cup, like I don't know, just rinse it out and wipe the mouth part off. Like wipe it down and wipe the mouth part. That's what I do is like I rinse it and then I like take a paper towel and like shove it in there and like wipe around the bottom and then like the rim. Cause it's just water. Where am I going? Can I do that? No, I need the grappling. Wait. I know there's a missile expansion there, right? Yeah. So I do need... Yeah, I don't come from that way. I have to go from this side. And it might be a spider ball to get up there, but until I have the grappling beam, I don't want to do it because I don't want to... Like, I would want to do them all, like, get here, go through here, here, and then grapple across to get the missile expansion at the same time. Okay, where was the, I know there's like a few places that have spider rails, and I'm pretty sure this is one of them. Yeah, because this is that room with the beetle. So, where is that? To my left? I think I passed it. Yeah. So I have to kill this. No, I was trying to hit it. There we go. It's so fast. All right, we have to like time it.
I didn't need that. Is it this door? What? It looks gray on the map, not blue. Oh, I guess maybe it's this out part. I don't know. Also, I've been using my thermal visor. Probably haven't seen anything yet. Sorry. I don't. I have motion controls on, so I'm sure it bothers some people when I am like moving my hand around and the camera's going all shaky. But it's like there's no reset button, so I can't just like reset. I have to like let my hand shake and then adjust with my stick. It's like, I don't know. That's the only kind of real complaint I have about the game is there's so much good control, like the control schemes and variety of control schemes and stuff like that is so nice, but they just like didn't put like a camera reset button. No. Wait, do I need? Yeah. Unless. I probably should go back to Fendrana. Because I didn't finish looking around. What is this? Probably a boss fight or something. I don't remember this. Maybe not? Brimstone. The fish. I don't know if I should have dropped down here or not. I can't go up there. Can't jump high enough. I don't know if these work because they don't have. It doesn't look like they have power, so it feels like. Oh, I have to like. It like rolls me this way. Maybe I can do that. No. Like it's constantly rolling me. So if I try to bomb jump, I have to like. Whatever. I'm pretty sure those don't do anything yet. It says brimstone though, and I think. Oh no, I think I do have to go in them, and then blow it up because that's. Okay, I keep pushing the stick like too hard once I start bouncing. I can't. Hold on. Maybe I can't get in there. Maybe I can do it from here. I don't know. No. See, it like pushes me out. So I'm hitting something. That was so bad. That was bad too. Hold on. Yeah, it doesn't. Okay. I need to do something. What do I need to do? Or maybe, hold on. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I can just blow it up with my missiles. Oops. Oh yeah. Brimstone. Something happened. That one has another one above it. Oh, they all do. Also one of those things. What is that? The wave beam combo? Okay, I'm gonna... Wait, something shooting at me? Oh, that's new.
Recorded to logbook.
Plated puffer. Mutated puffer with reinforced epidermis. Phazon exposure has created a mutant strain of puffers on Talon 4. They've developed plated skin, making them harder to burst. Concussive weapons can still do the job. However. Gas within the plated puffer is just as deadly as that within their cousins. Alright, get me out of here. Oh god. Okay. Is there another one? Oh, they're like coming out of the thing. That means I have to pause the game. Oop, oh. Okay, well I'm gonna do this. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get my tea ready. Okay. um Sorry. Um in like 3 minutes I want to take this tea bag out, so take a quick break after that. Well, not after that, at that time, to throw it away real quick, because they say the instructions on these tea bags are you brew for like, it says 7 minutes. I always go 5 minutes because like 7 minutes seems like so long. I don't think like, I don't know, they're tea bags, so it's like not as I don't know. not as strict, or like the quality isn't as like doesn't matter, I guess, as much as loose leaf or whatever. But 7 minutes still seems like extreme. Okay. Wait, what's this guy's deal? Is he just like there to potentially ruin my missile? Yeah. I don't even want to know how long you leave tea bags in. It's not a big deal. Like if you go to Starbucks or something, they'll like brew your tea and like bury your tea bags in. Oh, we did it. They'll like, they usually put like, well, I don't know, like, okay, dudes. Every time, okay, this guy. This is like a test of how many missiles you have. But yeah, like every time I get tea from Starbucks, which is like usually what I get because I don't like coffee. I've talked about it a million times. They always put 2 tea bags in my tea. Is that it? Yeah. Put 2 tea bags and then like they're like they put the tea bags in, but they like just like usually like if you get tea from a place, which I need to like take this out in like 40 seconds. They leave like the little tag hanging out so you can like take it out when you want. But a lot of times when I go to Starbucks, like sometimes they leave them like that, like that, but they have the lid on top, so it's like locked in there. So you have to take the lid off, then take the tea bag out or whatever, which just like makes sense. It's fine, so you don't spill it or whatever. But sometimes they don't even leave the tags. Like they just throw it all in one. And so like if I open up the tea, like if I want to take the tea bags out, I would have to like take the lid out and like pour it into a different cup and then catch the tea bag somewhere. Like in between there, because like I can't just reach down in there or like get a fork or something and like scoop them out. It's annoying. But those teas are always like, what do you call it? I mean, that's like the thing. That's like why tea bags, that's not a big deal. It's because like Wave Buster. Okay, so it is a combo. Tea bags are like, they're not like when you do loose leaf, usually like you're trying to get a quality loose leaf, so you're like, it doesn't have as many, I can't remember what the name is for it, but it's like the stems and like other like undesirable parts to a tea. Wait, I still can't. I need my gravity suit so I can go over there. But what was I saying? Oh, but like tea bags, like a lot of times they're like, yeah, it's like all the like, I can't remember what they call it, leavings or something. I don't know, but it's like tea mixed with like stems. Like it's just like, it's less. It's like a, well, usually it depends on like the brand you get. Like some of the nicer brands are better about like giving you more of a quality tea or whatever. And so like filtering some of that stuff out. But a lot of them are just like this one right here. This is the Yogi tea, the Yogi brand. Oh, I should take this out. I'll be right back. I'll finish talking about it in a second. Hold on.
Yeah, I have the Yogi brand, which my mom got it for me, for Christmas, and it has like it's like this big old box with like a million of them. But wait, oh, chamomile? I haven't had chamomile in a long time. I don't know. I don't think I have any in that box, which is kind of weird because like it has like a million other like everything. It has like lavender. It has like there's like a regular green tea. This is like a tangerine one. Like oh, so that's what I was gonna say. Um, a lot of like tea bags are like it's not just the tea. It's like some kind of blend or something, and so it's not as important to like the quality of the tea in it itself doesn't matter as much because it has like a million other things to like distract from the flavor. I don't know, to cover up, I guess, that like I don't know, the tea like you don't need that's okay. It's not to cover up. It's just you don't need. Oh, I forgot that you can't jump. Okay. You don't need a nicer tea if you're gonna like be flavoring it with other stuff, you know what I mean? And so what do you call it? Oh, but yeah, that's what I was gonna say is like so this like yeah, it's like brew it for 7 minutes because like I don't know, they're just like it's like the same instructions for every like bag, so they just like they're like yeah whatever, just 7 minutes, who cares? But I think that's too long because like tea, like the longer you brew it, that's why you're saying I don't want to know how long you leave tea bags in. The longer you brew it, the more bitter your tea is gonna get. Because like the longer you brew, the more tannins get released. So if you like your tea bitter, that's fine. If you don't, and you didn't know that, just brew for less time. Like take the tea bag out sooner, or if you're using loose. Oh, I forgot. I just run past these guys. They do damage, but not that big a deal, and they'll give it back. What was I saying? Wait. What can I break with this? Wave Buster. Sustain fire. 10 missiles to activate. Wait. Yeah, the super missile's only 5. Wave Buster is 10. Jeez. Wave Buster will seek enemies without a lock on. That's kind of cool. But yeah, so if you have like just like I don't know, like if you just get like I don't know like tea bag brands very well. I know there's this Yogi, there's like Lipton, I guess. Which is like Lipton I feel like is like the one that most people use for like southern like sweet tea. Like my grandma, she's from Georgia. She used to get like Lipton and then like put a million bags in a big old pot and like boil it and then just dump a ton of sugar in it. And I liked it. It tastes good. But that's what I was saying. Like when there's other flavors in your tea, the tea itself, like the quality or like brew time and all that stuff doesn't matter so much because it's being kind of like covered up by other stuff. And so that's what these Yogi bags, I think that's why the 7 minutes is like, yeah, just 7 minutes for everything to cover it all. And like, this is like tangerine something. I don't even know what teas are in it, but I like this one because it's got like this tangerine orange flavor to it. Oh, see, get a box of Lipton. Might not be fancy, but it's good. See, that's what, yeah, like I was saying, like Lipton is like, okay, well, I would recommend if you like tea and it's not just like, oh, you just want something to drink, like look into like higher quality teas because they're not that much more expensive than like a box of Lipton. Because, like, yeah, you can find, like, better tea bags. You can also find, like, loose leaf. Like, I prefer loose leaf because, like, I like brewing it. I like the little, like, I use a press, and I like to press, like, the process of brewing a cup of tea. And then also, just, like, having more control over the quality. And then also there's, like, way more varieties of teas that you can get loose that you can't get in a bag. So there's, like, one of my favorites is jasmine tea is my favorite tea. But jasmine pearls, they're like these little like rolled up balls of jasmine tea. It's really cool, but and it's really cool when you like the brewing process. So like you put your pearls in your press, or like you can have like a they make little like tea, what do they call them? I don't know, they're like little tea balls, like you like have your little thing. I mean, they come in like different designs, so like it's like a little like 2-part cup thing, and you put your tea in it and you close it, and then you brew it like a tea bag basically. But anyway, jasmine tea, or the jasmine pearls, they're really cool because they like, when you brew them, they like open up as it brews, and like releases the tea and flavors and all that. But yeah, Lipton, like if you're just drinking tea just to like a cup of coffee or something. I mean, I know there's like good coffees as well, like brands and flavors and things, and you can like figure out what you like. But yeah, if you're just like, I don't know, if you don't care too much, do what you're doing. It's fine. But if you do want to level up your tea game, like, I don't know, like this Yogi brand, I was about to complain about it though, because like, apparently it's like a higher like end brand of teas. Like, I don't know how much higher, like, but it's like, I think when my mom got it for me, my brother's fiance, she was like, oh my god, I love Yogi tea, like blah blah blah. It's like one of the best brands and stuff like that. And then Gabby, she was here earlier, but I was talking to her about this tea brand, and she's like, oh, I think, or what was it? I don't remember what I was saying, but I was like, oh yeah, it's called Yogi. I'd never heard of it. And then I was like, have you heard of it? Like, I asked her if she heard of it, and she's like, of course I've heard of it. She was like implying that her mother-in-law is like big into it, and I was like, oh, that makes sense. And like, I know that lady, and she's kind of like picky. So like, if she likes Yogi tea, there must be something to it. But I was gonna complain because every single one of these bags is like sweetened somehow. Like when I first started drinking it, I was like, it's like there's like a sweetness to it that I kind of like, but now I'm kind of sick of it, because like I don't like when I want my tea sweetened, I will put honey or sugar into it. But like most of the time, I just want my tea like just straight, like nothing in it. Like I want the tea for the tea, and then I'll add something to it if I feel like it. But these tea bags all have the sweetness, so like I already know, like I'm gonna sip this and be like, that's good, and then I'm gonna taste the sweetness and be like, oh, I didn't want it. But I mean, it's still good, but it's like, it tastes artificial. It's like the sweetness, like the part of the sweetness that bothers me, because it's like it doesn't taste like sugar, it doesn't taste like honey, it tastes like Splenda or something, if that makes sense. Like one of those little bags you pour into your tea, or into your into your tea or coffee or whatever, to sweeten it. Anyway, where am I supposed to be going? I don't know. What is this? Oh, I can go here. Because I remember, oh god, I'm mixing up my sticks again. I was complaining about this last time, but like, use the left stick to like rotate, and then your right stick to move. But sometimes I'm like rotating this way, and I want to rotate this way, but in my brain I'm like, oh, use the right stick to do that. Like they're different axes, but that's not how it works. Chamomile has a nice natural sweetness. I haven't had it in so long that I don't even remember what it tastes like. I should get some, because I got so I still have this tea. It's called Paris tea. It's like a blend. It's from this place called Harney and Sons. You can get it on Amazon. That's where I got it, but it's like made in the UK, I think, somewhere. So like, you could also probably just pick it up in a store there if you live there somewhere near one. But I ordered it. It wasn't expensive. Like, that's what I was saying. Like, if you like, you can find nice teas and good teas that are like not expensive. And you get a lot. Like, I got like a pound bag for like, here, I'll look it up. I just have to go to like my Amazon orders. Actually, it'll take a while to find it. I'm committed now, but it's oh well, okay, so I got that tea and I like it a lot, and then I ran out of jasmine tea, so I ordered a new like tin of it from a brand I hadn't ordered from before because I was like, I should try a different brand. And then I made a few cups of it and I was like, dude, this sucks. Like I was like, it's not, I don't know. I can taste the jasmine, but it's like not that good. And it was kind of cheap, so I was like, I don't know. I ripped myself off. I should have just like went for a better brand. Okay, so yeah, a pound for $20. A pound of Hardy and Sons black tea Paris, 16 ounce. $20, which is like, that's a lot of tea. That'll last you a long time. Like I'm like halfway through the bag, and I haven't had a cup of it in a couple months because I've been trying to get through this yogi stuff and try all the different flavors of this yogi stuff because the box I have has like either 9 or 12 flavors because they're in like rows of 3, but I don't remember how many columns there are. But and then each one has like 10 bags, and so it's like there's a lot. Okay, where am I? Where do I need to go? Yeah, it's like, I mean, you don't have to get a pound. Like I said, like I got a pound bag. You don't have to get pounds. Like they sell them in smaller, like probably like 8 ounces and 4 ounces and stuff like that. So if you want to just try teas, you could also get like, there's plenty of like samplers too that like, I don't know. Now I'm like talking about tea because I'm just trying to like convert more people to drinking tea. Because it's like, I don't know. It's because yeah, I don't know. I used to like I was saying, my grandma used to just like, all I knew was Lipton for like the longest time. So that's what my grandma used to drink and would make, and like my aunt, like everyone in my family basically, like my mom and aunts and whoever, whenever there'd be like a family gathering or something, there would be a big picture of Lipton black tea like ready, and sometimes it would be sweetened, sometimes it wouldn't, like depending on who made it and like who was coming over to like be like, okay, don't sweeten it because they don't want theirs sweetened, and everyone else who wants it sweetened can sweeten it on their own. Oh, I can do that. But yeah, then I started like trying, what is that? Oh, different teas. Like I got the press I have is an Alice in Wonderland press. I got it from Disneyland, but I used to have like it was like it was really cool. It was like a kettle that had like a little bucket that you put your tea in, and then but the bucket was on the inside, and so like it was like automatic where you would like type in like how long you wanted it to brew, what temperature, and the water would heat up, and then once it was ready, the bucket would lower and sit in there for however long, and then come back out, and then let you know, and all you had to do was pour your cup. It was so sick. But I cracked the pot, so I threw it away. Cause like, I don't know. I was like, well, it's ruined. Like I can't. Like I don't think I could have gotten a pot because it was old by the time when I cracked it. That I was like, I think I looked it up and was like, oh, I could probably get a replacement if I went through like all this trouble. But I'll just order a newer, like the newer model at some point. But then I didn't. I just got a tea kettle because I was like, you know what? Let me just get a kettle. Oh, because like in the between when I cracked it and before I got the new one, why is my camera moving? Oh, it was weird. Like I set my controller down and it was like slowly sliding as if I was like turning. Unless I got drip. Oh no, that's just Samus. She's just doing that. Late Queen drunk. Twinings of London Earl Grey black tea. Oh, Twinings of London Earl Grey black tea. I like Earl Grey as well. That's what this Paris tea is actually. It's like Earl Grey with like extra stuff, like vanilla and something else, I think. It's really good. But what was I saying? Oh yeah, so I cracked that kettle, threw it away because I was like, whatever, I'll just get a newer model. And then we went to Disneyland and I saw there's this Alice in Wonderland like tea, like it's tea bags and it has like a billion of them, and it's kind of like this, like it's like one of these yogi ones or whatever, like where it's like their flavor like blueberry whatever, or I don't know, like something something something. And then it came with a press, like a Alice in Wonderland themed press. And so I've been like, when I got that I was like, you know what, now I don't need a kettle, I'll just like, or I don't need the like fancy like automatic one or whatever. I'll just get a cheap kettle to heat up my water and then use the press, because I had never used a press before. for tea, and I thought it was cool, and so I started using that. Um, but and then yeah, then I haven't like, that's what I've been using ever since. But yeah, I don't know. Tea's like, I don't know. It's good because like it even has caffeine. Like this one I have, like a lot of those yogi bags are caffeine free, which I don't know if they're actually caffeine free because like tea has caffeine in it. That's like the plant just has caffeine, but I guess it could be like similar to how coffee can be caffeine free somehow. Maybe there's like, I haven't looked into it really because I don't really worry about the caffeine content of tea because it's not that much. I mean, it is, if there's caffeine, but it's like a quarter of a cup of coffee or something. It's like way less than coffee. Like that's part of why I don't like coffee. Like I don't like the taste of coffee, but I also don't like caffeine because like I know a lot of things like drinks and stuff have like sodas and stuff have caffeine, but like the amount in coffee is too much. And the same thing with energy drinks. That's why I was like talking about it like my last stream or the stream before that, when I was drinking that energy drink. I had like, I was finishing the rest of that energy drink. I was like, man, I can't tell if I'm not feeling well because I'm not feeling well, or it's this caffeine that's making me like anxious, and it's like messing with my stomach because of that. Don't drink as much coffee or tea anymore because in high school it's basically all you drink. Get a brew pot of coffee, or eat some water and get through school day. Dude, I probably should have done that because wait, where am I going? Wrong way. But yeah, in high school, I would fall asleep at school all the time. And wait, what is this? Oh right, we need the gravity suit for that. But yeah, I don't know. Like I've just never liked the taste of coffee, and then also, like if I do get coffee, it's like a latte or something, and then I put like sugar or whatever. Like I'll get a coffee and then put cream and sugar and all kinds of other stuff in it because I'm like, I don't want to taste the coffee, but I also don't want the caffeine. So like that's the other thing. But this, like yeah, whatever. Like the tea bags in this yogi like box have like, it'll say like contains caffeine or caffeine free, but usually doesn't matter to me because it's so little caffeine that it's like, even if I do notice it, like if I drink multiple cups, I'll start to feel it and be like, oh, that's too much caffeine. But most of the time it's just like whatever, because like it's not enough to make me too anxious, if it even makes me anxious at all. Okay, wait, I need to go. Oh, it's behind me. I have a friend who drinks coffee like all the time though, and then another friend who he drinks coffee all the time before work, and then complains because like they never have what he needs, well, what he wants, or they mess up his order, and then he'll complain to us, and we're always like, dude, just make your own coffee. Like you do this every day. You complain about your order getting messed up at Starbucks or whatever, or Pete's or wherever you go. Just do it at home for yourself. Cause you spend like he like complains about lines, like having to wait in line, and then complains about the barista or whoever messing up his order, and it's like, okay, dude, we know how to we told you how to fix your problem. Stop complaining or fix it. If you don't like coffee so much, better want to drink a cup. Always go for medium or medium or light roast. Dark coffee, most of the natural flavors, burned and ruined. I've never, yeah, it's like with beer. Like coffee and beer are like the same thing for me, where it's like I've had them, and I don't know like the differences really between like, yeah, like the different roasts, the different like regional coffees, like Peruvian versus Colombian versus whatever from Africa, Kilimanjaro. More like a wine guy. I mean, I do like wine, but I'm more of a bourbon guy, a whiskey guy. I like all whiskeys, but bourbon is my favorite. That's usually like my drink, my go-to drink. It's just
just like either just bourbon neat or like bourbon, like, what do you call it, like mixed drinks or whatever, like a Jack and Coke or something, or I don't know, what other like bourbon drinks are there? I usually just get like whatever. Like I'll be like, oh, can I get, you guys got bourbon? Give me some bourbon. And if they ask what kind, I'll just be like, I don't know, Maker's Mark, Jack Daniels, whatever. But with wine, I really only like red wine. Like white wine is too like, I remember I used to like, well yeah, because like I used to travel internationally a lot, and a lot of the flights are free drinks, and so like I would drink a lot and drink a lot of different things, and like sometimes they'd be like, I would be like, can I get a glass of wine? And they like, I would expect them to be like, oh yeah, sure, red or white, and then they just like, they're like, okay, and then they like go away before I can like be like, oh wait, actually, but I want a red glass, like glass of red wine. They'll bring me back a white wine, and I'm like, okay, I'll drink it, but I won't like it. Wait, am I even supposed to go this way? No. Oh. Oh wait, that doesn't hurt. For some reason I thought I was gonna take damage from that. Oh. Wait, you don't drink, you're Irish, Scottish, and German. Drinking is too much in your blood for you to drink. How do you resist the temptation? I don't drink that much. Like, I don't know. What was it? I drank with my friend when he came over like a few days ago. Oops. I punched the mic and then I accidentally muted it. But when I picked him up from the airport and he had that Thai rum, like I like rum too. I just don't like, I don't know, I just don't drink like I used to, but I don't like beer. I guess it was like what started me on this. But like, I know, like, I don't like beer, but I know people are always like, oh, you just gotta find the right beer you like and blah blah. And like, the only beer that I've actually liked is a beer called Dragon's Milk. I'm sure there's other like brands that do the same thing, but like it's a stout that's stored in whiskey barrels, like bourbon barrels, so it has like a hint of bourbon to it, and it's like the only beer that I'm like willing to drink. But like, other than that, I'm just like, yeah, I don't know like really what the difference is between all the different like, oh, that was weird, my headset like went quiet and beeped. But like, I don't know the differences between like lagers and IPAs and like whatever, like all the different types of beer. I'm just like, yeah, whatever. I know the one that I like is a stout, and I kind of like stouts, I guess. Like Guinness, I think, is a stout, and I like Guinness a little bit, but not enough to like drink on my own ever. If I have to drink, why is my headset like keeps like cutting out? It's weird. I don't know what's going on. Wait. What's the alcohol people get in your house? Flavor is often comparable to urea. Gross. Oh god. I don't know, they're probably getting what, like Bud Light or something. I feel like those like Budweiser, I don't know, Corona, I guess, is also like a gross, like, just, you get it to get drunk kind of beer, not for the taste. But even like, oh, that's it. Like, the other thing I don't like about beer is like beer, I don't like the taste of beer, and so like I would rather drink anything else, because like if you're drinking to like get a buzz or drunk, like bourbon tastes better to me, so I would rather just have like a shot or two of bourbon or something, like, or any whiskey or any like harder alcohol, or like mixed with something like I'm not even like, I'm not like I don't care, like I'll drink a mixed drink, like a girly drink or whatever, like a sweet alcoholic drink. I don't care. I would rather have any of that stuff than a beer, because it's gross. They're all gross. Beers are gross. Like I was saying, even the best beers I've tasted and drank, I'm like, yeah, that, I still wouldn't order that over any, like, over a bourbon. Like, I would rather have Jack Daniels than even the best beer, which Jack Daniels is always like, people always like talk about it as like, oh, I don't think I'm supposed to go this way. No, I am. Okay. Jack Daniels is like the lowest on the totem pole of like, I don't want to say lowest quality because I like Jack Daniels isn't bad. It's just there are better bourbons. But like, yeah, whatever. My point is, oh, what is this? I would rather have Jack Daniels than like the best beer I've ever had. These shriek bats are everywhere. Okay, where am I going now? Oh, but yeah, but I don't know. There's like plenty of people like beer snobs, I guess, who are like, oh, you gotta try, you know, you gotta find, you gotta drink more beer. You gotta find the one for you. I'm like, dude, I've drank so much beer, and none of them are the one for me. And then like they also talk about like, oh, you gotta like, what do they call them? Like craft beers. Oh, I was like, let me roll back before I start going across because I don't know what's gonna happen there. Okay. No. Wait, how do I do that then? Because that last one, I guess you can shoot across. Okay, well that didn't work. Oh, you like barely have enough time to do that. I see. Like learning to mix drinks. Have a favorite mixed drink name. What is it? Is it your own or is it like oh, what is, oh, parasites. Or is it, wait, plated parasite. Hardy member of the parasite family, vulnerable to most weaponry. Cousin to the parasite, these creatures are known for their amazing resilience. Field studies suggest a weakness to morph ball delivered weapon systems. What was it? Yeah, is it like something, oh, you came up with, or oh god, that guy almost got me. Or is it you liked the name and so you made the drink and you like the drink? Slow, comfortable, screw against the wall. You just like the name. What is it? Do you know like what's in it? I feel like I should be able to scan that door. Chozo lore. What is this otherworldly pestilence that infests the land, seeking out life in its blind need for corruption? And where did the meteor that brought it originate? Was it crafted by alien hands, or is it a roving chunk of a planet that suffered a violent end? Our minds quail in horror at the thought that long ago, in some corner of the universe as yet unseen by our eyes, an entire planet was perhaps once coated with this great poison. Whatever cataclysm may have ruptured that doomed place must have been mighty indeed. And if other meteors from it spread throughout space, bearing this evil to the far corners of the universe, we hold fast to the hope that this is not so, that the only surviving remnants of this evil are here on Talon 4. Then at least there's hope for its eradication. Huh. What was it? Yeah, no, like mixed drinks are, I'll drink mixed drinks. I'll take a screwdriver. I'll take a, excuse me, a white Russian. I'll take whatever. Like, even like, I don't know, like drinks that would be considered girly because they're like super sweet and stuff like that. I'm just like, I don't care. Tastes better than beer. Oh, I literally just fell through that. I didn't even like get pushed off. Oh, but yeah, whatever. Like beer and coffee, they're in the same category for me of like drink that I don't like, and people say, oh, you just gotta find the one that you like, and I'm like, I've tried a bunch, and I just don't like it. It's like some people don't like milk, and you know, you'd be like, oh, you gotta find the milk for you. You know, like they're like, oh, I don't like whole milk, I don't like soy milk, I don't like 2% or whatever, and people are like, oh, well, you know, try oat milk. I will say try oat milk if you haven't, and you don't like milk, because oat milk is like fantastic. Because I pretty much only like whole milk, and that's it. Like I don't like 2%. I don't like low fat milks or non-fat milks or skim milk or soy milk or
almond milk, whatever, but oat milk. Whole milk, I love, and oat milk, I love. I hear something over here. Item. Missile expansion. Screwdriver, Harvey Wallbanger. I don't know what a Harvey Wallbanger is. With Southern Comfort and Slow Gin. Harvey Wallbanger, hold on. Vodka, Galliano, and orange juice. Never had one of those. Cocktails. That's what I was like. I kept seeing mixed drinks. I was like, there's another word for it. Cocktail. Now I kind of want to try that.
Recorded to logbook.
To the entrusted one. If you read these words, then our hope has not been in vain. Your path is fraught with danger. Monstrosities beyond description lurk in the shadows, starving, hunting for prey, searching for ways to quench the poisonous urges that bloom in their brains. Some of these are shrewd, but they are blinded by their evil designs. Believing in the black promise of the great poison, they seek to harness it for their own ends. It is these last that are the greatest danger. When you rid the universe of these creatures, you will be the true and trusted one. What? The true and trusted one. So wait, I'm not the true and trusted one. They're just like, this might be the entrusted one. If you can read this, you might be the true and trusted one. You are a entrusted one.
Recorded to logbook.
None know if our temple, the cradle, will prove powerful enough to contain this evil forever. For now, it wraps around that abomination, cutting it off from the world above. However, we believe the power of the cipher, which has been produced by linking the 12 artifacts, should be strong enough. The fate of this world is now left to the one who will collect all the artifacts in the future. The time when the entrusted one knows is approaching.
Recorded to logbook.
It was in a video about the horniest drinks. I mean, it sounds like it. Many shows are gifted with a distant sight, and even more begin to learn it as our harmonization with the universe becomes more and more complete. We peer forward, seeing prophecy in the ripples of the water, hearing rumors of coming days on the breath of the wind. Though we celebrate the distant sight, many of these visions are dark. The worst of the prophecies, and the most common, tells of the coming of the worm. Born from parasites, nurtured in a poisoned womb, the worm grows, devouring from within until the world begins to rot. Not all prophecies come to pass, of course, but we cannot help but fear this dark portent. Cordite. Which one was Cordite? Morph Ball Bomb? No. Just missiles? Oops. No. Beam combo? Yeah, super missile. What is that? Something behind the wall seems to have been activated. Oh. Yeah, I don't know, like, so okay. I like trying coffee sometimes. So I was talking about how I don't like coffee and how I've tried coffees. Like, every now and then I'm like, you know what? Let me try coffee again. And I'm like I don't know, like, I guess it's like I want to get into coffee, if that makes sense. Like, I want to like coffee. But then I tried again and I'm like, nope. And then I just like I'll get like I don't know, like I'll go to Starbucks or somewhere and just get like order a coffee with whatever like breakfast I'm getting. But then I'm just like, yep, I should have just ordered like something, I don't know, something different, something sweeter. Like mochas, I guess, are like the closest I can get to just being like, oh yeah, I'll take one of those. Oh wait, what am I doing?
But like I don't know, like espresso, like all the like all the different variations. I guess espressos and americanos and like all those. I've just like always been like, nope, no, thank you. Did not like that. But yeah, like I was saying, I don't know. Only the holder of 12 shall face the worm. I I don't know. Like tea just does it for me, and coffee doesn't, and I can't make coffee work. Great poison corrupts all, even the chozo. Rip. That's why we fight the ghosts, huh? Coffee can have a good flavor. It's just the bitterness that can turn. But it's not even the bitterness, really. I think it is just the flavor, because like tea is plenty bitter. Like I drink plenty of like plain, just like, well, either like matchas or like regular green teas and things like that, and it's like the bitterness doesn't even bother me. Like I was saying, if you brew your tea for too long, you'll release more tannins, which makes it bitter. And like sometimes I'll like, I don't know, my tea will end up bitter. I'm like, whatever. Like it's just like not a big deal. But I think with coffee, it is like the flavor, like something about coffee that I think it's combined with the bitterness. Like I think actually, like, yeah, if like, cause like I can eat like coffee ice cream and stuff like that. Like now I'm thinking about it, like it might be the bitterness combined with, it might be the bitterness actually. I don't know. Cause now I'm talking about it, like coffee flavored things usually are like fine. The other day I had like a couple weeks ago actually, I went to Cold Stone Creamery, which is an ice cream place, and I got a coffee milkshake with like adding like, what do you call it, like toppings added in and stuff like that. But I went for the coffee flavored ice cream because I was just like, I want this taste, without the without the bitterness, because it's sweet ice cream. Mechanical structure of bridge indicates it can be rotated, but I think it's like, yeah, I think it's the flavor with the bitterness is what I don't like. Like it's not that it's too bitter, but it's like the flavor plus the bitterness is too much, if that makes sense. Like that the bitterness puts the flavor into no thank you mode. But if I can isolate just the flavor, it's like, yeah, sure. It's not my favorite though, like I was saying. I haven't had a coffee flavored ice cream in a bit, so I was like, let me get that. Radiation collector designed to absorb and store solar energy. They appear largely decorative. They're decorative? I guess, okay, so they absorb and store solar energy just to be decorative. Just to like light up. Kind of like something glow in the dark. Holobanner text reads the Hall of the Elders. Where is it? Chozo Ghost. Spectral Entity. Aberration Chozo Ghost. Spectral Entity. Bioelectric field invulnerable to natural energies. As these entities phase in and out of existence, the only way to track them accurately is with X-ray scanning. This partially phased nature makes them invulnerable to natural energy types such as fire, ice, and electricity. Their aggressive and erratic behavior is most likely due to the corrupting effects of Phazon and the Talonflor environment. They appear to be drawn to Chozo religious sites where they wreak havoc upon anything that dares enter the area. Okay, so what do I do? Okay, beam energy works. Can I? No. I wonder if the super missile will work. Nice. Oh, he's dead. It's the bitterness because coffee is finicky. You can get the wrong roast. Brew the coffee too long. Not even get into sugar cream ratio. Yeah, that's like, I don't even know what a sugar cream ratio, like a good, like I don't have, like I know there are people who are like, you know, how much cream, how much sugar, and they know how much they want or need. But I'm like literally just like, I don't know. I keep adding it until, like, I'd rather have too much than not enough. So I always make sure I have too much or more than enough. Things bound to earthly shapes are temporal and frail, existing in a single dimension. They are fragile, vulnerable, and ultimately mortal. However, not all things obey this law. Shapeless, they wait beyond the realm of perception, emerging only when one arrives who can feel their presence. Such is the will of the Chozo. Our will to defeat the evil seeping into this planet remains. We desire only to see the darkness meet its end. The will of the Chozo has no mind or reasoning of its own, though. This will be the entrusted one's trial. What? Just killing the ghosts? Excuse me. The Elder's greatest power lies beyond the second lock. The Elder's greatest power. Safety shield online, window secure. Good. Some sort of plug is covering the slot. Minor energy readings indicate that a small explosive device is installed. Additional scans indicate that the detonator for the device is located somewhere of high altitude. Okay. Statue of a Chozo Elder. According to Chozo lore, these statues serve as the watchful guardians of tombs and shrines. Its outstretched hands are empty, as if awaiting an offering. Me? I can't jump. Oh. I pressed the wrong button. I shot a missile into his face. Oh! I almost wasn't holding the button. I mean, I wasn't holding the button, so I almost missed. Oh, I don't have the ice. I don't have any of those. I have the wave beam. How do I... I don't know if I could go up here. You always make relatively large cups, so 2 to 4 teaspoons of sugar and a splash of milk are usually enough to cover said sugar. Do you know... Okay, now I'm thinking about it. Like, do you... Okay, what kind of a... What like brand of coffee do you use or get or like recommend? Because I don't know, maybe I'll try it. Maybe I'll cause like I don't know, like the other thing is like I've never really, like I have a friend who drinks coffee all the time, but I don't know if he actually really, like I know I'm sure he has his like favorite brands and things, but I don't know if he knows much about like coffee brewing. I don't, well, okay, maybe you don't either. I'm assuming a lot here. Okay, wait. Maybe I shouldn't try coffee. Like I was saying, I was just saying it like a little while ago. I've tried coffee and I keep trying to get into it, and I'm like, this does not work for me. Never mind. Field covering the slot is comprised of an energy signal that appears to be affected by cold. Affected by heat? Whatever. Put me in this one. A new path has been opened. It's gonna launch me into that. Wait, do I have to like shoot it again and go turn it back on if I want to do that again? A different set. Oh, it like reset. I see. Shield offline, use caution near window. Like, don't fall off, buddy. I want to scan that purple one because I didn't scan the purple one before I shot it. I'll do it later. Drainage shutoff is holding, maintaining the water level of the reflecting pool at 95%. Reflecting pool. Ooh. Telluric alloy. Ooh. Cover still functions, but its integrity is unstable. Oh, it's these frogs. Stone toads. There's a lot of them. Whatever. Oh, it's draining it. I was like, what do I do now? Eat me. Nice. I don't know if I actually have to blow these up for any reason, but I will. They're blocking these things. I don't know if that matters. Brand is not the most important thing, but stick to medium or light roast. Drink on the lower end sometimes, so it's not the best for someone who has issues drinking coffee to begin with. Oh, well. I'll see what we have here, though, because I know we also have coffee in the house. Pulls free of fluids. Yes, I can see that. I did that. Okay, what do I do now? What? More toads. Oh. I can keep rolling. Oh, I see. That's why they put those toads there. So you, like, learn that they'll eat you so that you do that. I'm learning. What is this? Ice beam. I'm gonna grab it now. I was like, maybe I go to the other side first. Who cares? Yeah, this tea, like, I like the taste of it, but then you get the sweetness. Like I was saying, it's like an artificial sweetness that I'm like, I don't want the artificial. I don't want the sweetness. Like, I wouldn't mind sweetness, but you can taste the artificiality. I don't know what the word, artificialness. Oh, I should read about my ice beam. Oh, Samus knows the ice beam. Use the ice beam to open ice doors. Ice beam is quite effective against fire-based creatures. Charge the ice beam to increase the time an enemy will stay frozen when hit. Some frozen enemies can be shattered by missile hits. Your family has always drank Maxwell House or Folgers. You personally like Colombian blends of pre-ground coffee. Oh, that reminds me. I saw my brother about this a couple days ago when I was taking him to the airport. But wait, I wonder if this is gonna eat me from here. What if I go? Oh, nice. But I used to work when I was in the Marines. I was at MacDill Air Force Base, CENTCOM, Central Command, and I was on the comms team there, and we were the comms team for General Austin, or he was the CENTCOM commander while I was there. And one of the guys on his staff, like, always wanted me to make coffee for him in the morning before he showed up, because I always had the night shift, so I was like awake and on shift when he would show up early in the morning. Oh wait, I don't want to. There was one more door I wanted to check out. But like, I was complaining to my brother about it because that guy would get mad at me for not making the coffee, but also like I didn't know how to make, like the first few times I made it, he complained because of how I made it. Like, so like I guess the pre-ground part was what reminded me of it, because like it was pre-ground, but like I don't know, like I didn't know how to make tea, or I didn't know how to make coffee, so I didn't know like what. Like, I know you use filters, like you put the coffee in the filter and then you close it and then the water pours through or whatever, but like I don't know, I guess you saying pre-ground reminded me of that, because like I always thought, well, I know there's coffee beans and there's pre-ground, like you grind your beans yourself, or it comes pre-ground. But when I started, wait, this is gonna take me to the Talon Overworld. But where? And now I'm like, what was that other elevator? Oh, I guess I didn't go all the way into the room to like see what it was. Now I'm curious. I'm gonna go here first. But yeah, like when I started, when I started working there, he's like, all right, you need to make the coffee in the morning. And I was like, aye, aye, sir. And then I like opened up the thing and it was like pre-ground. And I was like, oh, okay, I don't have to like smash up the beans myself. I wouldn't know how to do it or what to do. But then I made the coffee and like I can't remember if he complained it was too weak. He complained about it both ways. He was like, this it's too weak or too strong the first or second time. Like whatever. Like the first few times he complained about both ways because I was like, I don't know how to make coffee, sir. And he's like, but he didn't know I didn't know how to make coffee. So when I said that, he was like, oh, like let me show you. And then he taught me how to make coffee. But I was like, bro, I'm not drinking this coffee. Like, why don't you make it? Okay, this is like a whole thing. Let me go check that other one. But anyway, he was an officer and I couldn't just say, no, sir. Make it yourself, sir. But I think coffee and tea are like pretty similar, I guess, in that way of like, you can, I don't know, make it as much of a process as you want. Cause like, if you get coffee beans that you have to grind yourself and stuff like that, that's like, I don't know, brewing loose leaf tea where you're like, okay, I thought that would open the door. Never mind. Wait, what? Okay. What was it? Yeah, I don't know. Like, I guess like grinding your own beans. Grinding your own beans is like using a loose leaf, and then pre-ground is like tea bags, where it's just like a little bit more time on your process, but and I guess maybe a little more control over it. But to me, like, well, I'm sure there is a difference. Like, wait, can I kill these? Oh wait, whoops. Nice. Is there anything out there? Wait, where am I now? Oh, this will connect. And I probably need a grappling beam. Oh wait, no, that just takes me back. Oh, okay. I'll connect this just cuz. But then I'll turn around unless there's something I see that I can get or should get. Nice. They die in one hit. Okay, I was like, I saw something moving and I was like, what was that? Dude, I think this ice beam is just stronger. Oh. Oh wait, I see these poison weed or whatever. 5 years every day. Made at least 2 pots of coffee a day. Oh, you and your father drink. I was like, 2 pots to yourself? That sounds actually dangerous. like bad for you. But if you're sharing it, I guess that makes sense. Because like I've heard of people drinking a pot of coffee a day. Which still sounds like a lot to me, but I've heard from so many people that like it must be not a big deal. Stop it. Stop it. That missed. Oh, I guess I didn't super missile. I don't want to go down there. I don't know if I'll be able to get back up, and I don't want to go all the way around. He's likely made well over 1,000 cups of coffee. A lot of trial and error. That's kind of how tea is too. Like I was saying, these tea bags say 7 minutes brewing, but I like to go 5 minutes because like 7 minutes is too long. because then it ends up being bitter in a way. Oh no! Why? That looked like I could walk on it. How dare they? Great, great. Oh, we're good. Oh wait, I have the ice beam, so I can go through this door now. Wait. Okay, we're fine. Oh, and then yeah, like also with like the loose leaf teas I drink too, like they'll come with like instructions, and it is like, even with different brands. Like I was saying, oh, I didn't even finish talking about this, but like I talked about that cheaper jasmine tea brand that I got, that I was like, I actually don't really like it that much. I was like trial and erroring it, because I was like, okay, these are the instructions, and I followed the instructions for a few cups, and I was like, I don't like it. And then I was like, maybe if I brew it for less time, or put more tea or less tea, like I was messing with times and amounts and all that stuff, and like, I don't know, I haven't been able to find I think that tea is just sucks. That specific brand. But I don't know, like once I don't know, I drank like, I don't know, 20 cups over like a few days trying to figure out how I wanted it, and I couldn't find a way. But I'm like, now I'm like, I don't know, I'm sure there are still some ways that I like, some adjustments to be made, but I think it is just like the tea itself is not that great. Like it reminds me of like it tastes uh like the kind of tea you would get at like a Chinese restaurant or something, where it's like, I don't know, they're just, they're not serving you the best of the best, if that makes sense. Um, so like, I don't know, but it also could just be like, because the brand itself is Chinese, like the tin and everything has like Chinese all over it. The instructions came and they have like Chinese and English, but the English is like super broken. Where usually I get my jasmine tea from, um, what was it? What was the last time? I don't even remember what the last brand I got was, but I'm going to Amazon to look. I know. Oh no, the last time I got jasmine tea, I got it from a place in San Francisco, like a tea shop. Um, so it was like their kind of like local. I mean, I'm sure they have to import it, but um, it was their tea. And then but before that, I'm trying to remember now. I know I used to get some from Tivana. Like I used to get my pearls from Tivana, but Tivana is expensive, and so like I realized like, oh, I'm getting kind of ripped off. I can get the same thing from somewhere else for cheaper, and it tastes the same. Um, hold on. I can't find it. I've gone back like 2 years. 3 years? Maybe I didn't get it off Amazon. Hold on, I'm trying to remember. No, 2 years, 10 years. Yeah, I was drinking the same tea for 10 years. That's like too long. I know tea does have like expiration dates, I guess. Not that it expires, it's just like the leaves end up drying out more and more over time, and so like you're not getting the freshest tea or whatever. Um but what was I gonna say? I'm trying to think, cause like, so like I got tea from that place in San Francisco, and that lasted me about a year. And then I got tea when I was in Maryland visiting my brother, more jasmine tea there, and that lasted me a while as well. I don't think that lasted me a full year, but like I always get like enough that like lasts a long time. Um, which like I think tea's expiration date is about a year, or expiration. I keep saying expiration date, but it's like after like a year, it's like, okay, You can kind of taste, not like the staleness, I guess, but like, it's like, I always feel like it's like weaker tea. Like like the older it is. Like I have this Earl Grey. So I was talking about that Paris tea I have. I also have like just regular Earl Grey in like our pantry. That like I've had that for more than a year now, and like the last time I made a cup, I was like, I should just get rid of this because like it's too old now. It's not that it tastes bad. It's just like this Paris tea is better. Like it's Earl Grey but better. And oh, is this the this is the ship, right? The crash ship. Or maybe not. Oh yeah, frigate crash site. I need to remember to scan the aqua drones or whatever. Is the tea in the Boston Harbor ready? It's been quite a long time. It's been what? 1776. 1775? When did they do that? 70s. Oh god. Are these the no, these are normal ones. Stop. The missiles take too long between shots. So like you always get owned by those guys. Especially in this tiny room. Door has no power. Ooh. Nearby power conduit must be energized for it to open. Blast of electrical energy will energize the conduit. Conduit radiates some heat and is invisible. That is invisible in the normal spectrum. Can this charge? Yes, okay. Is that the only one? Yeah. December 16th, 1773. Dang, that's even like longer than I thought. Like I said 1775 because I was like, I know it was before 1776, but I didn't know how much earlier. And like I remember like Marine Corps was established in 1775, so I was kind of like thinking that they were around the same time or something. Because like I don't know, they would have done that and then like we need Marines, but I guess it was like before that even. Talon crab, crustacean native of Talon 4, hard-shelled swarm life form. Once harvested for food, exposure to Phazon has seen this practice diminish. Creatures are timid and harmless alone, but can be a problem when traveling in swarms. This is just a new... Oh, they're just like leaving. Well, I'll let them go. Hurry up. Are they... Okay, no. I was gonna say, are they infinitely spawning? Go. Chop, chop. These guys are stuck. I will kill you. Okay. Okay, these ones are stuck. Whatever. Oh, they didn't even hurt me. Excuse me. The music. Got water levels? Let's see. I gotta make sure whatever aqua drones, I scan them because I think they don't respawn. They don't respawn, and once you leave the area or whatever, they also just despawn. I think that's at least what I kept reading. I want to do a wave blast or a... Oh, that's kind of cool. Wait. Also, I wasted a lot of missiles doing that. What do they call it? Wave Buster. I never used that, I guess. Like in the original? I never seen that. That looked cool. Now I want to try it on something. Even though it's expensive. Oh god, no! This guy! He pulled me all the way down. That is not Tangleweed. Morphology Aqua Reaper. Powerful aquatic tentacle, part of a submerged organism. Similar in nature to the surface-based Reaper vine. That's what I was gonna say. It's like the Reaper vines. The Alco Reaper has adapted to a liquid environment. It shares the poor vision of its rock-dwelling cousin, relying on a crude sonar sense to seek prey. Unhindered by water, the Aqua Reaper has considerable speed and strength. Okay, can I kill it? Is there even anything in the middle that I want? Any reason I should like be shooting these guys? What if I use ice? Since we're underwater. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I could probably freeze it and then break it with a missile. Okay, he dodged. He dodged again. Okay, it does work. But that's a waste of missiles because I don't need to go there. Dumb gel zaps? Pull me all the way down. Heard at one point in U.S. history, the U.S. government actually thought about getting rid of the Marines. And I guess they realized no other branch had the ability to respond, always be ready. I can't remember. I know what you're talking about. I like, because when you're in the Marines, you get all this history and stuff like that. I think there was a period when, like, either they got rid of the Marines or they, like, what's the word? Deactivated them or something. But I can't remember now. I forgot this guy's here. Do the thing. Hurry up. Okay, don't pull me all the way over there though. But yeah, I don't know, my Marine Corps history and knowledge is like the one thing that sticks is Opha May Johnson, 1918, first female Marine. There's actually like a lot of those, like Grand Old Man of the Marine Corps, Archibald Henderson, first Marine Aviator, A.A. Cunningham. But it's all like, I don't know, rote memorization. It's not like I actually was like, oh man, I remember studying the history. It's literally just like, here's some trivia, memorize it. We're gonna ask you about it later. But yeah, like even, yeah, because like the Marine Corps also used to be like, so I'm gonna move? Is that moving? No, okay. Also, how am I standing on these and they're not like sinking? Because Samus weighs like 500 pounds. Actually, I don't know how much she weighs, but I know her suit is like super heavy. And she's tall. She's like 6'4" or something like that. I'm trying to remember. I know, yeah, like the Marines, there's actually been like several points in history, I think, where politicians and government has been like, we don't need the Marines anymore, get rid of them. But then like, I can't remember. I don't think, like, yeah, they've never actually just gotten rid of the Marines, but I think there might have been a period where they're like, all right, yeah, Marines are on standby, basically, like, shut it down, we don't need them right now or anytime soon. And then like, as soon as they realize like, oh yeah, we need the Marines, because like, they're like the shock troopers, basically. Because, yeah, I don't know. Like, Marines? Yeah, I don't know. I've talked about it a million times. I am a Marine, so, like, I'm biased. But, like, it's the best branch. It's the best branch at, like, getting the job done. With, like, as little resources as possible. Like I was saying, I've talked about it a million times, but, when I was in, we were using M16s and transitioning to M4s, which the Army, Air Force, and Navy had been using for, like, 10 years already. And so, like, we've just been running on the oldest rifles for like the longest time, while everyone else is already using the better technology. And like same thing with like all the equipment we get is like basically hand-me-downs from the other branches, and like I don't know, but we still do a better job than the other branches. Maybe not with like pilots and stuff. Like I don't know. I know there are Marine pilots, but I don't know like how they stack up against Air Force, Navy, Army pilots. What was I? Oh, I was down here. Okay. There must have been something, and I missed it. Unless I'm supposed to kill this thing. Oh, wait. There's a door behind me. I missed it somehow. But when it comes to, like, yeah, like, shooting. Like this is, there's a saying, every Marine is a rifleman. Because, they are. Like, the Marines have infantry, like, infantry units, and, like, infantry Marines, and the MOS of being infantry and stuff like that. But, every Marine trains, like, you go through MCT, which is Marine Combat Training, and it's just combat training. So you shoot a million different weapons and systems and stuff like that, and, like, learn how to do it. Because when you get deployed, like, you are a rifleman. You are, like, basically infantry. Or you have to be able to fill the role. 4 nearby power conduits. Arg. I should have been using my thermal visor. I don't know why I didn't think to do so. Nice. This is cool. Or, well, yeah, this is good. They, like, let you lock onto it from super far away. So you can do that. Okay. Where are the other two? Way up top, probably? Dang it. I'm gonna go all the way back up. Oh, but yeah, so, like, yeah, the Marines, like, even, like, just, like, a basic Marine is probably, like, I would be a better infantryman than, an army infantryman. I have a friend who's infantry in the army. He probably would be like, no way, dude. But he can't shoot 500 yards like I can. So I disagree. I'm sure he would disagree, but he's wrong. Where am I? Oh, this one's like cool. Where's the last one? But yeah, cause like I don't know, like infantry has like different what do you call it? Like I don't think I would be a better shooter. Like I don't think I would be a better machine gunner than someone who is a machine gunner as their infantry, like MOS. But if like you just put me with like another just generic infantry guy from the army, like how does compete to shoot? I think I would do a better job. Like if I was like, cause my friend, I think he's just like an 11 Bravo. I think it's just general infantryman. Cause my recruiter was a mortarman, so he was infantry, but specific, like what do you call it? Specialized with mortars. Is that the one I'm missing? There's 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that's the one I'm missing. Yeah, because, like, infantry guys go through their infantry MOS school. But unless you're, like, specialized army infantry. Because, like, I was at a joint unit. And, like, well, and also, like, yeah, like, I deployed with, army guys. Like, General Austin's security guys. But they were, like, most of them were army. I think there was, like, one Marine, but he was like new as I was leaving, so I didn't really get to talk to him or meet him. Like I met him, but I didn't get to like learn about him really. But what do you call it? Yeah, hearing about like these guys, because like they were like, yeah, they were infantry, but like all of them were just basic infantry, and so like they've shot everything, but like they were just like, it's like, yeah, when you get deployed, then you get told like what kind of weapon you're gonna use or whatever, and that's how MCT is. Like whatever. Their infantry school isn't that long, but I think it's longer than MCT, but MCT is on top of boot camp, which is 3 months. So 3 months of boot camp and then 1 month of MCT, whereas infantry will go through like 2.5 months of boot camp or 2 months of boot camp. I can't remember if it's 8 weeks or 10 weeks. And then like a month and a half or 2 months or whatever of infantry training. So like the same training, but Marines get it. Marines are just better. When you were younger, you always thought that the army just occupied while the Marines just go out and get stuff done. So it kind of well, that's like what I was saying. Like Marines are like first in, last out is like one of the sayings. I know Army has some of that too. Like they're like, oh yeah, first in, last out for like different, like their specialized dudes, not like special operations, but like certain units like have that as their motto or whatever. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. No power. 2 conduits. Hold on. But yeah, for like a lot of like invasions and things, Marines are like, what is this? What? Oh, the door's closing. I was like, what's happening? It's probably brakes. No. What was I saying? Oh yeah, so whatever. Like Marines, like are the quickest to respond. That's like one of the things like Marines pride themselves on is being able to respond within 24 hours to like literally anything. So like, and that's what like, I mean, yeah, like even like non-combat stuff. Like when there was the earthquake in Japan in like 2010, I think. Marines were deploying there within like 24 hours and providing like humanitarian aid, relief assistance, or relief disaster relief, HADR, humanitarian aid, disaster relief. Wait, what is this door? Oh, a save, nice. But also yeah, like for like I don't know, like invasions in Iraq and other like Afghanistan, whatever, like everything in the Middle East, Vietnam, everywhere, like they put the Marines in first because they're also like, I don't know, excuse me, it sounds messed up to say, but I think they value the Army and Air Force and Navy lives more than Marines. But also like Marines are like more fearless, like braver, I guess. So like you deploy a bunch of Marines, they're gonna like sacrifice their lives to get the job done, no matter what. Whereas like if you put an Army guy out there, they might like be scared. Why didn't this? I was like, why did it open for a second and now? Okay, I need to scan these. Controls online. Controls online. Okay, whatever. What was I saying? Oh, but yes, but like I don't like Army. The Army does do like, it's not always Marines that go in first. Like it depends on like what's happening, I guess. Like sometimes, wait, energy tank lies within this crashed lift. Guess the blast should destroy the lift panel. Nice. Well, that's easy. That's free. But yeah, like the Army can also like do that stuff too, and like I think it just depends on like how big of a scale of something, like how big the scale of the operation is or needs to be. Wait, is that it? Power suit augmentation required to advance my gravity suit. Okay, well then. That's lame. They let me go all this way for nothing. I mean, now I can just like walk in. Because once I have the gravity suit, I'll be walking a lot faster. So that's also nice. What was I saying? Oh yeah, but whatever. Like it wasn't like the Marines went in first and then the Army just chilled until the Marines did everything and then occupied. It was like they were doing other things at the same time. And do other things at the same time. Like during World War II, like Marines were doing the island hopping campaign in the Pacific while the Army was mostly in Europe and doing all that. So it wasn't like the army was like, all right, just put Marines everywhere and we'll just wait until they're done. But I mean, I guess that's why you said when you were younger, that's what you thought. But like, I feel like a lot of people don't really, yeah, like, I'm sure there are plenty of people who still think that, because like a lot of people just don't understand the military at all. Because like, most of your day, like even during wartime, unless you're deployed, most of your day is just like go to work, sit at your computer and do your job and then go home. It's not like you're constantly, like, unless you're infantry, you're not like constantly doing like drills and training and stuff like that. But like, I feel like a lot of people assume that and think that like, oh yeah, I don't want to join the military because it sounds like it sucks. I mean, in the Marines it does, because like it's just the environment. It's like everyone's yelling at you all the time and it's very stressful. The standards are way higher, so you're always like, you need to be like in peak condition or else you're gonna get chewed out. But I feel like a lot of people assume that like, oh yeah, every day is like you do PT. Well, in the Marines, you're supposed to PT at least 3 days a week. Sometimes you PT 5 days a week, depending on your unit and stuff like that. But I think a lot of people think you're just working out all day and then like shooting on the range and doing all kinds of stuff like that. Because even if you're infantry, that's not even like every day. Like you do train a lot in the infantry because like that's your job and there's like nothing else for you to do. Like you don't know how to do anything else. Like my job, I was special intelligence systems administrator / communicator. So I was just comms, but with a top secret clearance, but also signals intelligence. But like my day to day was just like sit at my desk and wait for someone to be like, hey, my computer's not working, or like redo crypto for some of our systems and stuff like that. Oops, wrong button. These guys. Wait. No. Oh my god, I hate how those track. Okay. Also, those guys didn't give me anything. No missiles, no health. Whatever. Okay. Now I need to go back. It's like this way, but I can't go back up. So I have to go to the Chozo ruins again. So I didn't want to drop down, because like also like because it let me drop, or because it made me drop down, I was like, well, I guess I'll go this way, and then it's like, oh, it turns out this is a dead end for now. So like I would have done this second if I didn't fall down, which would have been ideal. Whatever. Anyway. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like for as much as like America loves the military, I don't know, there's not enough education about or on the military, because like, I don't know if that's intentional, right? So like I feel like it would only take like, I guess some schools, like I remember in like middle school or elementary school, like there being a day where like, I don't know, a recruiter from every branch came in to just be like, hey, you know, think about the military when you get older, but not like to recruit anyone, because you can't, I think recruiters legally can't talk to you in a recruiting sense, like about recruiting and like joining, until you're 17, or like either until you turn 18 or you're a senior in high school. So you have to be like 17 or something. But I do remember like one day where like they all like took turns coming into the classroom and talking about their branch and being like, oh yeah, this is what we do and stuff like that. And I also did that too when I was in the Marines. Like it was weird because like when I was in Florida, when I was at CENTCOM, they like, it was like so random too. Like, so it was me and this Air Force guy, and they were like, they're like, Lopez Walker, you guys gotta
go over to the, I can't remember, DISA, Defense Intelligence. Hold on, what does DISA stand for? Defense Information Systems Agency. They're like, go over to DISA and give a presentation on what we do. And I was like, okay, but like we didn't have any material. Like they literally just were like, go, and like they didn't give us anything to bring or tell us to bring anything or like whatever. And we're like, okay, what do we just go over there and talk about whatever? But they're like, just go. And so like we went over and like some guy met us at the door to let us in because we didn't have like our badges didn't work. Like we had clearances, but we didn't have like access to their building, if that makes sense. Because like just because you have a clearance doesn't mean you have access to everything that your clearance has access to. Like it's like the whole like need to know thing. It's like you get access based on what you need access to. Wait, is this even where I want to go? No. But yeah, some guy let us in and he's like, oh, you guys are the like from the comms team to do the little like presentation thing or whatever. And we're like, yep. And he's like, all right, let's go. And he like walked us over to this room, and it was just like a room full of kids like their parents. And like all the parents were, well, I don't know if all of them were, but a lot of them I had met before, and they were like former military, but they're all excited for us to talk to their kids about the military. And like, yeah, like they just like had us talk, and these kids asked questions and stuff, and the parents were asking questions and stuff like that. And like it was funny because the parents seemed more excited about, wait, which one? Oh, behind me. Okay, whoops. Yeah, because like the little kids like were like, they would ask like like they asked like 3 questions, and then the parents asked like 15 questions. And like I don't know, like we answered their questions, but it was like there was like one little girl who was actually like super excited, and she actually asked like a few questions, but she was like, I don't know, they were like middle school or like elementary school, like they couldn't have been in high school. But like this girl was like, oh, when I grow up I want to be the secretary of state or whatever. And like we were like looking at each other like, this kid isn't like, I mean, I guess it's like, does she even know what that is? But we're like, whatever. And then yeah, they just like, I don't know, it was weird. And I was like, I don't know, like I know a lot of these people were in the military, so like they're not like, oh, I don't want my kid talking to, you know, recruiter. Like we weren't even recruiters, but like I don't want my kid like talking to the military and being recruited and stuff like that. But also like, wait, where am I supposed to go? This one, right? No. Wait. What is this? M? Missile recharge. I never saw that. Or maybe I did. I mean, it says I've been in there. But I don't remember. What was it? What was I even saying? Oh, yeah, I don't know. Like, you're allowed, I guess. I don't know, but it also might just be a rule for recruiters to not recruit. So, like, if you're not a recruiter and you're just like, oh, yeah, join the military to, like, little kids, you're not legally, like, I don't know, obligated or whatever to not do it. I don't know. Anyway. I don't remember. It was this room. Reflecting pool. Yeah. Okay, so I have to go all the way back there. So go to my right. Oh, that means I have to go all the way around though. Because the like it's above me. It's like up there. I'm afraid of that thing. Yeah, I don't know. Those people knew like what being in the military, like they worked on a military base. They were in the military. Some of them, they work with military all day, every day. So like, I don't know. They knew what they were bringing their kids to. But yeah, I don't know. It's funny because I was talking to my brother, the one that I took to the airport.
not about being in, but he was like, he got out recently. He got out like August, I think. So like less than a year ago. What, 6 months ago? Yeah, like 6 months ago. I think that's the one I need to go to. No. Wait. Yeah, so left one. But yeah, like when I saw him, when he first, when he came over and we were just like, I was getting ready to, like I went to the kitchen to hang out with him. Like one of the first things he said was like, dude, I'm so glad to be out. And I was like, dude, I was just like, I told you. Oh, do I have to scan him again? I can't remember, like I remember if there's like different versions. No. I know I can also just like ignore them. But actually, let me see where I need to go. Yeah. But yeah, like, I don't know, like being in the Marines is like, I don't know, if you want to join the military, like, only join the Marines if you want to be a Marine, because like, okay, they like cancel my charge and stuff. Where? I will literally just kill you, stop. Okay, great. Hurry up, show yourself. Hitting me with the Kamehameha. I didn't lock on. Oh, I still hurt him though. There's another one. I thought there was only two. Oh. He's a moron though. Or maybe I'm the moron. Where? Dude, stop trolling. Where? Oh. Can this go through that? Perfect. Okay. I just want to clear this room out, because I think if I clear it out, they won't bother me when I come back through. Like, I don't think they respawn. They might, though. I don't know. Also, what's at the top of the tree? Have I been? Yeah, okay. Most people's understanding of the military comes from movies, which a lot of them are about the Marines. Yeah, kind of. Because, like, I don't know, the Marines are, like, the most exciting, I guess. Like, there's, like, a ton of cool, like, there's a lot of cool Army stuff, but, a lot of cooler Marine stuff. Like, it was funny because I was talking about it, like I was saying, me and my brother were talking about being in the Marines and stuff, and how he was like, man, it feels so good to be out and stuff like that. And I was like, yep, you just feel like you have so much more freedom, and like it's a lot less stressful. But then like we were talking, like because he works on he's working on an Air Force base, I think. He's on a military base, so he's still like close to the military, but he's not in anymore. But he works with a lot of other like prior enlisted and stuff like that, and they're all from like different branches and things. And he was talking about how they just like all talk about military stuff every now and then and compare like branches, because like I don't know, that's just what you do. It's like you're all brothers and sisters in arms, so it's like it's just like a little, nobody actually, well, okay, most people don't usually get butt hurt when you're like, I don't know, it's just like, I don't know, it's just like friendly competition and whatever, like talking about like, oh yeah, well, we got John Baz alone, you guys have, I don't know, I'm trying to think of like an Army guy or an Air Force guy or a Navy guy or something. But I don't know, like he was telling me about how even though they're like, you know, Army guys and Air Force guys and Navy guys, they all know like a lot of Marine like heroes and like guys with like Medal of Honors or who've done crazy stuff, like John Bazelon. And like he was saying one Army guy, like they're just talking about like who is the best out of like, I don't know, like doing like power level, like whatever.
Who wants to watch a movie about the Coast Guard in non-war times? Dude, actually, like, I always forget about the Coast Guard. Like, whenever someone brings up the Coast Guard, I'm always like, oh, yeah, there's the Coast Guard, too. Because I always talk about, like, Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines. And then it's like, oh, yeah, also the Coast Guard. But they're so small. Like, the Marines is the smallest, like... I don't know. The Coast Guard is the smallest branch. But the Marines are also, like, the second smallest. But, like, even, like, when you're in... Like, people forget. Like, people forget about the Coast Guard all the time. But what was it? I actually went to MCT with a guy in the Coast Guard, or he moved from the Coast Guard to the Marines. And more times they get absorbed by the Navy or absorbed into the Navy. I see. Makes sense because they're basically they're the Coast Guard. They're like Navy for just the U.S. coasts. I know they can be like in more than just like the West and East Coast, but am I going the right way? Yes. What was it? Oh, but yeah, whatever. So like my brother was saying how they were just like doing power level competitions of like, oh, who versus who, and like who would be the strongest and like the best and blah blah blah, who's done the coolest thing. And like there was an army guy who was like actually like I think John Basilone was probably the most hardcore guy. 'Cause like there's like plenty of guys like Marines who have Medal of Honors and Navy Crosses and all these like fancy medals and awards for doing crazy stuff. But John Basilone, if you've seen the Pacific, they like show like him. He's like one of the main characters in the show. But basically what he did was like Rambo'd in Guadalcanal. Hold on. Like he was literally like there's like a unit who was like low on ammo, and so but the ammo supply was super far away, and there was like a firefight or like enemies in the way, and so like they couldn't get to the ammo, and they couldn't get ammo back, but they needed it or else they were gonna die. And so John Basilone literally picked up his machine gun, which like has like I can't remember what. Oh, you need a glove. You're supposed to wear a glove because the barrel gets hot. So if you're like, usually you like mount it and like, well, maybe not mount it, but like it has like a little like kickstand or whatever. I can't remember. You either mount it or you have like a little stand, and you like lay down or like sit and like fire it. But if you're gonna carry it, you're supposed to wear a glove because the barrel's gonna be hot, or to like replace the barrel because you're like after you shoot it for a while, the barrel will melt if you don't replace it. But he literally just like ran through the jungle with, oh god, oh, that sucked. I got like clipped. But he ran through the jungle carrying his machine gun with no glove, and just like mowed down everyone in his way. And he like, oh, that's what I was looking at. I was like, oh god, not again. Hold on. I was trying to look up what island it was on specifically. Yeah, Guadalcanal. So like, I don't know who lives on Guadalcanal. I don't know who owns it. Like what Solomon Islands. I don't know what that means. I don't know like what the race is of people who live on Guadalcanal. Like I don't know. I was gonna say like Guadalcanalans. I don't know. Where are they? Moron. Also, I meant to shoot the super missile. Nice. Oh wow, these guys. Okay, wait. I don't even need to do 2 super missiles. It's like 1 charge shot. Where? Where? Oh. Oh, that wasn't fair. I can hear him. Dude, is he literally just gonna wait until I get too close? Okay, finally. Okay. But yeah, whatever. He's like running through the jungles, killing. I'm sure there were Japanese soldiers there too, because they were like occupying everything in the Pacific.
But yeah, just like running ammo back and forth, carrying this machine gun, burning his hand, like all by himself, and like just destroying and like saving lives and like all this stuff. It was like the most hardcore thing. And he got a Medal of Honor for it. And then he got a Medal of Honor, and then after that they sent him home. Like, I'm sure because of his injuries, but also because they're like, all right, dude, you did enough. You can go home. And also to sell war bonds. Like, all right, go. Hold on, let's see if I can kill these guys. Maybe if I charge it, I don't know. Okay, I don't think I can hit those. Maybe if I line, like, do this guy. No, yeah, they're just untouchable. But whatever, anyway. So they sent him home to, you know, like, promote the war effort and stuff like that. Wait. I haven't been in here? Oh. Because I didn't have the, ice beam. Because I had the wave beam to get into whatever here. Or no, to get into here. And then I picked up the ice beam here. In this little room. And then I went this way. But now I can open up whatever the ice beam opens up here. But I want to go... No, this way. No, this way. I don't remember which one I took last time. Talon... Wait. Overworld East. South. Chozo Ruins West. East. South. Okay, so we want to go to south. Wait, what is this? Oh, that's where that water was. Never mind. I need the gravity suit for that. But what was it? Oh yeah, so whatever. Like, they sent him home, and he got to relax and like sell war bonds, and then his enlistment was up. Like, so he was like, wait, have I been here? Why wasn't that filled in when I was... Oh, I guess I just never took this path because I had to go around. Yeah. Okay. But yeah, he was selling war bonds and whatever, and then... Oh, great. 3 of them? Oh, nice. I hit both of them. Oh, I screwed that up. This guy's cheating. Turn on God mode. God. Whatever. He was supposed to, like, he could have retired or separated from the military, but he decided to re-enlist because he wanted to deploy again and keep fighting. And so he got, I think, sent to Okinawa, and that's where he died. But it was just like, man, this guy is like hardcore committed. He did all that crazy stuff on Guadalcanal, and then went home and got to take it easy. And they're like, all right, man, you can get out. You did a good job. You did a bunch of crazy stuff. You helped. And he was like, no, I want to do more. And so they put him back. Like, they let him re-enlist and sent him to Okinawa. And I don't remember, like, in the Pacific, they like, it's a drama, so they like dramatize everything. But he did die there, and it was like, I don't think he actually got to do anything crazy. Like, he might have done more stuff there, like actually done something cool, but I don't remember what it was. But he did end up dying, and I think it was like in a pretty like anticlimactic. That's weird to say something like that about someone's life, but I don't think he was doing anything insane when he died. It was just like they got unluckily mortared or something, artillery, something like that. I don't remember specifically, but the point is that guy's hardcore. And where they got in the army, you don't hear about it like John Bass alone. What? Was that just a shortcut? Could I just take it this way and I didn't know? Where am I? What is this?
Wait, I don't think I've... Oh, wait, no, I have been here. Oh, yeah, yeah. Okay. Oh, well, no. I mean, it's just like, if I would have went this way, I could have cut through here. Unless... Oh, wait, yeah, that works. But yeah, whatever. Anyway, I'm not saying that there's, like, not army guys or, wait, what is this? What was that? Just another shortcut? There's nothing in there. Wait, unless there was, and I'm missing something. Now I'm like, hold on, wait, was I not paying attention and I didn't take a turn or blow something up? I don't hear any noise like there's an expansion nearby or something, so I don't think there's actually anything there. I think it's just so you don't have to like go through all these corners. I don't know. What? No, they do respawn. Obnoxious. Because I have to kill them because I need to like do this. Oh, come. Oh, that was weird. It sucks because they don't even like give me missiles back. Please don't. Oh, great. Oh, my controller. The thing that sucks about like having to like use my triggers, both triggers, to try and do this super missile is like it makes it hard to keep my thumb on the stick because I'm also like I have to press B to jump or dash, and then also like because I'm like pressing and like have my thumb up here, like I have to like reach way down to like get to the stick to try and move my camera. So I'm trying to use my motion controls, but then like if they get broken, you can't just press Y to reset it. So it's like I have to go to the stick. Oh, whatever. It's just they need to add like press a button and it resets your camera. Okay, I have to pee. I'll be right back. Okay. What are they talking about? Whatever. John Bazalone, hardcore. And then we also have like, whatever. There's just like a lot of cool Marines, and Marines have done a lot of cool stuff. But yeah, like I was saying, I don't know. Like I always feel like I have to like make sure I say every time like, hey, but do not like just because Marines did cool stuff doesn't mean you should join the Marines. I'm not trying to sell it because like I was saying, like it's I don't know, it's like a pretty miserable experience. So like I don't know, if you just want benefits and like all that and to be in the military, like you don't care about like that's what I say. I don't know. Like join the Marines if you want to be a Marine. Otherwise, if you just want all the benefits and like to be in the military so you get like a job or have a job and things like that, join the Air Force because it's like way easier, same pay, same everything. And yeah, way easier. This dude. I couldn't remember. I didn't know where that frog was. Okay. What was I doing here? Because I want to go back to this room so I can do the ice stuff too, but I don't remember which one it was. Hold on. Oh, wrong button. Ah, wrong button. I did it again. A, not B. Okay. South. Which is not this one. Yeah, I don't know, like I guess I talk about it all the time, a million times too, but my experience in the Marines was pretty unique and lucky because I had the right MOS and just got lucky because like my MOS kind of has more options of places you can go than like most MOSs, and but it still like has it can go to just a regular like Marines have like the main bases are oh right, that's what this was. Oh god, they track, that's not fair. Can I free this guy? Oh, I can't. What hit me? What is happening? Oh, I messed up. That sucks. Give me that and my missiles because I'm out of missiles. Okay. What was I saying? Oh yeah, we have like we have Camp Pendleton, we have Camp Lejeune, Camp Lejeune, depending on how you say it. Is there anything? Nothing. Okay. And then Okinawa, like a lot of bases in Okinawa. But those are like the three main places you usually go to. But my MOS also, like I was saying, we have options because we're signals intelligence. We can go to like NSA bases and things like that, and what do you call it? Like I was at the comms team, so like my first unit was Okinawa, which is like one of the usual places, but I went to an SSCT, which is like pretty unique because usually people go to like when you go to Camp Pendleton or Camp Lejeune or Okinawa, if you're like any other MOS, you just get like you go to headquarters or you go to like I don't know, an infantry battalion or radio battalion or whatever, like some kind of like battalion or unit or whatever. But well, I was headquarters battalion, I guess, in Okinawa, but like we were at the SSCT, so we were kind of like our own thing, but administratively we were under like the headquarters battalion, headquarters company, headquarters battalion, whatever. Hold on, what do I? Oh, I have to like drop. Oh, I see. I have to catch it. Cool. But Wait, how high? Why? Oh. Yeah, I got lucky with that because like I knew plenty of guys on Okinawa who were like headquarters battalion or whatever who their life sucked because like they didn't have like a special unit like mine basically. And then going to CENTCOM also was like another lucky thing because like it was an Air Force base. So like my actually and so like I've talked about it before, but my original orders were to go to Camp Pendleton to the radio battalion, first radio battalion, first radbin. Wait, hold on. Analysis of walls shows rampant weakness due to severe water saturation. Bendesium. I still don't know how to do bendesium. Oh wait, unless the ice beam, does it say the ice beam can do any of those? No. Bendesium. Maybe when I get the combo. I don't know. But whatever. Anyway, is there anything else in here? There's actually a few doors. Oops. Wait. Where is that? Oh, I see it. Can I do this? No. But yeah, whatever. My original orders were to Camp Pendleton, which I was excited about because I was like, cool, I get to go back to California. Even though it was still like quite like, I don't know, like I live more northern than like Camp Pendleton is down by San Diego, so it's like pretty far south. So I was still pretty far away from home, but it was California, so I was like, I could drive home if I wanted to on like the weekends, even though it's a long drive, but like holidays and stuff would be pretty easy to just go home rather than being on the East Coast and having to fly. Or being in Okinawa and having to fly. But yeah, my original orders, they were like, yeah, Camp Pendleton, and I was like, cool, I'll take it. But then like I don't remember, it was like a month before I left or something. No, it had to be more than that, like a few months before I left or something. My staff sergeant was just like, hey Lopez, check your orders, and I was like, okay. And then I checked my orders, and I was like, oh, my orders changed. He's like, yeah, what? Like, what is it? And I was like I gave him the code or whatever, and he looked it up, and he's like, oh, dude, you're going to the CENTCOM commander, the commander's comm team. And I was like, what? I don't know what that is. And he's like, dude, it's sick. You travel a lot, you get paid a lot, like all this and that, blah blah blah. And I was like, where is it? Or no, I think when I looked it up, it said like it's in Florida, but I didn't know what the unit was, and he looked up the unit. But I was like, I don't want to go to Florida, and he's like, dude, no, it's good. You want to go? And I was like, okay, I guess. And then I went, and it was sick. And I was like I said, like I traveled a lot. It was an Air Force base, so it was like way easier because like you're not surrounded by Marines all the time who are yelling at you. I mean, there was like 5 or 6 Marines on the team total, but they were all super laid back because they had been at that unit for a while, and like everyone learns to just chill out and stuff like that. Like literally when I got picked up, oh, wait, I like how the rain is like landing on something invisible. Wait, is that my clue? Is there something? What? The rain is like splashing on something here. That is my clue. I like how the rain is just hitting something invisible there. And I was like, wait, no. I need to know that. That's doing that for a reason. I thought it was like just broken. Well, I'm glad I was paying attention. Okay. But yeah, when I got picked up from the airport, when I landed in Tampa, the Marine who picked me up, my sergeant was like, all right, you need to calm down. And I was like, what does that mean? And he's like, this is an Air Force base, a joint unit, like you don't, like, you need to, like, don't give up your like standards as a Marine, but don't try to like treat other service members like Marines. Like, you like relax a bit, don't yell at anybody, don't don't hold them to the same standards. Hold Marines to the same standards and keep your standards, but don't hold the Air Force and the Navy and the Army to our standards. And at first I was kind of like, what? I don't even like really know what that means, but okay, because I was like, we're all the military, so like, shouldn't we all have the same standards?
But then once I actually got there and saw, I was like, ah, okay. And it was kind of like a culture shock. But it wasn't like that hard to get used to. And then like once I got used to it, I was like, dude, this is so much nicer and better than being in the Marines. And I was just kind of like, man, I joined the wrong branch. Should have been in the Air Force. But I mean, I don't regret joining the Marines. That's like what me and my brothers always say is like, yeah, you know, like if I had to do it again, I don't know. Like I would probably want to go Air Force, but I don't know if I'd actually like want to give up the you know, like the pride, the honor, the experience as a Marine. Cuz yeah, it's pretty unique. And like I was saying, yeah, like the pride is like the main thing. Like if you want the pride of being a Marine, that's like that's why you would join the Marines, cuz like everyone in the military gets the same pay and benefits and everything like that. Every branch has like all the same, like all the MOSs overlap in all the branches. Like my MOS was in all the other branches. Like all the guys at the comms team all had the same MOS, just like from the different branches. Father had a friend who was in the Navy. Once said he almost got ran over by Marines. Jeez, like intentionally. Marines are stupid. That's like another thing. So like if you're not if you're not dumb and you can get into other branches, you should. Because the general Marine, like the average Marine, is very, very dumb. They have like the lowest like intelligence standards. Like you take your ASVAB, which is I can't remember. It's like aptitude something vocational, or no, something vocational aptitude battery. It's just a test that like kind of like tests a bunch of different, like it's your intelligence about a bunch of different subjects. So like there's like mechanical stuff, engineering, like different engineerings, electrical, mechanical, like math stuff, language. Oh, well, no, the language test is different. That's the DLAB, the Defense Language Aptitude Battery. But you just take this test that has like a million different subjects and things, and you get a score, and you get like an overall score, and then you get like individual scores based on like each subject. But like to join the Marines, you only need a 31 on your ASVAB, which is like, it's like a percentile. So like it's out of 100 or like 99, I guess. So if you get a 99, you're in the like top 1%. I got a 95 on mine. I got a 97 on the practice, and then a 95 on the real thing. And they always say the practice one is harder, so I like did worse on my official test. But I was like 16 when I took it, or 17. Don't think you would want to be in the Air Force. Too much pressure with how much the equipment is worth. I guess it depends on where you are too, because you're not always going to be working on planes. Like I was saying, there's comms guys on the comms team who are Air Force guys, so we all like worked with the same equipment. But also there's not that much pressure. Like I would say, like the Air Force is like the most laid back and lenient, and like nobody yells at anybody ever. So like if you even did something wrong, like broke some equipment, you probably just get a slap on the wrist, and they'd be like, well, oh well, let's buy a new one, because the Air Force has a ton of money. The Air Force and the Navy, I think, well, I don't know, like they have I don't know what their budget, I don't remember what the budgets were like, but the Marines had no budget. We literally got everything left over from everyone else, and we shared a budget with the Navy. So like we had like an allocation as part of the Navy's budget, that the Navy like was like, here's your allowance basically. But oh God, I hope they don't respawn again. Okay, I'm gonna go through this because I don't want to. Okay. Oh, I have to. Oh, yeah. Okay, whatever. Oh, they're still there. Oh, that's so lame. Also, it's so lame that they respawn so much. I can't remember if you can like eventually do something to make them go away. I don't have any more missiles, or enough to do another super missile. God. The other thing that sucks is like they disappear and take so long to kill themselves. But also, it's like the other thing is there's so many. It's 3 at a time, and so like it's just like chaotic and annoying because they're like all over the place. I can't tell where that came from. I forgot what I was saying because those guys distracted me. Wait. I thought I scanned the ice one last time. Maybe it's different now because I have the ice beam. Go. Oh wait, I have to like pop it. No, I was hoping I could land on his hands. Why do I keep pressing the wrong button? The way he throws it looks so goofy. Okay, I would say, is that literally it? Just an energy tank, but there's like a tunnel there? But that also might literally be it. Depending on where this goes. Yeah. Please do not spawn the ghosts again. Okay. Let me see. The wave beam. What does the wave beam one do? Oh, I guess I should just go to this room. Wait, should I? Hold on. Deleted that. Do I want to go east again? No. I guess I just go back to Fendrana? Or Magmore, maybe? That's east. And that took me... yeah, into the ship. And I can't do any more in there. Why couldn't I do... oh, that's the Bendisium. Trying to think what else, like, because I have the spider ball and the ice beam, so like anything that needs either of those that I haven't touched yet, I can do. Oh, I didn't mean to close it all the way. I guess I just start. I feel like there was one place that like needed the spider ball, but I think it might have just been this place. I did that way earlier. Whatever. Let's just go to... I'm gonna walk through Magmore. So like go from where I'm at. Where's Magmore? Wait. Oh yeah, whatever. Talon Overworld North. Magmore Caverns North. So let's go there. Actually, it might be quicker to go to the Talon Overworld. Magmore Caverns East. So I would want to go east and then all the way over there. Right? Where does this one go? north. Oh wait, Chozo Ruins. No, this is the one I should take. So I pass through all this. This will take me to Fendrana, but actually maybe this one's better. No wait, oh, that's also Fendrana. Oh, maybe I go all the way to that one though. So I pass through all of Magmore to make sure I see everything on my way. I guess I could just look at the map and see if there's any doors that are like, oh, I haven't done that. Like an ice door or something. Like this one. Which is Fendrana drifts south, which is, I guess, where we want to go anyway. So I have to pass through all this, but there might be spider rails and things that I see on the way too that make it worth doing the whole trek. Chozo Ruins north, so where am I? Where's north? There. Okay. It's gonna take forever. But whatever. I don't remember what I was talking about. I know, like, oh come on. They can't follow me here. I hope I'm going the right way. I also kind of hate how the camera or the map reorients itself on its own. Like I'll have it like set like this or whatever. So when I open it, I'm expecting it to be set this way again, but then it'll like be turned or whatever. So then I'm like, wait, hold on. Okay, when I come out here, I just run straight across. I just keep running straight across basically until I guess I could turn here. So I go to the Arboretum. Yeah. I feel like I was just talking about like the differences between the. Oh, I think I was also talking about like, yeah, being lucky to get like the jobs I got. Cause yeah, my brother, not the one who just got out, but the next oldest. So the one who's closest in age to me. Oh come on, where am I going? To the top? Or if I just cut straight across. I'm just gonna cut straight across because I don't want to have to like climb the tree while fighting off these guys. But yeah, the one closest in age to me, he was in Iwakuni. He was an air winger. He was a fixed wing mechanic. But he was on Iwakuni, so he was on mainland Japan, which was lucky. Like I was in Okinawa, he was on mainland, and I was always kind of like jealous because he was literally just like a train ride away from Tokyo and like other like mainland big name places and stuff like that. Osaka. He was actually really close to Osaka, I think, because like, no, I don't think he was that close to Osaka. At least not closer than Tokyo. He just liked going to Osaka. Like he went to Osaka like a billion times. He didn't go to Tokyo until he got out, like, or until he left the island, which was always like, oh wait, oh, can only be opened from the other side. Haven't I been through there? Hold on, I had to have been. What? Yeah, because that's the vault. So I have to go this way. Lame. Whatever, that's fine. Anyway, he was in Iwakuni, so he got sent to Japan, which is like kind of lucky. But he was on a Marine Corps base, or no, Iwakuni is like a Navy base, I think. But I think, what was the I don't know. I don't remember the specifics now, but he was on Iwakuni, and let me save.
He dealt with like marine life. Like, I mean, I dealt with it too when I was in Okinawa. Like I said, it was like we had a joint unit, so it was kind of like, or not a joint unit. The SSCT was like its own kind of unit. It was under headquarters battalion, headquarters company, headquarters battalion administratively, but we were like operationally our own thing. So we got to kind of do our own thing for a lot of it. Like nobody really checking on us. The G2 tried to a lot of the time because we were like we worked together, and they were like technically administratively. So I said headquarters company, headquarters battalion, but like the G2 specifically at headquarters. So G2, like the I guess like the order of like unit is like G2, it's like SSCT, G2, headquarters company, headquarters battalion, 3rd Marine Division. But am I going the right way? Yeah. The G2, like, I don't know, like when I got there, they were like, they left us alone. They would come up to use our stuff because we had the top secret stuff and they needed it because they're intel. But, and like in their building or in their office, they only had access to, secret and unclass, but they would come up to us for top secret. But, okay, wait, where am I going? Or I'm just going. But like after like a year of being there, they got like new leadership, and the new leadership was like trying to make us more and more involved with them and like be like, oh, we're all one unit and stuff like that, when we really weren't. And it just like caused a bunch of problems because they also like kept, I don't know, like trying to hold us accountable for their like, because like one of the things that sucks about the Marines is like there's a lot of group punishment. So if one guy screws up, everyone suffers for it, and it's real stupid. But that was one of the things that G2 kept doing, is like they had a lot of idiots down there. Like I said, Marines are dumb. Even Intel Marines are dumb. And so like a lot of people doing stupid stuff and messing stuff up. And okay, wait. All right, perfect. We would have to like deal with the consequences, even though we had nothing to do with it. And it was real stupid. But I don't even know why I brought that up. Forgot what my point was. But whatever. My brother, he I'm gonna say here actually. He was at Iwakuni, which is like, oh well, I guess like my point was like I did have to deal with a lot of Marine garbage, like Marine Corps culture stuff of just like the stupid stuff, like the that group punishment and like hazing and stuff like that every now and then. Cause like they had like a lot of CrossFit guys or guys who were into CrossFit who would run PT and make us go to their PT, even though we always did our own PT. Like I was saying, like we were on our own thing and we did our own thing, and then they got new leadership and decided like, okay, you know what? Let's bring the SSCT into all this for no reason. And so like we would do our like we would run PT. Our corporals and sergeants would run PT. Our staff sergeants, lieutenants too. Like everything worked fine. Hold on. Yeah, like I don't know, everything ran fine. We did everything fine on our own, but they were just like, I don't know, the new colonel was like, I want more Marines under my command or something. I don't know, because he was like, yeah, you guys are ours now. But whatever. We eventually like made a big deal of it, and we're like, because I can't even remember what the like breaking point was, but eventually my staff sergeant and lieutenant were like, they literally requested mast, which is basically like skipping the chain of command, because like usually everything runs through the chain of command. That's how things work. But if your chain of command is letting you down, requesting mast, M-A-S-T, skips the chain of command to like go to someone above them to be like, hey, our chain of command sucks. Can you like help us do something about it? And so like, yeah, we requested mast and like
talk to like the headquarters. What was it? Sergeant Major, and then I can't remember if he was a colonel or a general, but like whoever the CO was too, like the company commander or whatever. Or yeah. Oh, I can double. I was talking about this last time. These stupid flame things are here just to make it so that when you double jump, you get hurt. Oh wait. Oh yeah, whatever. They better not. Okay, wait. I don't think the ghosts will spawn. Okay, well, we have to deal with these guys, which is fine. But no more ghosts, because we're not in the Chozo ruins anymore. But whatever. We requested masks, and then they left us alone. But they were like so mad about it. Like they literally like pulled everyone in one at a time to talk to the master sergeant at the G2, and he was just like, he yelled at me, even though I don't know. Well, like he was like talking. He's like, so what do you like? What's going on? What's the problem? Like, why do you guys not want to be a part of us so bad, basically? And we're like, well, I know we've always been our own thing and like done our own thing, and like we don't want to be dragged into all the kind of like issues and like associated with all of, like basically once like everyone had the same kind of like problem with it and explanation. And like when I was explaining it, like talking about like, well, Master Sergeant, like the G2 has like a lot of issues and we get punished for it, even though we really have nothing to do with any of it, and it's really not fair and it sucks. And like your guys's like staff NCOs kind of like get in our business and harass us in ways that like, I don't know, we don't have to take from our own guy, like our own staff sergeants and lieutenants and things like that, that it's like really just like bad vibes for like none of the like camaraderie, because we also don't get included. We don't get included in like their good stuff, like whenever they would have like I don't know, like what do they call it, like a mandatory fun days. I can't remember what, there's like a mandatory I don't know, mandatory fun, like work, like I think like a lot of people know this is not just military people, but like it's when your work is like, all right, like we're gonna go bowling on Friday, everyone has to go or whatever, or like a holiday party or something and you have to go and stuff like that. Mandatory fun. But whatever, like we never got included in like all their like cool stuff, but we got all the bad stuff. Like whatever, like we just like, I expressed my frustrations and was just like, when I was like complaining about like, yeah, you know, like someone will do something wrong and then we get punished for it, and we had, yeah, like we had nothing to do with it. We don't, like, we barely know the guy, like all this and that. Like he's not, like when we do some good things and like that's the other thing, is like when we do good things, you guys get to take credit for it and we don't, like we don't get any of it. Like because I remember there was something we did, like we did it was like a what do you call it, what's the word, like a practice operation, I can't remember, but like we did this thing. And well, it was like a base wide, like a headquarters company thing. But we got commended, or well, like, yeah, we did like a, I don't know, something we did was like really, oh no, it was yeah, so like we had a tent like during this like this like little like practice, I can't remember what, there's a word for it, but I can't remember what it is, but it's like just like it's like basically training, like you pretend to run an operation so that it's like, oh yeah, just like this is like, you know, practice, like, so like if we have to do something like this, if we get deployed, you know, we've run it through, like we've run through it once or twice or however, like we did this like once a year, like we did it twice while I was there for 2 years, but anyway, we like do it to like make sure we know what we need to do and how to do it. But anyway, so we had our tent, because like I was saying, the SSCT, we were like separate. We had the TS stuff, the top secret stuff. So we had our own tent that was like our skiff, our makeshift skiff or whatever, that was like classified and everything. And we had our own, you know, it was the SSCT's responsibility, and we made sure like we were squared away and everything. We had like guards at all times, everyone checking badges, making sure, you know, checking it against the list, and verifying everything and make sure everything worked and nothing, like, even when we had problems and stuff like that, like, we took care of it right away. And then the G2 had their own separate thing in this building where, like, they were, like, in this, like, it was like it used to be a chow hall, but then they built a new chow hall and moved it to that chow hall, and so, like, this building was just kind of, like, unused. Like, it was like people were just using it as storage, because, like, when the operation, like, started, whenever the what do they call it? I can't remember what it was called. Exercise. When the exercise started, we all had to, like, help the G2 clear out that building, because at that time they were, like, trying to, like, yeah, like I was saying, like, make us do all the sucky stuff without any of the good stuff. So, like, we had to help them clean out that building and, like, move everything out so they could turn it into the G2 skiff. But once the exercise was going, they had these red hat, like, hacker, like, what do you call it? I mean, I guess they were hackers, but, like, red hat, like, guys, like, contractors, constantly trying to, like, get into both of our, like, the SSCT skiffs and the G2's skiff. And then at the end of the exercise, they, like, you know, basically, like, gave us the report, like, all right, this is what you guys screwed up, and this is what you guys did really good, and blah blah blah. And the G2 had, like, a million problems, and we had none. Like, we were, like, literally perfect. They were like, dude, you guys did such a good job, we were so impressed, like, blah 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 blah. Even, like, when they would, like, because they would, like, go out and, like, because we needed power and stuff like that from, like, behind, like, outside the tent and stuff like that, like, we had generators and things like that. They would, like, screw with that stuff too, just to, like, test our, like, response time and, like, how quickly we could get stuff back up, and, like, our backup like options and, like, solutions or whatever and things like that. And, like, no matter what they did, we were, like super good at, like, fixing it and, like, preventing or whatever. And yeah, after it was all over, they were like, yeah, you guys did such a good job, and they were, like, super impressed. But the G2 took credit for it. And so, like, I can't remember, there was someone, like we had our own staff sergeants and lieutenants, but the G2 had, like, way more staff sergeants and lieutenants. But, like, someone in there, or staff NCOs and officers or whatever, someone on their side was able to take credit for all of our work. And, like, that was, like, one of the like, main things of, like, requesting mass of, like, all right, like, stop, like, that's not fair, that's so lame. But because, like, yeah, they had nothing to do with it. Like, we had to help them, and they didn't help us at all with our stuff. But whatever. Anyway, I got off on that weird tangent, all to just complain about, like, or to talk about how, like, my brother went to Iwakuni, and then he went to Camp Lejeune. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Oh, I was gonna say, I thought I heard one. He went to Camp Lejeune, where he went to another, like, air base. He was at Miramar, actually, which is, like, I don't know, a little bit of a drive away from Camp Lejeune, but it's, like, the air field or whatever, the wing. But wait, are the they're like, oh no, the drone's gone now? I think they are. But whatever. Anyway, but yeah, my brother's second unit. Well, I guess, like, both of his units were, like, very Marine Corps units, but they're also, he was, like I said, he was a fixed wing mechanic, so he was at the wing, and they have, like, they kind of have their own culture that is, like, separate from the Marine Corps, where they're, like, people call them turds all the time, because, like, they grow their hair long, and they don't, like, keep their uniforms in, like, as good of a condition as most other Marines, because, like, they're just kind of, like, it's called OFP, Own Effing Program. They're on their OFP, because they're yeah, like, there's not really anyone to check on them, because, like, they're in the air wing all the time. There's no, like, you know, showing up to, they do their own formations and stuff. They have their own culture, basically. But still, like, a lot of his stuff sucked. Like, he talked about, he also was kind of, not that he was a bad Marine, but he was kind of a bad leader, because he talked about when he got promoted to corporal, how, like his staff sergeant or whoever, his gunnies, would be like, hey, Lopez, go, like, ruin things, like, go make the lance corporals mad. And so he'd be like, aye, aye, staff sergeant, or aye, aye, gunny, or whatever, and would go, oh, wait, I don't even know if that's where I want to go. Yes, because I don't want to go here. I mean, I do want to go to Fendrona Drifts, but I want to go to south, right? That's... Wait. Oh, wait, no, I think... Oh, yeah, okay, this is right. Because I go there and over there. Okay, yeah. Yeah, like his gunny or whoever would be like, go make the Lance Corporals mad, basically. And then he would go in there and just like, he'd tell stories about how like he would try to sound cool. And he's like, yeah, we'll go over there and like just like kick the trash can and throw stuff everywhere and just start yelling at them for no reason. And me and my other brother are like, dude, you suck. You're the kind of leader that everyone hates. Like, why would you like if your staff sergeant like we would say that to him and he's like, well, what else am I supposed to do? My staff sergeant told me to do it. And it's like, yeah, but like you can just go over there and be like, all right, start cleaning. Like do something like less, I don't know. Why is this not working? Oh, it's the lower part. I have to go up here. There's a room below me though. So this, when we do get the Bendesium thing, we can't go under. I did all this for nothing. But whatever. Anyway. But yeah, that's just cause like, I don't know. Like I was saying, he was in more like Marine Corps environments than me and my other brother were. Especially, yeah, like I was saying, I went to that joint unit where it was like, there's Marines there, but it's like literally Air Force culture and there's a lot of civilians and stuff. So it's just like, do not try so hard. There's no, can I freeze these? No. Why did I jump that way? Oh, but yeah, so like, yeah, I was at that joint unit as my second duty station, but the youngest brother of like the ones who have been Marines, he was at, oh wait, how do I, oh, this, wait, do I, yeah, oh. Sir? Eat that. No, eat that. Okay. He was at what do you call it? MAR4 Cyber, Marine Forces Cyber. Cyber Command, Cybercom. And he worked with a lot of like NSA guys. Like it was like on an NSA base or something. But it was just like a Marine unit there, and so it was also like pretty laid back and all that. He was there for his whole enlistment, so like he never had to really deal with military or Marine Corps culture outside of boot camp and stuff. Is this where the stereotype there's a serious rivalry with the Air Force and all the other branches comes from? Yeah, kind of. Like, well, like when I was there, like I was saying, like if you want to join the military just for the benefits, the Air Force is the way to go. Cause wait, where's that? Am I going the wrong way? No. I mean, I'm looking the wrong way, but this is the way. Okay. The Air Force is like I was saying, like everyone is always making fun of the Air Force because it's barely a military like branch. It's so corporatized. It's so like I was saying, like if like the Air Force, nobody yells at you. Like, I mean, you might get yelled at or whatever, but it's never like nobody cares. If you mess up, like they're just gonna be like, hey, come on, man. But like if you mess up in the Marines, they're screaming at you. You get like NJP'd or whatever, like non-judicial punishment. You get like, can I do anything with that? No. It was like all this stuff. But like I was saying, like when I was at that joint unit, like I remember one time there was an Air Force guy who, did I go? No, I'm still going the right way, right? Yeah. Okay. I just keep worrying about getting mixed up. Space. Oh, I forgot. Yeah, the Space Force exists now. I have no idea what that's like because that was like after my time, and it seems like such a fake. Like it really just seemed like Trump wanted. Like it was another thing that Trump just wanted to like leave his impact on the country with, because like we don't need a space force yet. um, and I joked about it like at the time when it happened. I joked about like, yeah, if the space force like sticks around and like they ever have space marines, I will literally enlist and become a space marine as soon as possible, if I can. I mean, I might be too old. I might, what do you call it? Be too old and too frail, but I'll do everything I can to try. Try to get as many waivers and things as possible. But I think, I don't know, like okay, so yeah, you're saying so the Air Force has a branch to pick on, but I don't know if like I feel like they probably have like Air Force guys in the Space Force, because that's like one of the things with like Navy SEALs. Like the Navy SEALs are Navy, but a lot of Navy SEALs are Marines who they move branches to become SEALs. They like go over, like once their enlistment's up with the Marine Corps, they re-enlist into the Navy to go be a SEAL. So like I could see, oh great, I disappeared right in, oh no, whatever, didn't need them. I can see like the Space Force being just a bunch of Air Force guys right now. Okay, so I haven't noticed any spider rails, and I haven't been looking. Okay, we have this door here. I haven't been looking with my thermal visor because this area is anti-thermal visor, so like hopefully there's no thermal stuff. But I was gonna say I haven't seen anything that made this trip worth it yet. Oh, but then also this isn't gonna work either because I can't. We have to come from the other side. Lame. Oop. Yeah, I can't make that either. Lame. All this for nothing, basically. No, no. Okay, we're fine. Oh, unless... No, I need my grapple beam. Lame. So I guess we just go to Findrana. I don't think there's anything else. Excuse me. Okay. Hurry up. Space Force kind of like the Marines, where it's organized under another branch. Yeah, that's all kind of like. I didn't know that, but like that's kind of what I was starting to assume of like. Yeah, I don't know. They're probably just like Air Force guys, but if they're just under the Air Force, then yeah, they are just Air Force guys. Yeah, I don't know. I like talking about the military. I'm trying to think of like a story that I might have to tell just to keep talking about it. Wait, that's an ice door. Hold on. Straight across up there. Oh, I guess I don't know if I told this on stream yet. Oh, I need Bendesium destruction for this. Yep. I was telling my friend about it recently though, the one who I picked up from the airport like a week ago or whatever. Like, better have a Space Force than not to have one, because eventually there may be a time. Yeah, with all the UFOs happening right now. No, I don't know. Like, I mean, yeah, it's like better to get started, I guess, but like also, like, I don't know. Did it need to be a separate branch? Like, they couldn't just like have Air Force guys who are already doing that stuff, who pretty much, I'm sure they just like got moved over to the Space Force. Oh, okay, I hesitated. Like, I'm sure a lot of the jobs there are just like, oh yeah, this was something that was already done in the Air Force, but now like they have to do a bunch of paperwork and stuff to make it its own separate branch, and give some guy a headache because now he has to like, I don't know, go through another chain basically. Wait, wasn't there an ice store? What did I? Excuse me. Oh, I must have been looking at it wrong. Oh wait, no, I didn't go to the right one. Wait. Oh no, that was the block by the Bendesium. I was like, wait, I just completely forgot. I just did that. But I don't know. I don't know if the Space Force, like I was saying, like the Space Force right now, it's not like they have anything special that we didn't have before. It's not like, oh, we created the Space Force and now we have all this new technology out of nowhere. It's more likely that it's just Air Force stuff being separated to be the Space Force now. Okay. Wait. Oh. I need the grapple hook for that. Okay. Time to look at this whole map and see. Okay, there's an ice door there. Oh wait, we already went through all that. We have the ice beam, but it doesn't look like there's any doors there. Vendrana Canyon. I don't remember. I kind of remember. This is the one with like the half pipe, I think. But I remember what was at the end of this. Might have been a spider rail, so I might need to go there with my spider ball. And then this, whatever that little hole is, I think that's a spider rail thing. So we'll get there, I guess, eventually. Yeah. Wait. Well, it's because the US has to compete with every other country. Because we are not Swiss. Yeah. I mean, I'm sure it's like when the Space Force was created, established, whatever, I was like, it feels like Trump is trying to flex on like Russia and China, basically. Like a Cold War 2 kind of, but not on the same level, I guess. What? Have I scanned these? Yes. There's so many of them. Oh, okay, back to the story. So this one's about suicide, and I'm gonna talk about this guy in kind of like a negative light, even though he killed himself. Cause like, it was like, okay, like suicide. So I'm not like, oh, you know, people who commit suicide are cowards and blah 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 and like whatever. Like, I'm pretty like empathetic for that whole thing, and like I get like some people's lives just suck, and like some people are also like, what's the word? Like, I don't know. Like, not that I respect committing suicide, but like sometimes it's like, you know what? Did he die or did he disappear? Okay. I was about, okay, wait. Gotta wait for this guy to come back around. Why won't it let me scan him? Oh, okay. Yeah, whatever. Anyway, whatever. Suicide warning, trigger warning, suicide content warning, whatever. This guy at that joint unit, he was Air Force. So well, like, well, okay, whatever. Like, I guess what I was starting to say is like, oh, almost got hit by that guy. Nice. I dodged all of them on accident. Yeah, I don't know. Like, depending on why someone commits suicide, like, usually I'm like, okay, I understand. Like, I don't really blame them. Like, it sucks. It's unfortunate. And, you know, I feel bad for their families or whatever. But, like, sometimes people feel like they have no option. And, like, I'm kind of like, you know what? If you feel like I know people like to say, like, the whole, like, oh, you know, it's a permanent solution to a temporary problem. Sometimes it's not. Sometimes it's not just, like, a temporary problem. And it's not just, like, you know, oh, you would get through it eventually. Like, depending on, like that's what I'm saying. Like, depending on why someone commits suicide, I'm Like I'll have like varying levels of understanding for it. But this guy who killed himself, I was like, what a. I did not have any sympathy or empathy for this guy, especially since it affected me. No, he's gonna push me off. Okay. Wow, that did a lot of damage. Oh, I was just trying to like stay up here long enough to like look around, see where I was going. Well, the way the world is going right now, it's getting really scary. Yeah, I mean, I guess, but I still like I don't know. Space Force isn't gonna help that much. Like I was saying, like it's so new and so young that like whatever we're like the Space Force right now is just those capabilities of the Air Force broken off into its own branch or something. Like I was saying, I'm not in it and I'm not around it, so I haven't really looked into it. But that's the only thing that makes sense. It's not like, oh, we created the Space Force and now, like I said, now all this new technology appeared out of nowhere. It's literally just like, oh, here's the stuff we had. We're just gonna move it over here into a separate like branch. Oh wait, this connects over here. Oh, that's that door. Oh, I should go that way. Just to, like connect those. But anyway, so like when I first got to the comms team in Florida, it's gonna go dark. Yes, it's getting dark. They want me to thermal vision. Okay, well I don't need to go back in here. What? Is there another one? Or, oh yeah. I can't log on to this one. I'm not even hitting him. He wasn't hitting me either, but still. Dude. Oh, that was... Okay, that actually jump scared me. This Samus's face. Oh, I should have just been freezing them. Wait. Oh. Never mind. What? Ugh, okay, you know what? I don't need to be here. Why am I? Get me out of here. Okay, anyway, the story. So this guy... So, whatever. I got to the unit, and this guy, he was an Air Force guy, and he was kind of a tool, and kind of, like, bad at the job. Maybe not bad at the job, but, like, he was definitely lazy. But, like, because he was Air Force, like, I just kind of, like, was like, whatever, he's Air Force, that's how they are. So, like, I don't know, like, on my first mission, which was a training mission, I went to DC, and he was on that trip with me, like, as one of my trainers, because it's always 2 trainers and the trainee. Like, usually we do missions in pairs, but if there's someone's being trained, it's like the pair and then the trainee to like learn, and the trainee does like, so like usually we're in pairs, so we can do 12-hour shifts, and then the trainee has like a 12-hour shift in the middle of that. So like if it's like from 6 to 6, the trainee is from like 12 to 12, so that they're like, they get both day shift and night shift experience, and they can kind of see how each one works. Anyway, so like my first trip was with that guy and my sergeant, Marine sergeant, and he sucked. I hated him. I was like, man, this guy, like, my sergeant's like so good to me, and this guy just sucks. Like, is barely teaching me anything, and like just I feel like he's just making me do extra work without really like helping me understand what we're doing or anything or why. Okay. Whereas my sergeant was like explaining things, teaching me things, like helping me get used to the job and like figure it out and all that stuff. And then also like why are these guys already on the ground? Also like introducing me to the staff and stuff, and like getting me like acquainted and all that. Whereas like this Air Force guy was just like, yeah, whatever, just do all this stuff, and then he would just like sit and watch TV, and like I'm like left there to kind of like figure it out around all these like officers and like senior enlisted that I barely know or don't know, and I'm just kind of like, I don't know, like they know I'm new, but like, oh, what is that?
Recording to logbook.
Glider. Docile airborne creatures with unusual magnetic properties. Gliders live a relatively peaceful existence. They have a magnetic signature attuned to common grapple beam technology. The sport of glider riding involves using a grapple beam to attach to a glider, then staying on it as long as possible. It's like rodeo with gliders or a grapple. Whoa, 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 whoa! Excuse me.
Recording to logbook.
Hunter Metroid, Adolescent Metroid. Energy siphon tentacles increase its threat level. As Metroids develop, they become more efficient predators. Energy draining tentacles allow them to attack at a distance. Quick to anger, a Hunter Metroid will charge troublesome prey and attempt to ram them into submission. Cold-based attacks are still quite effective against these creatures. Nice, 75%. Come here. I don't know if that does damage. I guess I just have to like freeze them and then blow them up. What is that? Why do they want me to lock onto that? That was weird. It felt like something was crawling on my finger. But I don't see any bug. But it's also dark. Anyway, back to the story. So, whatever. Like, this guy sucked. And so, like, yeah, like, kind of like my first impression of him being on that. Because, like, I don't know. Like, I was, like, at the unit for, like, a week or two before I went on that training. It was, like, really fast, too. Like, they were actually, like, when I got there was, like, a lot going on. They're like, we know you're just, like, brand new, but we gotta, like, get you trained up fast. And they trained me up fast and all that. And they were actually, like, I remember, like, they were, like, they just kept like I don't know, I brag about it every now and then. I was like one of the best guys at the unit, one of the best guys on the job. What is that noise? Or is that just a glider? Yeah. Yeah, whatever. Like early on in my training, they're just like, man, you're catching on real quick. Like it's actually insane because they were like, usually it takes like when I went on that first training mission, it was like I was only at the unit for like a month or something. Like, yeah, usually you're here for like 3 months before we even start like looking at putting you on a new mission. But you've been catching on so fast. We're like, yeah, you're going in like at the end of the first month you're here. But whatever. Anyway, this guy, Air Force guy, like I don't know, seen him in the office and stuff like that, and like worked with him a little bit before that mission. But then like this was like kind of like the first time I really got like solo time with him and got to like be around him and see how he operated. And I was just like, yeah, this guy sucks. But then like, so like I went on that DC mission, then I came back. So we usually do, you do 2 DC missions for training, and then you do an overseas mission for training, and then as a trainee, and then after that, like you start going as like a regular, like advanced communicator. So like you no longer have a third person, you are the second person. I can hear, oh, I think it's just under there or something. I hear the missile expansion. But yeah, so like went on that training mission, and then I went on my second training mission, and my sergeant was still there, but it was a different, I can't remember who else was on it, but it wasn't that Air Force guy. The Air Force guy stayed home. Like he didn't go on like he wasn't on mission. Or well, he was supposed to be going to Afghanistan, so he wasn't going on that DC trip. Oh, I need the grapple beam for this, huh? Fine. Wait, no, but I should be able to do something else here, right? There's a door. Oh, wait. No, I think I just only grapple? Oh, I see. That's why I could lock onto that. But yeah, so whatever. My second DC trip, I was there with my sergeant and one other guy. I don't remember who it was. I think it was one of the Navy guys. But we're like, you know, I'm already used to the job, and like, I don't really need much help, but we're doing the job. And like, so, I can't remember. It was like in the morning. Like I went on night shift. Like half of my shift was like from like midnight to noon. And so like I showed up at midnight, did my, you know, helped with whoever was there. And like in the morning, like early morning, probably like 5 or 6 a.m. I can't remember who was on shift with me, but I think they were either getting breakfast or they were taking a nap or something, because I was like, yeah, sure, I got it, like no problem, nothing's happening, no one's here. Go ahead and like do whatever. But since I was watching the comm room, I got a phone call. Like we got someone called the comms room, and okay, hold on. No, are you kidding me? I pressed hard. I think I pressed it too early. I'm just gonna tank all the shots because there's no room. Okay, give me that one. Okay, good. But yeah, whatever. Like someone. So yeah, the phone rang. I answered it. It was one of the. It was the civilian. Oh wait. Wait. No, this is different, right? What's the other one? Oh yeah, Fendrana Canyon. That's what I was thinking. I thought that's where we... Oh, and this too. I was like, I remember like a place having like a tiny little hole at the top for me to morph ball. Whatever. Okay, the story. So, phone call from like the GS-15, which is like the highest government civilian rank or whatever. I think. I don't know. He was like way up there, a government civilian guy who was like part of our comms team. He was like the actual like CO basically. But so he called and he's like, "Hey Lopez, I need you to get on like, cause I think he was at home or something, but he called and was like, can you like log on to our shared drive, because we had our own little like shared drive with, like for the comms team that like, had a lot of like our personal information and stuff like that, like emergency contact stuff like that." He's like, "I need you to find," the guy's name was Landis, the Air Force guy. So he's like, "I need you to find Landis's like social security number and like all this and that, blah blah blah." And it's like, okay. And so like I did it and I gave it to him. He's like, "All right, thanks." So then he like he didn't explain anything. He's like, "I can't tell you anything about it, so don't ask questions." Like he literally like, I can't talk about it, so please don't ask questions. Just I just need you to do this for me." I was like, okay. So I did it. And then when I think it was my sergeant who was on shift with me in the morning or whatever, when he came back from whatever he was doing, I updated him, and I was, because he was like, "Did anything happen?" I was like, not really. Like the comm room has been pretty quiet, except I had to give all, like I told him about like giving all this information over to Rick was the guy's name, and he's like, "Oh, like what's going on?" I was like, "I don't know," but told me not to ask questions, so I didn't. And he's like, "Okay, well," and then he started calling like our gunny and like other people to like try and find out, and like they like told him, and they were like, he told me, he's like, "Yeah, apparently he killed himself or something." And I was like, dang, like what the heck? And he's like, "Yeah, but like they're trying to like get into contact, because like they don't know what's going on. They think he killed himself, but like they're having trouble like actually getting confirmation or anything like that." And I was like, dang, that's kind of crazy. And I was like, yeah, I don't know, like just like kind of like, dang, dude, I'm like this new guy who shows up, and like the first thing that happens is someone kills himself. Like that's kind of scary, right? Like, cause like the job is stressful, and I was like I knew it was stressful, and like being there and seeing what I'd seen so far, I was like, yeah, this is pretty stressful. But like that happening, I was like, dude, like, is it gonna break me? I got scared for myself, kind of. But also it was just like, dang, like that's kind of intense. Like I've been in the Marines for like 3 years at that point or whatever, and like I don't know, nobody else, I hadn't known, or like, I mean, you hear about suicides here and there, especially like veterans and things like that, but I hadn't encountered anyone who actually killed or attempted suicide. Like I had a buddy in Okinawa who was like, he was bipolar, and he actually, like, it was kind of insane because he was bipolar and he got to stay in, which I was like surprised about. I was like, dude, it seems like something that would disqualify you from the military. Wait, what was up there? Oh, I think I just need grappling. Whatever, I have to come back this way anyway. But like even that guy, like the closest he ever got was just like, he never like tried to kill himself, but he I think I talked about the story before, but we found him laying in kind of like a ditch slash gutter thing while it was raining, just letting water run across him or whatever. And we were like not really sure if he was trying to drown himself or what, but like it was like during one of his kind of like I don't know what you would call it, like bipolar episodes or something. I don't know. But is there another? There's gonna be another Metroid, huh? Oh, maybe not. But anyway, dude killed himself, and I was like, dang. Oh, well, okay. So like at first they were like, yeah, like once like the day, like later on in the day, like closer to like the end of my shift, like around noonish, like probably like 11 a.m. or something, after a few hours had passed. Like we got more information and everything, and like they were like, yeah, so like he tried to kill himself, like he had a shotgun and he shot himself in the face, but he didn't kill himself. Like it blew off his face, but he was still alive. Can I freeze these guys? No. Hold on, I want to kill these things. Okay. He was still alive, and they like tried to like take him to the hospital and save him or whatever, but he was in like, what do you call it? He was on like life support or something. But then yeah, eventually he did die, like a couple days later, because that trip was like a week long or something. Like DC trips are like, I mean, sometimes they're a few days long or whatever, but that one was like a week long or something, and this was like, I don't know, early on into that trip. But like, yeah, like as the days went on, they're like, okay, like he's probably, there's no way he's gonna like, he's not coming back. Basically, he's not gonna like go on any, like he's not coming, like even if he survives, like he's gonna be blind and what, like his face is missing basically. And so they were, oh wait, no, I need grappling beam for that. They're like, yeah, like now we got to figure out like who to replace him with and stuff like that on the mission, because our team was small, and like, you know, like when we have like missions going on, we have like the pairs like assigned to different like countries on the trip. And so like if someone like has an emergency or something where they can't make it, like someone has to hop, like someone has to go somewhere and then like make up for it later, like leave from there to take that other person's spot. And so like that ended up being me, because my sergeant and the other guy, I can't remember who it was. I think, yeah, like I was saying, it was probably just a Navy guy. They had like assigned like stops that were coming up, and I was still a trainee, so they were like, they didn't have me planned for any of those trips, because they're like, you're gonna come back from your DC trip, do like the after action stuff of a trip to like get more of that training, and then like we'll think about putting you on the next trip whenever, like squeezing you in somewhere. But because now we were missing someone, and so that Air Force guy was supposed to go with my sergeant to Afghanistan. They were like, all right, Lopez, you're going to Afghanistan. And I was like, I was scared. I was intimidated. But anyway, but yeah, I went, and like I went with my sergeant, who like had been training me on everything up to that point. So it was like, it made sense. And I was like, yeah, you know what, I'll do it. I can do it. Because they were, like I was saying, they were like impressed with how well I was like learning the job and stuff like that. So they were like, yeah, we're actually not too worried. You can do it. Oh, wait, did I already open this door, or is it? Yeah, okay. It looked like the power was out. I heard something. Oh, these tentacles. Oh, and there's a thing in the middle. He's gonna pull me into them. Yeah, that sucks. The wombo combo. But whatever. Anyway, so like, yeah, whatever. So that guy, he ended up dying, and then I went to Afghanistan, and it sucked. Like, it was just like, I don't know. Afghanistan kind of sucks. I don't want to like offend people from Afghanistan, but like, at least on that base, like the country is like, it's so beautiful, dude. Like flying over and like looking down. What is this? My gravity suit? Found it on accident. Yay! I have a figure of this, of Samus's gravity suit. Sweet. Let me read about it. Then I'll finish my story. Samus's notes. Samus's notes. This modification improves the suit's defensive shielding. The gravity suit allows for improved movement in liquid environments, but does not reduce damage delivered when exposed to hazardous fluids. Visor modifications of the gravity suit make it easier to see underwater. Sweet. Dude, it's so much easier to see underwater. Oh my god, it feels so good to move. What are they saying? Okay, so yeah, so whatever. Went to Afghanistan. The trip wasn't like, everything went smoothly, and like I learned, and it was like fun to go to a different country and do all that, but it was still like, I don't know, it was really cold. We went in like the winter, and it was really cold. It was really cold, and like hard, like, because like up to that point I had been to DC, and like the job is basically you show up at the hotel, you check in with the staff and let them know that you're there, and the, you know, General Austin and his staff are coming and all that stuff. And it's like, you know, everything is, I like how like these, what do you call them, angler fishes? Well, I guess these might not even be angler fishes, but they have like the crazy mouths like them. What was it? Yeah, like in DC trips are super easy. It's literally, you show up, tell the staff like, hey, we're here. They turn on whatever ports you need for like internet and stuff like that. Cause like hotel internet is always like super slow and sucks. They have access to good stuff, and they save it for like the distinguished visitors and things. Cause they literally are just like, all right, we're activating the high speed internet for you, basically. Wait. Oh. No. I would need to melt this, huh? One of the minerals detected in the ice structure appears to be a volatile form of volcanic rock. This rock makes the formation incredibly strong against tremors and concussive blasts, but it will become unstable if heated. Yeah. So I heat this up, and then I can grapple over there. Okay. Oh, come on. What was I? Whatever. So yeah, I went to Afghanistan, and then like, yeah, so he died at some point, and then like more information came out, and apparently he killed himself because some girl he wasn't even dating her, he was trying to date her. She like, I don't know, like started dating someone else or something, and it just made him sad, and so he killed himself. So he was basically simping, and then the girl chose someone else, so he killed himself and his dog. And so like he killed his dog and then killed himself. And it was just like, when I heard about all that, because like at first, like I was like, dang, that sucks, like poor guy. But also like I wasn't like, okay, so at the time, like once I got to Afghanistan, I was like, once I like started to like realize it kind of sucks, I was like, man, I'm here because that guy killed himself. And I was just kind of like annoyed, but not really like, they're too fast, I can't freeze them. I wasn't like, oh, I hate this guy or whatever. I was like, dang, I still felt bad that he killed himself and all that. Like, that he had to suffer basically because he didn't actually succeed in killing himself. But once like all the information came out that like, oh yeah, he did it over a girl who he wasn't even dating, he just was trying to date, and since she like chose someone else, basically he killed his dog and then himself, and then that like screwed everything up for like our unit and stuff like that. And like, yeah, like, oh, like whatever. And then that's when I was kind of like, wow, that guy sucks. Like what a that's why I was saying, like, depending on why someone kills himself, like I have different like empathy levels. This guy killing himself over a girl that wasn't even his girl, basically. Like it wasn't like, oh, his girlfriend broke up with him or he was getting divorced or something. Because something like that, I would be like, yeah, I mean, I would never do something like that or consider it. But like, I guess I can kind of see it. Like, you lose the one you love and you feel like your life is over and you kill yourself, sure. But this guy was just like, they weren't even together. They weren't even a thing. He was just like, I guess they had been on dates or whatever, but they were never like a thing. And yeah, he killed his dog. Like when I heard, like, I don't know, like
Yeah, he killed his dog, then himself, and it's like, wow, what a like. That's like when people, yeah, I don't know. It's like if someone is like I was saying, like someone like there might be a divorce, and like one person, like the person who doesn't want a divorce is like they kill themselves, but then they kill their kids first to like be like, I'm taking them with me. That's like messed up. Like just keep it to yourself. I don't know. But yeah, like when I heard about all that, and then also like after like having been in Afghanistan and having to like make up for him killing himself, it was just like, yeah, nah, I don't feel bad for that guy. Like, what a tool, what a coward, that guy sucks. But yeah, but I don't know, like it was like I said, it was kind of cool to go to Afghanistan, but also kind of sucked. I would have rather been in like, cause like I don't know, like out of all the trips, all the countries you can go to, Afghanistan is kind of like one of the worst ones. Out of all the ones that we had options to go to, like, cause I've been to Jordan, Egypt, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, like all these other countries. Afghanistan, whenever Afghanistan came up, I was like, oh, I don't want to go to Afghanistan. There's nothing to do there. But because of him, I got put on that because I got put on that Afghanistan trip, I became like one of the Afghanistan guys, because my sergeant was one of the Afghanistan guys, and because that guy killed himself and I got put on that trip instead, my sergeant started training me up to be the new Afghanistan guy, because things could have went differently if that never happened, where like instead I would be I don't know, the Jordan guy, the Saudi Arabia guy. I mean, I was the Saudi Arabia guy as well, because I've been in Saudi Arabia the most. But like being the Afghanistan guy means you go to Afghanistan every time there's an Afghanistan trip. It's always going to be you and like one other person. And it was always me and my sergeant. Like whenever Afghanistan trips came up, he was the Afghanistan guy, like I was saying. So then I was his like apprentice Afghanistan guy. But yeah, I don't know. But I don't even, I don't even know why I told that story. It's because I was like thinking of a story to tell, and that was the most recent one, like one of the most recent memories of telling. So I was like, I might as well tell that one. It's fresh in my memory, kind of, because I was telling my friend about it. Because I don't remember even why I told him. I don't remember. I think he asked a question about like suicides in the military or something. Because I think I was just talking about how much like being a Marine sucks, and like how frustrating every day is. And I think he was like, does anybody ever kill themselves over it? And I was like, actually, I never met a Marine who killed, like I never heard of a Marine killing themselves while out, like someone I knew at least. Like I was saying, you get like reports every now and then. You would get like I jumped. You have to go to the theater and get a class on like suicide and like help and like all that stuff, like spotting signs of like depression, or like someone like potentially wanting to kill themselves, and like also like suicide hotline numbers if you are considering it and things like that. And those always happen because someone just killed himself or tried to, and so they're like, all right, we gotta like do another mental health check and like do all that. But nobody I ever knew or worked with killed themselves or attempted to kill themselves until that guy. And that's why I was like, yeah, Marines, no. There's an Air Force guy though, which like was like the most surprising, because they have like the easy. Oh dude, why do I keep pressing B? It's like I'm slipping. Like it's like I walk to the edge to jump, and then like I step on something that makes me start sliding, so it doesn't count as me walking anymore, because I keep pressing B and then not jumping, or I'm like hitting the ceiling, but it still doesn't give me my second jump. So like I feel like I'm messing something up there. I don't even know why I want to go there. I just want to jump to it because I can. Oh wait, but that's where I'm coming from too. So I'm like, oh, that's why I was doing. That's why. Okay, I failed to jump the first time, but I was just trying to jump back, and then the second time I like completely forgot why I was even doing that jump. Wait. Okay, so where am I? So we did all this, except for that. But I need... Wait, do I need the grapple hook for that? Oh, man, I gotta go back and look. Excuse me. I got decent sleep today, but I guess I've been going for 5.5 hours. Go away. Okay, another one. Wait, what's this one on the right? Oh, I'm going here, so we will find out. Okay. Oh, right, I need the grapple for that. Okay, dude. I can't lock onto him. Oh, there's another one. I was trying to switch beams. I hate that, like, yeah, I don't know. A lot of these encounters, like, you go through the door and they just trap you, like, in your door. Because, like, where am I supposed to go? I can just, like, jump off, I guess, but whatever. Okay. Going across. I don't know. I don't remember what's over there. It's probably not something I can actually do. So I'm wasting my time. But I have to know. Yeah, I need grapple beams. I'm not even gonna bother. I saw like a couple grapple beam points and I was like, yep, I'll just come back when I have the grapple beam because there's grapple points. So even if it's not necessary to get to the top, I won't be able to completely clear it out until I have the grapple beam anyway. Oh. Can I stand on this? Yes. Perfect. I was afraid I was going to have to, like, bomb jump up to it. Are they going to respawn? I think I hear them. Space pirate voices. Okay. So we can go this way. No, we should go this way. Because this is... I need the grapple beam for that. So, like, there's no point to going this way when going this way will let me pass by stuff that I might want to do or see. Yeah, there it is. Ugh, annoying. Where is the door? Is it above me? Yeah. Okay. Just gonna ignore them. Take all the damage, who cares? If they knock me off, then maybe I'll kill them. I don't know if they can knock me off. I don't know if they have anything that pushes me like that. Oh wait. This is that dumb building with all the turrets and stuff. I mean, I do have to get through here, so I might as well just push. But now I'm like, oh, I wish I would have went this way. Because I think I had the spider rail when I went through here, so it's not like... Or the spider ball. So it's not like I'm going to see a spider ball that... So all these stupid turrets is going to be the problem. Whatever. What if I... No, I can't see. I was say, what if I just morph ball the whole way? I guess if I keep moving, they can't really hit me as well, as accurately. Stop. These Metroids are slow, so, oh my god. There are so many. This building sucks. They're so close to me. What is that door? No. Don't touch me. Safe. What is that? Oh, these stupid turrets. can't see. I can't see. I can't see. I can't see. I can't see. I'm trying to spam these bombs. These things suck because, like, if you get too close, I'm gonna die to these guys. You can't see. Yeah, if you get too close because they're visors. Jesus. And they lock the doors? Wait, debating on playing some more Holic here, but it's a bit mad how you died last time. Wait, hold on. Was it your fault? I can hear the stupid space pirates. Obnoxious. And I see the turrets. This time I'm gonna deal with them because I don't think I have as much health to play with. Annoying. Now, these stupid Metroids, they're just waiting. They desperately want to bust out. Freeze. Or don't. This dude is like parkouring for no... Oh, nice. For no reason. Oh wow, that's pretty good. Freeze them and then shoot them once, and it's a kill. 20 minutes, 29 minutes in on endless mode is Hato, but stuff just stopped dying. Wait, stuff just stopped dying. Could barely upgrade. Way too many enemies to move around. Is that normal, or did it like? Oh god. Oh, it's a turret. Was it just like you weren't scaling as fast as the enemies? So then you couldn't kill anything and you couldn't like get stronger to be able to kill anything? Samus jump scare. Okay, where am I? Okay. I feel like a lot of this was probably a waste of time, but oh well. Yeah. There's another one? Yes. I want to try this. Dude, and you can keep holding it. Even like, it's like, it's like Ghostbusters. Nice, all that health. It's how intense endless mode is. Either invest more into upgrading your basic attack or one of your defensive weapons to better turtle. Ah, I see. Oh. No. I should have started charging. So I don't have the heat beam? I don't know. I don't know what they call it. The heat one. Am I going the right way? I hope. I think. Yeah, because we didn't go through the observatory. I guess this is kind of a waste
So like I was saying, it might be a waste of time. It kind of is, because we do have to come back this way with the heat beam or whatever it's called eventually. So like we will be backtracking through this again, but I can save. And also, it's not that, like, I don't know, it is like a little bit of time, but also it's taking time because I'm going the long way. Like if I wanted to just go from point to point, I would know like what elevators and shortcuts to take, kind of, I guess. Like looking at the map, I could figure out like the quickest way. I think my main problem though is like I feel like I barely made any progress so far tonight. So like doing this is like wasting more time that could be spent toward progress. Can I? No, I can't. I have to like stop it, dude. They barely do any damage too. I hate these guys so much. Can I freeze them? No. And they just like run. Wait, wrong weapon. Nice. That was both of them. Yeah, I should just start doing super missiles, because like I killed them both instantly. No. It's gonna be space pirates. I mean, I guess I could just jump down and then go right through the door. Unless the door locks. But I don't think it does. Go away. Shreds small Ame with coexistence. Beats a ground pound. Is she like one of the enemies? Small Ame? Small Ame? Okay. I want to lock onto the turret. Literally will not let me though. It's just a normal one? Yeah. Watch out, bro. Okay, I'm stuck. Oh, there's three of them. Four of them. Oh. I'll just go over here and wait for them to meet me. You got lucky. He got lucky again. Oh, he's dead. Now you die. Wait, he didn't freeze because he was... Why does my lock-on keep stopping? Okay. Is there another one? Okay. She's the boss. Oh. Final boss on stage mode. That's pretty good. Okay. So I just need to go... Wait, what is this then? Oh, the map room. Okay. Finally? Am I free? No. No, that sucks. I wish you could charge without... Oh, did I get them both? Nice. Well, that's... What? Oh. I was gonna say, I wish you could charge without having to fire those first few shots, because, it always alerts them. Okay, let me save again. I was kind of expecting them to respawn just from that. Okay. Go down and left. Jeez, what a pain going through all that. And I don't have to go through it again later when I get that heat beam. I mean, not as much, but still. Yeah. Full health means just ignore everything. Okay, so where? There first. Why are my shots getting dragged that way? What's happening? Do you see that? They're like curving. There's something over here. Is there an enemy in this, like... What? Yeah, they're like... They really want to go over there. What is over there? Oh, a big Shigoth now. Oh, whoops. I forgot they, That's so weird. Oh, that it's because the spikes on his back draw energy. I was like, why does it keep, like, turning like that? Because usually, like, when you're... Like, I showed it off with the Shriek Bats the other night, but, like, there's, like, a kind of an auto aim where, like, when you're aiming at something, your bullets will, like, hone in on enemies as long as you're kind of, like, aiming at them. But this was, like, intense curve like that. That was, like, insane. That I thought, like, something... There's, like, a magnetic thing repelling them from the door or something. But yeah, crystals on their back absorb energy. I don't know if there's like a really fast way to do this. Hurry up. No, I didn't want to let it go. I was trying to super missile. Great. I try to like stop locking on because... Wait, that doesn't work. And now I don't have missiles. Oh, wait, that's not how you do it. You have to shoot it in the mouth. That's what it was. Wait. I don't know if super missiles actually help, though. Whatever, I'm leaving. I don't have the missiles to deal with this. I should have refilled at that missile station, I guess. But I had plenty of missiles. I just wasted a bunch of them on those space pirates, the flying ones. Because I wanted to do the wave buster. Okay. Hopefully... hopefully this isn't a waste of time. But I think it might be. No, I was hoping they would give me some missiles. I can't make that jump. Stop it. Okay. Dude, no missiles. Because I can't kill this guy now. Oh wait, maybe I can actually. Okay, that didn't even refund me all that I've used in this area. That did. I have to play as a defensive god that is Yabirus. Is he gonna come this way? No. Wait, maybe I could have rolled. I could have done this early on. Wait, maybe not. Oh, wow. It's like stopping my roll. Also, I'm like hitting the rocks now. I don't know if there's like, if this is the intended way to do this. Because it like keeps ruining my roll. Like I keep hitting like invisible floors or something. Unless... How do I do this? How... Oh, wait. Oh, no, I've been there, because that's the, That's where I got Morph Ball mode, or Boost mode, or whatever, I think. Yeah, you don't need missile for these guys. Missiles. And he gave me some? I'm so stupid. Because it's... You do that? Oh, wait. How do I turn them online? There's like platforms here that went all the way across that you jump and get in there. But I mostly wanted to check because like it's a really tall thing that it looks like there's more up there that I can go to. Like there might be a spider rail or something in there, but I don't remember how to turn that on. This fish appears to be frozen under a sheet of extremely smooth ice. Oh wow, it's huge. It's one of those like anglerfish or whatever. Or like, I don't know what these are called when they're not anglerfish, if they have a name. Like a thing. Because anglerfishes are anglerfishes because they have like something to attract fish, making them anglers. I accidentally hit the mic with my controller as I was trying to mute it. I don't know. I guess it's nothing. Probably. There's nowhere for me to scan anymore. Oh, unless this is it. I already read this. Yeah. Because I thought that was supposed to just activate it. But yeah, I think once I grabbed the thing out of there. Maybe there is nothing there. Whatever. Big ol' waste of time. Whatever. Whatever. Wait. Okay, so... Go left. Yeah. There's another save point. They're kind of close. Wait. Yeah. Go away. Okay. I could hear the missile expansion over there. The stupid stomping, it makes me bounce. Oh no, I think it's just under ice over there though. Yeah. No. Okay. So I just leave through here. Great. Is there anything? Oh, geez, that guy was fast. That did quite a bit. Ow. Okay, what now? Where does this go? Magmore. Chapel of the Elders. I don't remember what that was. Or if I would want to go there. I mean, I do just to like see what's in there to make sure. But we do want to go here because that little thing. It's gonna be a big one. It is a big one. Great. I can hear the missile expansion over here somewhere. And I think that's... Wait, no, maybe not. Oh, that's the one that's underneath. It's also an ice one. Something over there, though. But I'm pretty sure I need the spider ball for it. And I have it. Yes, this rail. Stop. Okay. Sweet. It'd be nice if that, like, refilled all your missiles. Okay. So then we just leave. Kind of want to take this walkway just to make sure I look around and make sure there's nothing there. No, they locked the door. Oh yeah, there's another one. Okay. Should have went the other way, so I didn't have to deal with all that. Let's go here, and then I'll take the elevator here, and then... I'm trying to think. So we have the... Oh, I can go... Yeah, we have to go back to Town 4. That's where I want... That's where I'm supposed to go. Stop. Stupid things. Can I make that? I think I can. I think I have... Okay. Cordite. Wait. What was Cordite? Oh, something behind the wall seems to have been activated. I was like, wait, it didn't work. And it did work. Perfect. For a second, I was like, is super missiles not Cordite? Did I waste my super missiles? Oh. Yeah, I don't remember what was over here, but I do remember that's the plane of existence. What? Oh. I need the heat beam or whatever it's called. So I think I can melt this guy's ice. So yeah, I just need to. Okay, I need to go get the heat beam, which I'm sure is over in the. Oh, I gotta break this again. The space pirate like crash site or whatever. How did that not do the job? Wait. Oh, you can just jump as the ball. I didn't know you could. I thought you had to. Excuse me. I've been playing the whole game bomb jumping everything when you can just do a jump. The bomb jump, I guess, is for... Unless that came with a suit or something. Hold on. Nothing anywhere says press X to jump. What? When? How long have I had that for? Hold on. Morph ball jump. Oh wait, okay, so in the Prime Trilogy for the Wii, you could flick the Wiimote to jump. Hold on. Oh. New to Trilogy. Okay, wait. Oh, so in Metroid Prime 3 they added it. So 1 and 2 didn't have it until they like made the trilogy like pack or whatever. Then they added it to the first two. Huh. Okay, so yeah, it wasn't in the GameCube games. Interesting. Dude, I never knew that. Dude, what? I never knew that. And so I'm like, okay. I mean, I guess that makes sense that I didn't know I had it. Because I just didn't know to try it because it didn't used to exist. But I don't remember it in the trilogy games. Or in the, the trilogy versions either. I might have just never got it because it seems like it's... Well, it said it comes with the bombs. Huh. Whoa, dude. What the heck? I've been like... I can just do that the whole time. And I'm like sitting there. There's like been multiple moments. Like there's that one time where there's like the little dude, the Triclops or whatever, who eats you. Well, he like grabs you in his mouth and spits you into the lava. I was like afraid to do that part because I was like, oh, I don't want him to... Like there's a thing to bomb jump into, but I could have just done this and like just ran past him instead of like putting a bomb down for him to eat and kill himself on and then bomb jump into it. I could have just like went past him and jumped. Dude, wait, hold on. Oh yeah, even flicking the Joy-Con does it. Either... Yeah, that's cool. What the heck? Why is that not listed anywhere, dude? That's so unfair. That's so useful. Dude, how did I make that? I couldn't make that before. Unless you can make it that way, but not this way. Yeah, that might be what it was. What? Oh. Where am I going? Elevator time. Right? What was that? No, I got that. missile expansion. And then, yeah. Magmore Caverns west, or... Oh, I guess we do have to go to... Yeah, we have to go to Magmore Caverns, and then we can, go to Town 4. Overworld. I do have to pee again, so I'm going to take this elevator and go use the bathroom as it goes down. Alright, I'll be right back. Okay. Still, like... surprised that... that little jump exists. Because, yeah, like... I don't know, I've been reading every single notes, all of Samus's notes and the controls every time I get something new. To make sure I get everything. And then the game is like, oh yeah, by the way, we're not going to tell you about your little jump. Oh, come on. Oh, wait, what am I... See, I literally... I learned to jump and I'm already not using it. That makes those parts super easy, though, because, like... you would need... like, there was, like... oh, yeah, there's that one part where the blocks disappear. And I was, like, riding and then putting the bomb down at the end and hoping it would, like, explode before the block disappeared and I fell through. Now, yeah, you don't need... you can just jump. Okay, where are we going? We've already been through all this, so we just need to go to the Talon Overworld, not Chozo Ruins. There we go. So straight across, but underneath. Okay. Yeah. No, that didn't work. Okay, whatever, we're fine. What is this? Bendesium. So much bendesium. So this is the hole I was talking about. Of like, I could have just done this and been like, see ya. Oh, no, please. Okay, there we go. But instead I took the time to kill him and then bomb jump into it. Am I going the right way? Yeah. Oh, nice. I wonder if... No, okay. I was just like, I wonder if I just shoot them, I can shut them off. Freeze them shut. And they don't even melt. That's so good. Dude, I'm learning. Nice, get owned. I'm glad I took that long way, even though it was like pretty much a big old waste of time. I did get some missile expansions, but that also meant that I don't know. I don't think I would have learned about the little... maybe I would have learned about this later on, doing something else on accident. But also, like, I don't know, shooting those things would never have occurred to me. Okay. Root cave. How do I get... We don't need to go to the ruins. Stop. I don't need to go anywhere. I need to stay. I need to go here. Oh, I think I can get the missiles. Oh, no. I think I still need the grappling beam for the missiles. That is, like down here somewhere. So we go here. Go here. Go here. Blah, blah, blah. Wait, wasn't there another... There's some... Oh. No, wait. Wait, where is it? There was like a part that was underwater, but it was like slightly... It was like a ramp. Because I know I need to climb here now that I have the gravity suit, but there was like another spot. Oh, it might have been in another map. Now I have to go check. Wait, which one is that? East. There was a part that was underwater and it was slanted slightly up, but I couldn't make the jump because I didn't have the gravity suit. I think it's in Talon Overworld. It might not be over by the crash site or whatever, but I think it is over here somewhere. Unless it's not. And it's over in a... I don't think it's in Fendrana. But it's not this. Like, it's kind of like this, but it's not as shallow of a slope. Because this is underwater. I don't think it's Magmore. But I don't think it's Fendrana either. Unless I'm just misremembering or something. But that feels like something so specific that I remember being separate from where we were supposed to be going. I literally don't know how it could be back more, but I'm just checking to make sure. Okay, hold on. Oh, wait. No, it's not this. I guess I should just start walking and then I might see it on my way or something. Cause like I don't see it. Cause it would end it would end in a dead end, but it was like this of like, okay, I came in here and I started jumping and I jumped up one ledge and then I couldn't jump higher. It was literally just, oh, unless it was this and this is, no wait, no, that's separate. No, because this is where we got the energy tank, right? And then it was like, oh, you can't go further without the right suit upgrade. I'm so confused. Whatever. Like I said, maybe when I get there, it'll show itself, and I'll be like, ah. Unless it was Fendrano. Hold on. Wait, not Chozo. Oh, wait. No. Wait. Okay, so it looked like this. It was a slope like this. It wasn't like super steep like the one that I keep looking at in Talon. But it didn't connect. It had a door at the end that I couldn't go through because I couldn't make it. Oh, it was here. This is what I'm thinking of. Yeah, Tower of Light. Okay. Wait, now I want to go there first. What's the closest? Talon of Rural North. How close are we to that? Chozo Ruins west. South. East. Wait. Do I not have the Talon over or Chozo Ruins north? Maybe not. Maybe not yet. So if I take Chozo Ruins west. North. Okay, I guess I just have to go to... Wait. Oh, I guess they don't have to line up like I thought. Whatever, let's just go to Chozo Ruins. What is this? Yeah. See what that is. It's probably just a missile expansion, but I want it either way. And if not, even better. Let me stop on my ship. I should just... Okay, whatever. I should have just, Shot it with a missile, but just trying to save missiles. Even though I'm going to my ship to refill them. Okay, so it's here. I'm gonna go to the ship first. Getting hungry. I think whatever, one more big upgrade, and then I'll call it for the night. I think all that's really left is well, we need the heat beam. I don't know if there's another beam. And then I think the X-ray visor. I think if there's an X-ray visor. And the grapple beam. Oh, I think that might. Wait, no, I don't know. Anyway. Oops. Where are we going? Arthur? Hold on. Where was it again? Talon Overworld North was the closest elevator. To here. But we have this elevator. How do we not have, like, Chozo Ruins North? Right? West? Maybe I've just never taken that elevator, so I never unlocked whatever part of the map. So I should make sure to go there and then unlock it. Unless, like I was saying, it's like lined up with a different elevator. Like the north side of the overworld is a different side of the ruins. Okay, where does West go? I guess I should just take whatever and then find my way from there. So where am I? Oh, I can't even take east. I have to take west. So yeah, whatever. I don't want to step in it. I'm trying to jump over it. Anyway, I'm hungry, and like I was saying, I feel like I mean, we got the ice beam, we got gravity suit, we got missile expansions and stuff. What else did we get? Spider ball. So we did make decent progress, but it feels like not 6 hours worth of progress. My leg. Okay. I missed him. Okay. And then go straight for that thing. I'm gonna run past any ghosts that appear, because unless they're in the room I need to be in. But we've already been through here, like, pretty thoroughly with all these upgrades, so it's not like I'm going to find anything new that isn't a part of the new room I'm going to. Okay, let's see. I mean, I could also do this, but I have to come back later anyway. I guess I should have waited until I got the grappling beam, so I could do both of these in one go, but who cares? It's right here. It's right. It's not that far. Like 5 minutes. 5 minutes there and back. Maybe. I'm kind of going to time myself. 6:24 on my session timer. Okay, wait. I was gonna say, as long as I don't get lost. And now I'm like, wait, where am I going? See, I was around, like... Yeah, I was already going the wrong way. Okay. The ghosts, of course. Can they interrupt my boost? No, but I messed up my boost. Can they knock me off? I hope not. Obnoxious. They're worse than the space pirates, cause like, yeah, like they'll like phase out of existence, and then you can't do anything until they come back in. Whereas like, space pirates can turn invisible, but as long as you have your thermal visor, you can see them the whole time. Even the flying guys, it's like they're flying, and you just like shoot them down. They're always there to see. So this is what I was talking about. I knew it. I knew it existed. I was not crazy. Oh, it's one of the things. It just says Chozo artifact. Artifact of a life giver. I only have 3? I thought I had at least... I thought I had already 3. Fine. Whatever. Well, I'm glad I went and did this, because then I don't have to come back for it. Like, I don't have to do it later. Even though it wasn't an upgrade. It's, like, a pretty important thing that I have to get anyway. Okay, so we just go back the way we came. So just take a right, yeah, when I come out. Wait, I kind of want to... What was the... Oh, wait. Oh, see, yeah, so this is Talon Overworld North, which we took... Chozo Ruins West. Okay, so yeah, that's what I was like, maybe they don't line up. I thought they... well, at least the Chozo Ruins East and South lined up like that. So I thought, like, I assumed that's how they all did. Or all worked. Okay. That took 3 minutes. Oh, 4 minutes, I guess. 350. Which is like, that's kind of like goes to what I was saying last stream of like, I wish there was fast travel, but it honestly doesn't take very long to get from place to place when you know what you're doing. So fast travel is not absolutely necessary. It would just be like a nice little, like I was saying in 2, when you do have fast travel, even though you don't get it to the very end of the game, it's nice. It's like, oh, okay, cool. But it's also like not that necessary. Well, I think actually it kind of is, because you can I? Oh, I still can't hurt this guy. I think I might be able to kill him with the super missile, but okay, dude. Wait, is this where I'm going? No. I felt like one of my mustache hairs was going crazy. Oh wait, I think... No. Never mind. Felt like one of them was poking my nose or something. Unless it fell out when I went to like pull it out. Whatever. Save again. Now I have the Chozo artifact. Oh, but yeah, and so in 2, there's like the like the light world and the dark world or whatever. I don't remember what they call it specifically, but I remember there's like basically 2 sides, and the fast travel makes getting around way easier because you don't have to like worry about what. Oh. Yeah, worry about like backtracking through all of that. Where? Oh, it's below me. Oh. I thought that was gonna miss. I would be so mad. Okay. I might be able to get those? Hold on. I'll try. Nice. Okay, cool. Don't need the grappling hook. Oh. Okay. I like the way, yeah, like even with the gravity suit, when you hit the water, she does like her fall is like broken and she like sinks into it a little bit. Oh, I thought that was the turret. I gotta remember to scan the turret while I'm here. Okay. What? Are these new? Yes.
Recording to logbook.
So space pirate? Aqua pirate. Space pirates with exoskeletons modified for underwater use. Using modified thruster packs and gravity suit technology, the space pirates have armor suits for use in liquid environments. Thermal tracking is still very useful against these units, as the pirate engineers have yet to eliminate the thruster pack's high heat signature. Oh, I thought they were just gonna like not know I was there the whole time. Sweet. Still kills him in one shot. Is that it? Okay. So I think this counts as a water level, but it's not bad. Even like when you don't have the gravity suit, I could have just went this way. Yeah, like even without the gravity suit, like when you have like worse vision and everything, it's still not that bad. And then yeah, once you get the gravity suit and all this, it's like it doesn't feel like a water level. Like it felt like one before the gravity suit, but like I said, it's like you should have the double jump by then. I don't know if, like, I'm sure there's sequence breaks that can get you here without it. Well, actually, maybe not. I don't know. But either way. Another reason this is a perfect game. I don't think I've said that yet, but like Metroid Prime 1 and 2, I don't know. I like 2, but I think I like 1. That doesn't kill it. Lame. Where am I going? Oh. It's so weird to like. I like this, like I was saying, it's like a water level, and it's like kind of fun the way they mess with it, because you're like, I don't know, things are floating, so you have to, like, your perspective is all weird, because you're on a ship that's like tipped, but things are floating normally, but you're like moving through it all. That guy got owned, I guess. Yeah, you're moving through it like with the water, which is like keeping things upright-ish, but it's like weird because things are slanted. I don't know how to explain it. Anyway, I was gonna say, there's like only a few games like that I have played and like a lot that I would say are like perfect games. Okami being one, of course. Oh wait. No power. 3 nearby conduits. Great. Okay, whatever. Do I have to go back down? Oh yeah. Go away. Where's the last one? I'm stuck. He's owning me. I should have shot him. Is that it in there? Yeah. Lame. Or out here. Whatever. But what was it? So it's, yeah, Okami. I say like all the time. Every time I talk about Okami, I'm just like, every time I talk about it and play it, I'm just like, yep, literal perfect game. There's like, the only flaw to the game is that it's too long. But it's not even, I don't even think that's a flaw. Like, it's not too long to me. It's just I always hear other people complain like, yeah, I never finished it because it's too long. It just kept going. And I'm like, but that's good. That's like, every time I finish the game, I'm like, man, I wish there was more. But what else? Hold on. Bloodborne. If like the only thing that keeps like holds Bloodborne back is being locked to the PS3 or PS4, and having like an unstable 30 FPS. Yeah, this game is like, I don't know. Like, I'm trying to, like, I would have to replay. So I had 1 and 2 when I was younger. Metroid Prime 1 and 2 when I was younger. But 1, I replayed a lot, and I only ever beat 2, I think once, maybe twice. And it's just because, like, I liked 1 so much more. Even though 2 has, like, it's a bigger game and has, I think it's bigger. I don't remember, actually. But it has, like, you know, some quality of life stuff, like the fast travel and stuff like that. But like I said, that doesn't show up till the very end of the game, and so it's like, by that point, you're kind of like, well, I don't even need this anymore. But okay. But like, knowing that that's there, I know the next time I play, I'll just like save a lot of like exploration and cleanup for when I unlock the fast travel, so it's like all at once, and a lot faster. But whatever. Anyway. What are these aqua turrets? I've been scanning everything, well, almost everything, before I kill it. So just kind of like, I don't know. Makes me doubt myself and worry that I might have missed something. I can hear. Is one of these open or something? Unless it's underneath me or something. Is that the aqua turret?
Recording to logbook.
Aqua drone, whatever. Security mecha adapted for use in underwater areas. Space pirates have adapted a number of sentry drones for use in liquid environments. These aqua drones utilize an arsenal and artificial intelligence quite similar to their cousins. The pirates have been unable to properly shield these drones from electrical attack, making them vulnerable to the wave beam. Alright, let me make sure that's what I'm looking for. Aqua drone. After you pass through and enter the phazon mines, the enemy will disappear. Okay. So. It's like the ice shriek bats and whatever ice beetle. I don't know if the ice beetle actually despawned though. I felt like I saw him after beating Dardis or whatever his name was. Dude. It's like in this one. But I might be able to get to it from underneath. Doesn't look like anything on my map though. What if? What if? What if? Sandwich jump scare as I'm trying to like, oh, kill this thing. Where'd he go? Oh. Can he even do anything to me up here? Nice. Another one. If I do that, is he gonna get mad? He's not even activated. Also, that took so many to do. I might as well just shoot him. Cordite. Is that just a missile? No, that's super missile? Nice. I knew I heard it. It was below me. Okay. Did I hit it? No. Nice. I don't know if that would actually work. I'm right there. It didn't show her. I was standing right here. It didn't show her when I went to show like where it was. I was like, what am I trying to target? Ugh, I couldn't move. Okay, so that works. Because I was kind of afraid that they would unfreeze and then just start swinging again, but they do go back in. What? Oh. You guys are stuck. Oh, nice. Nice try. There's something red. Oh. Aha. I already know. Okay, yeah. They sound like they're purring or something. Whatever little noise they make. Oh. Rip.
Recording to logbook.
Aquasac. Burst when subjected to impact or trauma. Believed to be in the same family as a sapsac, this plant has similar features. It will burst when exposed to force. Its protective response keeps most creatures from feeding on it. Oh, I was like, what was I gonna do? I was gonna look at the map, just make sure I haven't missed anything. Well, I don't know what this is here, but I'm afraid it's something I might want or need or care about. Wait. Where do you come from? Is there... They moved in like immediately. Okay. Yeah, it's like right over here somewhere. It might just be this thing. Yeah, okay. Oh, it's a... I mean, there is a door there, but... It's probably just left over from when it was in space. Ah. This was the... Oh, I thought it was the save room. What is this? Okay, I guess I have to go this way. Cool. You can't really just like... Unless... Wait. I wonder. Nice. I was just trying. I didn't know that I was gonna keep bouncing. I wonder if... I mean, maybe that is the way you would do that. Cool. Wait. Could I have just skipped all that and like taken this elevator and dropped down here? Because I guess I'm just going to this door. I don't remember. I think I need Bendesium to get through that, or whatever can break Bendesium. Otherwise, like, we didn't pick anything. We got one missile expansion going through all that, and some scans, I guess. But like, unless there's, yeah, I don't know. I could have came down here. Okay, enough. This is where I'm going. Oh, that's not the same as before. That is Phazon. That will kill me. Oh. Phazon mines east. I wonder what the... So, like, my camera's covering it. Maybe I can see it in here. I guess not. But each beam has, like, a hand symbol. So, like, the wave beam that I have right now, it's just, like, an open hand, like that. The power beam is, like, that. Or, like, that. I don't know. But, like, there's, like, two fingers and the thumb sticking out. And then, like, a tiny little nub here. But not, like, a pinky outstretched. Because then the ice beam is, like, it's like that. But it's all kind of, like, looking at it from, like, this angle. Like, if you were looking at the back of your hand, it's kind of how it looks. But I wonder if that means anything. Like, there's anything more to just... More than just, nah, we wanted them to have different hand symbols, you know? Okay. Why did I do that? What did that give me? I mean, I got that ammo and health back, but... Can I go down there? I have to sneeze.
Sorry. That was like, I didn't have time to use both hands because like I use this hand to mute and then this hand to cover my mouth. I guess I could have, because like I've talked about it before, but I usually use both hands because like I'll like part my mustache and then catch the sneeze. But I didn't get to part my mustache, so I sneezed like right into my, like the right side of my mustache because I went like, I was able to like use this thumb to pull this side out and then sneeze, but gross. Annoying. Phase on mines. Oh. I can hear them. Grapple beam. See that spider rail? Oh, the stupid turrets, dude. New?
Recorded to logbook.
Mega turret. Perimeter defense turret reinforced with energy shielding. Frustrated? Excuse me. Frustrated with inferior armor plating on standard defense turrets, the Space Pirates added energy shielding to a modified heavy cannon. The new shielding and increased beam strike makes the mega turret an efficient point defense weapon. Okay, but what do I do? Wait. Okay, it just takes one more missile. Dual control force field is online. The activation controls are likely nearby. Secondary force field control disabled. So I need the primary one still. I can hear him. He's like, it showed him in the little control room. Unless that's just like ambient noise now. You can hear him all around you. I mean, they're not hiding around here. I was just making sure they weren't like invisible or something and I just couldn't see them. Nothing. Yeah, I see them. I assume once I go in there, they'll start attacking me, but I'm gonna do this part first. I wonder, could you get here without the spider ball? Cause like, why not just let me jump that? Like, it's barely too high to double jump, so they put. Nice. They put that rail there to be like, no double jumping. Wait. So the primary control has to be up there? Because I thought it might be over there, but... Oh, I wonder if this is new? No. They're all the same. Okay. Like I won't... Oh. There we go. Well, then why do I need to go up there?
Or what is this? Okay, whatever. I still want to go up there before I do that, because that's like a different room. Is that his body falling? Hitting everything? Ooh. Oh yeah, just a normal one. Actual jump scare? Move. Wait, yeah, I guess that is just their like body collapsing and hitting the floor or something. Crane unit scan indicates recent use. Device is currently inactive. I hear my missile expansion. Ah, I see. Transfer of building materials is complete. Processing of materials for Xenome containment units underway. Report all phase-on mutations to science team immediately. All units with useful mutations will receive an increase in pay and rations. Elite and trooper candidates are now being selected by command. Crane controls are functional but require power. Power conduit is nearby. What does this do? I know like that spider rail connects, I guess, but what about grappling across? Unless you can move it back? I don't know. Oh, it turns. I see. Oh. Haha. I don't know why I didn't just stand up instead of jumping as the morph ball. Okay. Oh, I can't stand up. Alright. Go back. I haven't had a jump on this. I mean, I haven't messed with spider rails that much in general, but I was gonna say in the spider rail, like spider ball, spider rail info or whatever, talks about like using morph ball bombs and things to boost yourself to like jump and stuff like that. I've like only had to do that once. I was just thinking like, I don't know. So far it's underused, but maybe it comes into play later. I just don't remember. Like I don't remember doing it that much anyway. Oh, that one was a regular one. Oh, I could have shut off the turret with that. Whoops. Bendesium. Stop with the bendesium. New? No. yeah, same guys. Oh. Oh. That must not have been a full charge. Who else? What is that? Oh, a light. Just want to clear out all the space pirates before I, Okay. I'm gonna say take my time looking around. These guys are new, I think. Stop, stop. Wave Trooper. Wave Beam technology. Space pirates have reverse engineered several of your weapons, including the Wave Beam. Flaw in the design makes these pirates vulnerable to their own beam weapon system. These weapons are inferior to your chosen design originals, but still quite potent. Well. Morons. They don't seem that weak. I can't lock onto this dude. Nice. Okay. I didn't think it would take that many shots after I was done electrocuting him. Nice. I didn't even know the doors were locked. Okay, I'm gonna go back and then kind of like thoroughly walk through this place. Cause I didn't scan anything or do anything. Access prohibited. They just said the doors were unlocked. Okay. I guess there wasn't really anything to see. Security bioscan locks in place. Locks key to space pirate life signs only. Access denied. I was gonna say, it seems like a place where more would pop in and attack me, but it's probably on the way back. Microfractures present in Bendesium Blast Gate. Stop saying Bendesium. Surprised I can't just scan Phazon. What? Okay, wait, what? Am I doing something wrong? I mean, it must be. I feel like I should be able to fit through that, but because I got stuck on this one, like that, maybe not. Oh. Oh, okay, dude. I thought that was like the new ones, but different from Wave. Oh yeah, I can just shoot these. I didn't realize. I wonder if I had been missing some of these that I could just shoot and like walking past, because I'm like, whatever. I can't go through there. Dude, my shoulder keeps itching. They don't even know I'm here. These guys are just scientists. They don't even want to fight. I don't like that noise. What is that? Unit ident code EPG8642, batch 23, field designation Elite Pirate Alpha. Stasis tank hull reinforced with bendesium alloy plates. Kind of horrifying looking. Got big claws. Recommended battle systems for Elite Pirates are as follows: shoulder-mounted plasma artillery cannon, repulsion shield, wave quake projector, energy siphon system, and retractable wrist bayonets.
Recorded to logbook.
Log 110019. Initial Project Helix. Initial Project Helix experiments with space pirate embryos were disastrous. Phazon infusion process degenerated brain tissue even as it augmented muscle mass. None of what we have termed elite pirates lived to maturity. The few that survived their infanthood suffered severe psychotic breakdowns as juveniles, killing anything within their zone of perception. Research team Sclera made a recent breakthrough in which parasite studies with the Phazon strain code named Vertigo were highly successful. Since then, we have successfully fused Vertigo Phazon with space pirate DNA with great success. Latest batch of elite pirates may have reached the latest batch of elite pirates have reached maturity successfully and are ready for field testing and training. Against Samus. Oh, platform systems active. I heard something. I hear them. The wave beam ones. What? They're that scared of me? Oh wait. Did the other one die? Oh no. He should be dead soon. Okay. I guess I just have to go around. Industrial pulse beam online. Auto firing mode engaged. Excuse me. Surface integrity at 8%. Further pulse beam exposure could cause collapse. This guy literally just watched that happen. 31%. Surface integrity at 42%. Presence of thermal power signature detected. Security alert all stations. Bioform Samus Aran has made planetfall on Talon 4. The hunter is among us. All units are hereby ordered to attack Aran on sight. Terminal forces authorized. Report all sightings of Aran to Security Command at once. Platform systems act. Oh, that's nice. Oh. Industrial grade pulse beam mining configuration. What is that guy? He's yellow.
Recorded to logbook.
Power trooper. Space pirate armed with power beam technology. Reverse engineered my beam. Makes him weak to my power beam. Okay. Then the ice one will show up whenever, and then the fire one, and then... Then you have to match colors. Attention all units, report to your battle stations. Failure to comply with this order is an act of treason. Treason is punishable by termination. You will be fired. Okay. Did it already blow that up? Wanted to blow that one up, I guess. Oh. Yeah, I see. So I turn it... Whoops. To where I want it to shoot. And then shoot. But I'm going to do all of them except for the one that I need first. Just to make sure it unlocks everything I want it to unlock. Just in case something's hiding. Wonder what would happen if I had to aim over here. Destroy all the equipment. Kill myself with it. I mean, I would kind of be surprised if there's actually nothing. I hate that you have to, like, use a bomb to get out of there. Can't just, like, roll out. Nice. I see. Oh, like, they want me to use this. Why wouldn't I just be able to jump off? I mean, maybe I would be able to jump off. I would take damage, but I don't think it would kill me, right? Oh. Door cannot be opened with that weapon. That's not a... Don't they understand what is going on here? Also, these guys are strong. They take at least 2 full charge shots, and I go for a third one. What? I heard him. Pillar contains several rotating sections that can be moved to gain access to different areas. Rotation of the pillar will alter the path of its magnetic rail tracks. I wonder if I have to like actually keep rotating it. Lower pillar. Whoops. Okay. Thought there would be space pirates on this part. I could hear them. I have to stay in there for that? Weird. I hate it. You press X to jump in morph ball mode, but you press B to jump in normal mode. Like, press B to jump as normal Samus. Oh, I see, I see. Oh. That wouldn't have been a big deal, but... do that. Then you have to move the bottom one to match up with that. Think one more. I think that's right. I can hear him, but I gotta pee. I'll be right back. I'll get more water too.
I mean, I've complained about it before a lot, but these like pants that I'm wearing, these are kind of like pajama pants or whatever. They're like this, I don't know, polyester material, I guess. I don't know, elasticy, not like spandex or something, but there's like an elasticity to them that is kind of annoying. Cause like right now, like I was gonna pull, like, well, right now both of my legs are up on my chair, like I'm sitting cross-legged. Um, but I put my first leg up and I was trying to like pull, cause like they're like longer than, I don't know, they're kind of long. They're not like super long, but they'll go under my feet. Um, so like when I sit down, I want them to be like pulled up a little bit so that my feet are like out, not like tucked in or whatever. And yeah, but they're like elastic, so like if I like with my other pants, when I pull, like it like slides up because they're like cotton or whatever. But these are like, yeah, whatever, like polyester or whatever material. So when I pull, like if I'm sitting on my foot, like the part where it's like touching my chair and that I'm like sitting on my foot, will get pulled. So it just like if I pull, like I don't know, like it stretches, and so like instead of like slipping out from underneath my foot, it just stretches, and it's like super annoying because then I have to like adjust, like get up off my foot, and then also try to like lift my foot up a little bit, so that it can slip up. Whatever. Anyway, it's whatever. Complaining about. I don't know. Wait, how? Bendesium, say it. Bendesium wall. Okay. So I gotta get my Bendesium destroyer from here. Why does it sound so much louder? Oh, my headset turned up somehow when I put it down, I guess. Oh. Why was that one there? Can I go higher? Okay. Oh, there's still more. I thought, okay. I thought like whatever I needed would be like right behind here. Deeper we go. Cool. Oh, that's where the what do you call it? Artifacts. I was gonna say architect, but I'm like, not architect. Okay. Boss fight soon, I assume. I hear missile expansion. I see someone. I see a shadow. Oh. Sweet. Poor dude was just camping. Oh, dude. Okay, so I was talking about playing Splatoon earlier. I've been playing like a decent chunk the last couple days, and I hate like I guess it's called sharking. I can't remember, but it's basically the campers, the people who like paint their ink and then just sit in their ink and don't move and just wait for you to like come up too close, and then they pop out and kill you.
Because it's like, it's frustrating when you get one on your team because you're like, dude, please play the game. Like, paint, help us. Because they just sit there and wait for you to come by and then pop up and kill you and then like go back in and then like move to a different spot and just like do it over and over again until the match is over. Like, they barely help paint at all on either team. But it's like, it's just annoying because you're like, oh, I'm gonna walk over here and paint this, and then they pop up and kill you. And you're like, ugh. And now you have to like, you watch them like pop up and then sink back down and just like sit there waiting for the next person, and you're like, annoying. Because like, I don't know, it's just annoying because you're not. It's not like, oh dang, he killed me, now he's repainting everything I just did and like, you know, pushing. It's literally just like, no, they popped up to kill you and they're hiding again. But whatever. Shipment of military grade plasma artillery cannons is en route to Talon 4. The Eganoid Star Marines we acquired them from, or letting them sit in a warehouse. Our elite pirates, on the other hand, will put them to good use very soon.
Recording to logbook.
Morphology: elite pirate. Phazon enhanced space pirate. Incredibly strong, armored, and well armed. Elite pirates are potent foes. Their energy siphon system absorbs beam weapon shots. The nature of this system makes them vulnerable to concussion-based weapons. Well armed, the elite pirate is effective in close combat and at a distance. Their massive size can be a weakness, and their sluggish speed allows for evasion and quick attacks.
Recording to logbook.
Log 11-156-9. Investigations into a possible ingress point for the impact crater continue to meet with failure. The shield of strange energy that protects it is impermeable, and all attempts to tunnel past it have proven fruitless. Our continued futility in this matter is made all the more significant in light of the recent lifeform readings we've discovered emanating from deep within the crater. Analysis of the readings indicates that a massive creature is gestating there, absorbing enormous amounts of phazon from the phazon core at the heart of the impact crater. This discovery makes accessing the crater doubly important. Not only will it open the door to the vast deposits of phazon within, but it will also lead us to this creature, whatever it may be. A Metroid?
Recording to
Metroid Prime? Log 10-023-7. Security Command issued an all points alert after the fall of Zebes? Whatever. The alert concerns Bioform Samus Aran, also known as the Hunter. Subject is heavily armed and extremely dangerous. Subject uses a powered armor suit of unknown design in battle, along with a number of potent beam and concussive weapons. All combat units are instructed to terminate Aran on sight, preferably in a fashion that will allow salvage of her powered armor suit and weapons. Considerable bounty will go to the unit who delivers Aran to command. Dead or alive, it matters not. Oh, just trying to scan. Hurry up. Do I get my Bendezium off of this guy? Oh, what is that? Plasma artillery cannon. Unit has extreme thermal signature due to lack of shielding. Cannon connected to energy siphon systems to augment performance. Avoid beam weapon fire when energy siphon unit is active. How do I know when it's active? Oh, great. Is that it? Try to jump. Phazon Nutrient Vat, Elite Pirate Ration processing in progress. Nice. No, I jumped. Why did I get hurt? Why am I getting hurt? Is he active again? No. Oh, when he does that thing. Oh, there we go. I think when he does that, he's like absorbing, even though he still shoots, I guess. Can I target the cannon? No. Nice. Took like all my missiles, but Wave Buster got him. What? I can hear more of them. Where's his body? Fine. Same thing. That's where I came in from. Why is this playing? What? Where? Hurry up. Oh. Oh, another one. Ice one.
Recording to logbook.
Ice Trooper, yeah. Dude, why is he so fast? It's because the ice doesn't track like the other ones do. Excuse me. Hurry up so I can scan everything. Great. 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 This dude is doing more damage to me than the boss did. Jeez. Just wanted the music to stop so I can scan everything in peace. Consumption of elite nutrient mixed by non-elite units is strictly prohibited. Failure to comply will result in a 50% ration reduction for a deca cycle. Security level Tau will be in effect until further notice. All leaves canceled pending downgrade of alert status. Bioform Samus Aran continues to assault our holdings on Talon 4. Security has been compromised in multiple areas. Casualty rates are rising. Command has authorized a sizable bounty for the capture or termination of Aran. Report to your field officers for details.
Recording to logbook.
Log 11-222-8. Science team is attempting to reverse engineer Samus Aran's arsenal based off of data acquired from her assault on her forces. Progress is slow but steady. Command would dearly enjoy turning Aran's weapons against her. We believe we can implement beam weapon prototypes in 3 cycles. Aran's power suit technology remains a mystery, especially the curious morph ball function. All attempts at duplicating it have ended in disaster. Okay, so then what are the spider rails normally for then? If nobody else can morph ball. Because, like, even these guys are using them. Whatever. 4 test subjects were horribly broken and twisted when they engaged our morph ball prototypes owned. Science team wisely decided to move on afterward. Like, yeah, we can't do it. We just, like, everyone keeps getting contorted. What was I going to say? Wait. That's where I came from. So we want to go that way or that way. Let me see. This might be a safe room. No? What is that? Oh, kind of don't want to go because I don't want to reset this room. I can't go. Oh, hold on. I'm gonna look up how to pronounce Aran. Samus. Samus Aran is Nintendo, apparently Nintendo's official pronunciation.
Okay, so I was saying it right at first. Yeah, Aaron. One guy says Aaron. 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 Okay, I'm gonna say Aaron, and then I'm gonna look up how to pronounce Zebus, whatever. Zebus. Uh. Zebus. Zebbies. Japanese kana is written as Zebus. Okay, Zebus. I'll pronounce it right from now on. Aaron and Zebus. Where was I going? Up. My feet are falling asleep. Dude, I want to sit. Okay. Can't be comfy. Evaluation of plasma artillery cannons is complete. Weapons are fully functional, but a flaw has been discovered. Subpart thermal shielding gives them a high heat signature. This can make them easier to target for enemies with enhanced vision capabilities. Who? Oh, plasma artillery cannons. Whoops. Security alert. Computer systems compromised. Bioform Samus error and has cracked our systems. The hunter can access our system at will. Is able to bypass most of our security programs. Use manual locking systems when possible. Facility commands request for elite pirate transfer to security forces granted. Prepare units EPG 8644 and EPG 8656 for field duty at once. I don't know which one I killed. Talon Metroid aggression levels are rising. Be alert for any attempts by Talon Metroids to escape from quarantine areas. Their energy absorption ability is not able to disrupt our force fields, but continued exposure to Phazon may change things for the worse. Reports on hunter activity are in. Analysis indicated that the hunter is using morph ball technology to infiltrate our facilities. Calibrate sensors to search for morph ball energy signatures. Jesus.
Recording to logbook.
Log 11440.4. Results are in from field studies on the bioform group Chozo, who we believe are extinct. We believe that Talon 4 was once a stronghold and a great Chozo empire, brought low by the meteor strike. Planetary devastation brought an end to the Chozo, yet remnants of their society remain. We are studying these relics in an attempt to harness their power. What is of no use to us, we destroy. In time we shall have all we need from this dead race, and shall wipe this planet clean of their ugly ruins. Jeez. The dead should serve the living, not hinder them. Relax.
Recording to logbook.
Log 11-452-8. Although we are still no closer to finding the artifacts of the Chozo, we have at least produced a viable hypothesis for their function. It appears that each of the artifacts corresponds to one of the statues on the temple platform, and that each one acts as a small key to a huge lock. Judging by the number of statues, we assume there must be 12 artifacts. Once we find the resting spots of all 12, we can bring them here, unite them with their statues, and open the gate system at long last. Once we do, the impact crater and whatever creature it shelters will be ours for the taking. Phazon infused fungal harvesting continues. Replacement of Decatriticale with Phazon infused fungal matter and elite ration mix has been authorized. Okay. Security request deployment of elite pirates in Metroid quarantine areas. High casualties suffered by standard pirate units deployed in Metroid areas is not acceptable. Reconfiguration of security drones authorized. Deploy new drones to mission critical areas immediately. Force field offline access granted. Cool.
Recording to logbook.
Log 11-402-5. We have come to another dead end. It is clear now that we will never discover the locations of the Chozo's artifacts until we can decipher the messages carved into the statues in this abominable temple. Our language databases are woefully inadequate, and our linguistic analysts can come up with little more than vague theories. Best hypothesis that we can offer is that finding artifacts will require items spiritually linked to the Chozo civilization. However, without those items, we are lost, and Command grows more impatient by the day. Results must be produced soon. Man, it's like being in the military. Placement of standard hatch covers continues. Steel covers will be replaced with cordite and bendesium covers in 2 decacycles. Bendesium.
Planetary stealth technology is back online. We have evaded detection by the battlecruiser Emmons. The brief lapse in planetary security caused by the crash of our frigate is over. Now we can concentrate our efforts on the Hunter.
Recorded to logbook.
Log 11-377-1. Analysis continues on these cursed ruins and the Chozo temple that hovers near them. We are now completely certain that the containment field denying us access to the impact crater is linked to strange artifacts that belong on the temple, but we are no closer to finding them or deciphering the riddles that seem to cover every wall of this ruined place. Command grows increasingly anxious for a resolution to this matter, so we must redouble our efforts. X-ray squadrons will begin terrain sweeps within days. Till they begin, patrols are instructed to report any and all architectural anomalies to their commanders. Increase phase-on portion of elite pirate ration by 18%. Report any signs of ration rejection by elites at once.
Recorded to logbook.
Log 11-664-2. There have been numerous incidents involving spectral entities at Chozo ruin sites. Several personnel have been assaulted by these Chozo ghosts. Few have survived. Survivors speak of swift attacks from nowhere, brief sightings of the enemy, then nothing, only to be followed by another attack. Science team believes these attacks are in response to our efforts to recover Chozo relics and artifacts. Somehow these entities are able to interact with the physical world, and it appears they wish to keep their artifacts to themselves. We will make them pay for such arrogance, for even ghosts can be destroyed. It's true, I've been doing it. Okay. I think whenever I get whatever upgrade and then save, I'll call it there, because get a little bit tired and hungry. I hear you. Bendesium. Oh, I just have to activate the fan. Excuse me? Am I gonna die? Oh, these guys. Do I have to scan them? Are they new? No. Okay, great. Bendesium. Oh, I have to leave. Dude. Metroids from the initial batch have matured to Hunter phase. Be advised that the Hunter Metroid is siphoned tentacles. It can attack with them from a distance as opposed to the close combat tactics used by younger Metroids. I thought the Hunter ones were the younger ones. Increased aggression levels observed in latest elite pirate units, increasing phase-on feed by 0.07% per science team mandate. Metroid activity accelerating in non-frigid areas. What do you got? Still more. He's too smart. Oh wait, now I'm stupid. Bro. Where's that? Oh, okay. Bendesium, yeah. Oh, there's stuff behind me. Metroids are now responding to synthetic sustenance. We have reason to believe they only gain nourishment from active bioenergy sources. All magnetic rail system access must be approved by security. Security breaches in multiple areas. Unauthorized usage of resources continues. Pattern suggests these resources are being stolen by the Hunter. Increase monitoring of all research facilities immediately. Recon teams are searching for the Hunter's gunship. Science team believes it employs a sophisticated cloaking device beyond our capabilities. Aside from dumb luck, we may never discover its location. We must contain or eliminate Aaron. Oop. I did it again. Failure to comply with command decree is not an option. Science team is accepting volunteers for advanced weapon training. Dude, these guys are so good. These ones specifically, the power beam ones. Is there more still? Oh, wait, is that another big guy? EPG 8702 batch 01 field designation elite pirate. Yeah. Okay. Oh, this one too. Do I have to fight multiple at the same time? I don't have missiles. I mean, I could do it, I'm sure, but without my wave buster, I have to actually earn it. Chosen ruins areas are off limits until further notice. Oh. Cryo sleep tank damage. Immediate maintenance required. All available troopers report to Mine Security Command. Force field offline. Okay. Let me in.
Recorded to logbook.
Log 11-232-8. Elite Pirate Upsilon's propensity for Phazon has enabled our research team to infuse it far beyond our safety restrictions. The results have been extremely encouraging. Its constant Phazon diet has increased its mass exponentially, but it has retained all mental faculties and shows its dexterity with all elite weaponry, including plasma incendiary launchers and the chameleon manta issued for cloaking purposes. Elite Pirate Upsilon exhibits miraculous healing abilities when injured, seeks out Phazon deposits, and coats itself in the substance, which instantly mends the creature's wounds. Subject which we are codenaming Omega Pirate, based on these developments, shows potential to be a new standard for our armies. Our only concern at this point is its potential overdependence on Phazon. Okay, which one of you guys is that? Okay. Our enemies will tremble before the might of our elite forces. Unauthorized Talon Metroid feeding is strictly prohibited. Death to the hunter, death to all who oppose us. Test results from battle simulation Samus Aran are promising. Elite units report a 74% success ratio against Aran in testing. High Command is pleased, but expects a higher ratio by project's end. I'm about to ruin that. Increase Bamu patrols in authorized areas. Scramble all area units immediately. Flight pattern Sigma 4 is in effect. Oh. Dude, how far do I have to go before a save point? Jesus Christ. Dude, the last save point was all the way over here. And it's not even like, oh, like I'm kind of far from it, but also like it's not just like distance far, it's like all the stuff I've had to kill and deal with on the way. Like, Jesus Christ. This is the gauntlet. Nearby flex has caused a malfunction in this panel. Cryosleep tank unit CS4468R. Oh. Unit modified for elite pirate storage. So there used to be one here, I guess. Those invisible things.
I don't think I can hurt them. Or I don't think I can scan them. Also, they're still invisible. Like, they don't show up on thermal. Dynamo maintenance team is not responding to service call. Rerouting requests to central command. Phase-on processing and security systems are taxing the dynamo beyond safety tolerances. Though the conversion to geothermal power is easing the drain on our systems, it's not enough. It is not enough. Further power use at current levels could lead to system failure. Multiple safety system malfunctions detected. Units should be taken offline immediately. I want to shoot it and see what happens, but I'm afraid it's going to start fighting me and I'm not going to be able to see it and do anything. Oh. Where? Can I actually... Oh, no! Oh, that wasn't bad. Felt like it had less health than they usually do. Oh. It's like a little maze, kind of. Hold on. I want to make sure I can't scan that one. Yeah, cloak drone. Wait, people use Wave Buster to beat him. I think if you're playing like the original on like GameCube or even the Wii, maybe that's harder because it's harder to aim. Oh, people are using the Wave Beam and not just a Buster. I should have done that instead of using just a regular beam. Um, so people are saying you can't scan it. Some dude said, oh yeah, if you stun it, you can scan it when it flickers or whatever. But I'm pretty sure. Some guy, just so you know, you can't scan it. I lost an entire life making sure of that. Okay, well, even if I can't, whatever, I'll, or if I can just get it in my next playthrough or whatever. I wonder if you could have made it all the way across this without alerting it. I guess you might be able to, and then it would just let you like sneak attack it, like get the first shot off without alerting it until you hit it. But someone said you could have the X-ray visor by this point, which is interesting because I don't have it. Wait, what is that in the middle? That's what I need. Or what I'm going for, I assume. Do I have to go through that puddle? It looked like Phazon or something. No? Okay, okay, okay. Okay, okay. Jeez. Oh, I see. I was going through so smoothly, now I'm like bouncing all over the place. Oh. Is that even an upgrade or is it just... Oh! Smart bombs or power bombs, whatever. Power bomb acquired. Press R to release power bomb. Power bombs can destroy tougher materials than morph ball bombs. Bendesium. Strongest morph ball weapon. Samus's notes. Power bombs do not have unlimited ammo. Use them wisely. Power bomb can destroy many materials, including bendesium. Each power bomb expansion found will increase the number of power bombs it's possible to carry by one. Cool. Hopefully I don't accidentally do that over and over again. How did I not scan this? Keeping of pets has been suspended until further notice. Domestic beasts have been deemed highly susceptible to Phazon madness and are thereby a hazard to personnel. All Gronkcats and Olbaps must be disposed of immediately. Failure to comply will result in the loss of pay for cycle and reduced rations. An entire shift of Dynamo workers have been transferred following bouts of Phazon madness. Units have reported to science team for use in laboratory studies in the new elite pirate program. Their dementia will make them adequate training adversaries for the elite team. Sorry, you got Phazon madness. Now you're bait for the the elite pirates. Okay. What is this? Finally. All right, I'm gonna call it here. Jesus Christ, so far. But we got power bombs now, which is sick because now we can deal with all the bendesium, which I'll save for tomorrow, at the start of tomorrow. Well, I mean, we'll have to get out of here, but then like literally just go everywhere that has bendesium. The Chozo statue, the there's like, okay, well there's a couple places. There's like the one in the like the tower. Then there's the one that's like, it's like the bridge, the kind of like the what do you call it, like the bridge that you take to go to the artifact little section, like with the 12 artifacts. But like there's like that bridge, and then in the center there's like a space pirate log. There's another bridge like that that's like covered, blocked by bendesium. Whatever, there's like a billion of them. I'll just go through all the maps and like scan every bendesium. Oh yeah, there's also that other bridge that has like bendesium grate in the floor. Whatever, anyway, that's it. Actually made like a decent bit of progress, especially like, well, this, like I was starting to think, I was like, dang dude, it's been like a long time since we got an upgrade. It's like at the beginning of the stream I got like what, the thermal visor, ice beam, and spider ball all within like an hour or an hour and a half or something. And then like the last like 6.5 hours has just been like, where's the next upgrade? Like going around cleaning up like areas that I could access now with all those new upgrades, and then running through all this for like ever. But whatever. Anyway, that's it. I'll be back probably tomorrow. We'll see. But back with more of this. I like this a lot. I'm having a good time. I'm glad it's as good as it is. Like I was saying earlier, Metroid Prime is a perfect game. So the remaster coming out as good as it is like it's like what like I was saying, Bloodborne, perfect game. The only thing that like I could, it okay, it should be a perfect game. It's the frame rate and performance, and like yeah, holding it back from being an actual perfect game. Like game wise, it's perfect. It's just like visually, it should be better. Same thing with this Metroid Prime, the original. I guess like the trilogy re-release, and then this version, perfect, perfect. Anyway, that's it. I'll be back. Enjoy the rest of your day or night, whatever time it is for you. Goodbye.